In early 2011, a tragedy occurred in the small town of Gaston, South Carolina, that shocked the local community and attracted national attention. Gaston, with its quiet streets and cozy houses, was the place where, it would seem, nothing would disturb the quiet life. However, behind the closed doors of one of the houses, a drama unfolded that ended in a bloody murder. At the center of the events is the Harris family. John Harris, a successful entrepreneur in the construction industry, his wife Mary, a school teacher, and their adopted son, Michael. The seemingly perfect family hid secrets that no one could even think about. Their home, located in the suburbs, surrounded by manicured lawns and white picket fences, became the site of a dark history. The first suspicions arose at the end of 2010, when neighbors began to notice strange changes in the behavior of John and Michael. John, previously known for his reserve and seriousness, became unexpectedly attentive to Michael, showing excessive concern. These changes could not go unnoticed, especially in a small town like Gaston, where everyone knows each other. Neighbors began to talk about how their relationship went beyond the usual father-son relationship. But no one could say for sure what it was. Mary seemed to suspect nothing. She continued to work and maintain comfort in the house, not noticing how something more arose between her husband and adopted son. However, her colleagues and friends noted that she seemed tired and withdrawn, as if she felt that something was wrong, but was unwilling or afraid to find out the truth. During this period, John began to avoid public events, preferring to spend time at home or at work, which only intensified the rumors. The first thing that attracted the attention of the police were the strange messages and calls that were received at the Harris house. Neighbors began reporting increased activity in their home late at night, with lights that usually turned off at 10 p.m. starting to stay on until late at night, and in some cases, muffled screams and arguments could be heard. These events attracted the attention of the local police, but without concrete evidence, they could not begin an investigation. However, in early January 2011, when the police received a call from one of the neighbors who claimed that he saw Michael leaving the Harris house with blood on his hands, the situation changed dramatically. That call sparked an investigation that revealed the dark truth of what happened behind the closed doors of this seemingly ordinary home. The police arrived on the scene within a few minutes. The officers, upon entering the house, were amazed by what they saw. The body of John Harris lay in the living room, surrounded by bloody footprints. Michael, who was the only one present in the house at that time, sat in the kitchen as if in a trance, not responding to the police's questions. An initial inspection revealed no signs of forced entry or struggle, indicating that the crime had been committed by someone from within. The police immediately began an investigation, which turned out to be more complicated than expected. Behind the apparent simplicity of the case, there were complex and intricate motives that had to be unraveled. John Harris, who seemed to be an exemplary family man, led a double life, and this was the key to solving his murder. Following the shocking discovery of John Harris's body, police launched a systematic and thorough investigation. Gaston, a town where everyone knows each other, quickly became the center of attention. Local residents, who had recently seen the Harris family as role models, now found themselves faced with a terrible truth. But the most shocking thing was yet to come. From the very beginning, police focused their attention on Michael Harris. The adopted son, whom John and Mary adopted as an infant, was always considered a quiet and reserved boy. He avoided attention, preferred to spend time alone, and many considered him simply an introvert. But now investigators began to wonder, what was this young man really hiding? During the investigation, it became known that in the last months before the murder, an unusually close relationship arose between John and Michael. Neighbors recalled how often they saw the two of them together. John paid more attention to his son than ever before, inviting him to private dinners and joint trips that looked more like dates than family events. At first, it seemed like just a manifestation of the concern of a father who was trying to get closer to his now adult adopted son, but then strange things began to happen. Police discovered that John and Michael's phone contained thousands of messages that they exchanged daily. At first, these were ordinary messages about work, school, and household chores, but soon their content became more personal. The messages were full of flirting, hints, and finally, frank confessions. This data became key evidence that there were more than just family ties between John and Michael. The details of this affair were revealed with each new evidence. John and Michael led a secret life, hiding their relationship from Mary and others. They met in secluded places, away from the public eye, and spent a lot of time together. Those around them began to notice changes in their behavior. John became nervous, often secluded himself in his office, and spent a lot of time behind closed doors, ostensibly at work. Michael, on the other hand, seemed lost, avoided socializing with friends, and began skipping college classes. One evening, shortly before the murder, the Harris's neighbor who lived across the street saw Michael run into the house, and John followed him a few minutes later. The neighbor noted that both men had tense and worried expressions. That sighting prompted investigators to look into a surveillance camera installed at a neighbor's home. The recordings showed how Michael and John left the house late in the evening and went to the park, where they spent several hours. This was one of the few times their relationship went beyond the home. When investigators began interviewing Michael's friends and acquaintances, they learned that Michael had complained several times about pressure from John. He said that he did not know how to cope with the situation he was in and that he felt trapped. However, despite this, Michael did not seek help, continuing to hide his feelings from his mother and others. The investigation also revealed that John led a double life not only with Michael, but also with other men. His trips, ostensibly related to work, were actually a cover for meetings with other partners. This discovery came as a shock to Mary, who had considered her husband a faithful and devoted man all her life. When this information surfaced, she realized that her marriage was built on lies. With each new fact that was revealed, the atmosphere in the Harris house became more and more tense. John felt that his secret life was about to be revealed, and this led him to extreme measures. Mary, realizing the depth of the deception, began to suspect that the situation was getting out of control. But even then, she could not imagine how tragic it would end. After the revelation of the secret relationship between John and Michael, tensions in the Harris family reach a critical point. What started out as a hidden affair was now becoming an unbearable burden for everyone involved in the drama. Beginning in late January 2011, the situation in the Harris household became increasingly volatile. Mary Harris, who had been unaware of what was happening until this point, began to notice obvious changes in the behavior of her husband and adopted son. She felt that something was wrong, but could not fully understand what exactly the problem was. John, who had always been calm and level-headed, began to show outbursts of irritation and nervousness. Michael, on the other hand, became even more withdrawn and avoided contact with his mother. Neighbors began to notice that screams and sounds of quarrels were increasingly heard from the Harris house. One neighbor recalled hearing a loud noise coming from the Harris home one evening. That evening, he saw John run out of the house, clearly under great stress. Michael followed a few minutes later but didn't seem to be trying to catch up. These scenes began to disturb the neighbors, and they increasingly discussed what was happening among themselves. Mary tried to find out from Michael what was going on, but every time she was faced with his silence. He avoided a direct answer, preferring to go to his room and lock himself there for long hours. One day, Mary noticed that Michael began to keep some kind of diary, which he carefully hid. This seemed strange to her, because he had never been inclined to take notes before. But even this did not lead her to the idea that Michael and John might be connected by something more serious than just family problems. One evening, when John and Michael began to quarrel again, Mary overheard a conversation that made her heart skip a beat. John threatened Michael, saying that if he did not stop his games, he himself would tell his mother about everything. These words came as a shock to her, but she could not understand what exactly was being said. At that moment, she decided that she must find out the truth at any cost. In an attempt to understand what was happening, Mary began to follow John. She installed a tracking app on his phone so she knew where he was at any given time. It soon became clear that John often traveled to remote places where he met strangers. One day, she even decided to follow him. What she saw became definitive proof for her that her marriage was built on a lie. That evening, when Mary finally saw John with another man, she returned home in a state of deep shock. Her world collapsed, but she decided not to show her emotions to either John or Michael. She continued to watch them, waiting for the right moment to confront them. Meanwhile, Michael was in a state of extreme nervousness. He understood that his relationship with John could be revealed at any moment, and this carried huge risks. He started skipping college classes more and more often, spending time alone. His friends began to notice that he was avoiding socializing, and this increased their anxiety. One of the friends even tried to talk to Michael to find out what was going on, but he refused to discuss his problems. Michael felt more and more pressure from John. He understood that he could not continue to live in such tension, but did not know how to break this vicious circle. Every time he tried to end the relationship, John began to threaten him, saying that he would tell Mary everything and that then Michael would lose everything. These threats only increased Michael's desperation. Finally, one day in early February, the situation reached its peak. John and Michael began to quarrel again. This time, the dispute flared up to such an extent that Mary intervened. She entered the room where they were quarreling and, unable to bear the tension, declared that she knew about their relationship. John was stunned by her words, but Michael finally felt relieved. He realized that there was no longer any point in hiding the truth. This confrontation led to a real explosion. John, realizing that his secret was revealed, lost control of himself. He began to threaten Michael with physical harm if he did not stop his attempts to break off the relationship. Mary, seeing that the situation was getting out of control, tried to intervene, but this only made the situation worse. Michael, being under extreme stress, realized that the only way out of this situation was to end the relationship by any means necessary. At that moment, he made a decision that ultimately led to tragedy. He knew that if he didn't stop John, he would destroy not only him, but also their family. The night came that changed everything forever. February 17, 2011 was a day Gaston residents will never forget. The situation in the Harris home was extremely tense, and it seemed that something was about to happen. However, no one expected that this night would end in bloodshed. The whole day of February 17th passed in the usual rhythm. John, as usual, went to work. Mary went to school, where she worked as a teacher, and Michael stayed home, missing another day of school at college. Throughout the day, it later transpired, Michael was contemplating his next move. He knew that he had to do something, otherwise the situation in which he found himself could get out of control. That evening, John returned home as usual and immediately noticed that something had changed. Michael was more silent than usual, and Mary seemed to be keeping something to herself. Dinner passed in silence, and each of them was lost in their own thoughts. Mary, who knew about the affair and lived with this knowledge for several days, did not dare to speak, although everything was seething inside her. John felt the tension in the air, but didn't understand what exactly was happening. After dinner, Mary went into the bedroom, and John and Michael were left alone in the living room. They started talking again, which quickly turned into an argument. John blamed Michael for ruining their relationship, while Michael claimed that he wanted to end everything and start a new life. However, John, feeling that he was losing control of the situation, became increasingly aggressive. As the argument escalated, John began to threaten Michael that if he told anyone about their affair, the consequences would be disastrous. These threats were not just words. John, having power and money, could really harm Michael, both financially and morally. Michael, in a state of extreme stress, understood that now he had no choice. Either he obeyed John, or something had to change forever. The climax occurred when John, in a fit of anger, tried to attack Michael. This was the last straw for the young man. He, in a state of passion, grabbed the nearest object. It turned out to be a knife that was lying on the table after dinner. At this moment in time, Michael did not act consciously. His behavior was determined only by the instinct of self-preservation. He struck John several times, causing him fatal wounds. Blood quickly began to spread across the living room floor. John, realizing that his life was coming to an end, tried to say something, but his strength quickly left him. Michael, realizing what he had just done, froze in place. He couldn't believe that he had killed a man, but at the same time he felt some relief. It was all over. However, he could not imagine what horrors awaited him ahead. Mary, hearing a noise in the living room, ran out of the bedroom. What she saw shocked her to the core. Her husband was lying on the floor in a pool of blood, and her adopted son stood next to him, holding a bloody knife in his hands. She could not comprehend what she saw. Her brain refused to perceive reality. Everything happened so quickly that she didn't even have time to scream. Michael, realizing that Mary had witnessed what had happened, dropped the knife and tried to explain to her what had happened. But she didn't hear his words. Mary was in a state of shock. Her mind was completely captured by the horror of what she saw. She stepped back, not knowing what to do next. The only thing she could do was run to her room and lock herself in there. Meanwhile, Michael, realizing that his life was now ruined, sat down on the floor next to John's body. He didn't know what to do next. His thoughts were scattered. All he could feel was the deepest emptiness and despair. He killed a man, killed someone who was his father, but also his tormentor. It was impossible to fully comprehend this. After a few minutes, Mary was able to pull herself together and called the police. There was panic and fear in her voice, but she was able to report what had happened. The police arrived at the crime scene a few minutes later. The officers who entered the house were amazed by what they saw: blood, John's body, and Michael sitting on the floor as if in a trance. The police immediately arrested Michael and took him to the station. He didn't resist or say a word. During interrogations that night, he was silent, only repeating that he was defending himself. However, the police had to conduct a thorough investigation to find out what really happened at the Harris home that fateful night. The night of the murder was just the beginning of a complex and intense investigation that soon spanned the city and attracted national media attention. Immediately after the arrest of Michael Harris, the process of collecting evidence and interrogating began to establish an accurate picture of the events of that night. Police, forensic scientists, and detectives have joined forces to find out what led to the tragedy and who is truly responsible for the death of John Harris. The police who arrived at the crime scene immediately began searching the house. Forensic scientists found a lot of evidence at the murder scene: a bloody knife, signs of a struggle on the living room floor, as well as blood that was found not only next to John's body, but also on Michael's clothes. These marks indicated that there had been a violent struggle in the house, but one of the main tasks was to find out whether it was a deliberate attack or self-defense, as Michael claimed. Michael was immediately taken to the police station for questioning. However, despite the detective's best efforts, his testimony remained unclear and contradictory. He claimed that he was defending himself from an aggressive attack by John, but the details of the events of that night seemed confusing and incomplete. Michael was in a state of shock, and his psychological state made the work of investigators more difficult. During the first few days of the investigation, police focused on examining the Harris family's surroundings. Detectives interviewed neighbors, co-workers, and family friends to gather as much information as possible about the lives of John, Mary, and Michael. Many of those interviewed noted that there were clear signs of tension in the family in the last months before the murder. Neighbors recalled frequent quarrels and screams coming from the house, but no one could have imagined that everything would end so tragically. However, what attracted most of the investigators' attention was the secret life of John Harris, which began to unfold as the investigation progressed. An analysis of his phone and email revealed that John was leading a double life, meeting men outside the city and maintaining relationships that he hid from his wife and others. These meetings took place over several years, and as it turned out, Michael was only one of John's many partners. This discovery came as a shock, not only to the family, but to the entire community. Detectives began examining John's financial records to see if his relationships with Michael and other men involved blackmail or other criminal acts. Suspicious transfers and withdrawals of large amounts of money that John made on a regular basis were discovered. This money went into accounts registered under fictitious names, indicating that John was trying to hide his actions. Meanwhile, Mary Harris was also subjected to numerous interrogations. She was shocked by the discovery of her husband's double life and his relationship with Michael. Investigators were trying to understand whether she knew what was happening before and whether she played any role in what happened that night. However, Mary insisted that she only found out about everything a few days before the murder, and her testimony was confirmed by analysis of her phone calls and messages. One of the key points in the investigation was the analysis of Michael's diary, which was found in his room. This diary contained many entries that revealed his inner world and his relationship with John. In the notes, Michael described his feelings, fears, and despair, as well as the pressure that John put on him. These recordings provided important evidence to support Michael's claims that he was under extreme stress and felt trapped. Forensic experts conducted a detailed examination of John's body to determine the exact cause of death. It turned out that John died from multiple stab wounds inflicted at close range. However, signs of a struggle were also found on his body, indicating that he was trying to defend himself. These findings were key to determining whether John's death was the result of self-defense or premeditated homicide. During further investigation, the police also focused on analyzing Michael's psychological state. Experts were brought into the case to assess his mental state and ability to comprehend his actions at the time of the crime. These examinations showed that Michael was under severe emotional stress, caused by pressure from John and fear of exposure of their relationship. At the same time, police were exploring the possibility of other motives that could lead to the murder. It was considered that Michael could have killed John out of jealousy or fear that their relationship would become known. The possibility that Mary could have somehow influenced Michael's actions by knowing what was happening was also explored. As a result, the investigation showed that the situation in the Harris home was much more complicated than it seemed at first glance. This was not a simple case of domestic violence or a crime of jealousy. Secret relationships, ulterior motives, and internal conflicts led to a tragedy that destroyed not only the family, but the entire community. The investigation into the Harris family was drawing to a close. But even as the details of the tragedy became clearer, remaining questions and controversy sparked much debate among investigators, lawyers, and the public. The final part of this grim story reveals how justice and public opinion have struggled to understand what really happened on that fateful night and what lessons have been learned from this tragic event. After months of painstaking work, interviews, evidence analysis, and expert testimony, the case of Michael Harris finally went to trial. The case was based on extensive evidence collected by police, including interview tapes, diaries, financial documents, and witness statements. The main line of accusation was that Michael deliberately killed John as a result of the growing tension and pressure he felt in his relationship with his adoptive father. Prosecutors argued that Michael acted in cold blood and planned the murder in advance. They referred to entries in his diary in which Michael described his despair and desire to end the relationship. The prosecution also pointed to signs of a struggle at the crime scene, arguing that Michael could have initiated the conflict and then used it as justification for the murder. However, Michael's defense adhered to a different version of events. They insisted that the young man acted in a state of passion and was defending himself from an aggressive attack from John. The defense presented evidence that John repeatedly threatened Michael with physical harm if he tried to end their relationship or told anyone about their existence. Testimonies from psychologists were also given who claimed that Michael was under enormous pressure and could not adequately assess his actions at the time of the crime. The trial lasted several weeks and attracted national attention. The media covered every day of the trial in detail, emphasizing the sensational aspects of the case: the secret affair, domestic violence, the hidden life of John Harris. Journalists actively discussed not only the legal, but also the moral aspects of the case, which caused a wide public outcry. Mary Harris also spoke at the trial and became a key witness for the prosecution. She talked about how she found out about her husband's affair with her adopted son, about her suspicions, and about that fateful night when everything was revealed. Her testimony was filled with pain and despair, and it was difficult for the court not to sympathize with a woman who had lost everything: her husband, son, and faith in her family. However, the defense argued that Mary may have been biased given her emotional state. One of the most dramatic moments of the trial came when evidence of John's double life was brought into the courtroom. Defense lawyers tried to show that John led a manipulative lifestyle, hiding his true intentions and forcing Michael into relationships that were not to his liking. This caused widespread public outcry and changed the perception of the case in the eyes of many observers. The judges and jury were given a difficult task. They had to decide whether Michael was guilty of premeditated murder or his actions were the result of self-defense under extreme stress. Public opinion was divided. Some considered Michael a victim of circumstances and John's manipulations. Others considered him a cold-blooded killer who used his problems as an excuse for the crime. After much deliberation and evaluation of all the evidence presented, the jury returned its verdict. Michael Harris was found guilty of manslaughter committed in the heat of passion. This verdict meant that the court recognized his actions as the result of psychological pressure and threats from John, but still considered them criminal. Michael was sentenced to a long prison sentence with the possibility of parole after several years. After the verdict, discussions began about the consequences of this case for society. The Harris case exposed many issues related to domestic violence, manipulation in relationships, and a lack of support for people who are trapped psychologically. In Gaston and other parts of the country, campaigns have been launched to support victims of domestic violence and psychological abuse, and new programs and laws have been introduced to prevent such tragedies. Mary Harris, who had lost both her husband and her adopted son, tried to start a new life, but her wounds were too deep to forget everything that had happened. She moved from Gaston to another city, trying to avoid the attention of the press and public. Her story became an example of how lying and hiding the truth can destroy lives. Michael Harris, despite his prison sentence, left many questions behind. His fate has become a symbol of how despair and hopelessness can lead to dire consequences. His story has become the subject of discussion in psychological circles and criminology textbooks as an example of how difficult it is to draw the line between victim and perpetrator. In the quiet and picturesque town of Boulder, Colorado, the morning began as usual, with a light breeze running between the houses and the first rays of sunlight softly touching the roofs. Life flowed smoothly and calmly until the silence was broken by a call to the police station at about 8 in the morning. On the other end of the line was the alarmed voice of Lisa Martin's neighbor, Sarah Gibson. She reported strange screams that she heard from Lisa's house the night before. The screams were short, but so sharp and panicked that Sarah could not shake the feeling that something was wrong. The patrol officer who received the call went to the scene. Arriving at Lisa's house, he noticed that the front door was slightly open. There was a dead silence inside, and the faint smell of fresh paint filled the air, which was unusual for this neat and clean house. The officer cautiously walked inside, suspecting something was wrong. The first thing he saw was a picture of absolute chaos in the living room. The furniture was overturned and several broken photo frames lay on the floor. The officer called, but no one answered. He headed towards the stairs leading to the second floor. As he stood up, he felt a strange sensation of cold running down his back, and at the same time caught a smell that could indicate something terrible. Entering the bedroom, the officer stopped in a daze. On the bed, covered with a white sheet, lay the body of a young girl, apparently dead. The face was distorted in a terrible grimace, and her eyes were wide open, as if at the moment of death she had seen something terrible. The blood caked on the sheets indicated that death had occurred some time ago. But what caused the greatest surprise to the officer was that there were no signs of a struggle near the body, as if the victim knew his killer and did not expect an attack. At this time, Detective James O'Reilly and his team arrived on the scene. O'Reilly, a man with 10 years of experience in criminal investigation, immediately realized that this case would not be easy. He began by examining the crime scene, paying attention to every detail. The location of the body, marks on the floor, strange stains on the walls. Everything indicated that this murder was not a spontaneous act of violence, but a carefully planned crime. During the initial examination, the detective noticed a diary on the nightstand next to the bed, which apparently belonged to the deceased. He carefully opened it and began to leaf through the pages on which the thoughts and feelings of the young girl were written. Some of the entries spoke of fears and anxieties that she could not tell anyone about. O'Reilly knew that this diary could be a clue to what really happened. Meanwhile, officers continued to investigate the house. In the bathroom, they found faint traces of blood on the floor and on the sink, indicating that the killer was trying to wash away traces of his crime. In the kitchen, they found a kitchen knife, thoroughly washed and put back in its place, but there were faint traces of blood on it, barely visible to the naked eye. This was the first significant piece of the puzzle that spoke of the premeditation of the murder. Detective O'Reilly decided to immediately begin questioning the neighbors. Sarah Gibson, who called the police, was first in line. She talked about the screams she heard and Lisa's strange behavior over the past few days. According to her, Lisa was nervous, which did not correspond to her usually calm and reserved character. Sarah also mentioned that Lisa and Emma had been fighting a lot lately. Although the reasons for these fights remained a mystery to her, the investigation was just beginning, but it was already clear that there was a long and difficult path ahead to uncover the truth. Detective O'Reilly knew that there were no small details in this case, and every detail could be decisive in finding the answer to the question, what really happened in this house, and who was capable of such a brutal crime? Detective James O'Reilly began carefully examining the evidence collected and interviewing witnesses. First of all, he decided to focus on Lisa and Emma's closest neighbors, because their testimony could shed light on the last days before the tragedy. He understood that any little thing could be the key to solving a murder, so he treated every interrogation with the utmost care. Sarah Gibson, a neighbor across the street, was once again the center of attention. O'Reilly invited her to a conversation at the police station, where the interrogation took place in a calm but tense atmosphere. Sarah was a middle-aged woman, always active and attentive to what was happening around her. She began her story by saying that Lisa and Emma had always seemed like a good couple to her, although at times the relationship between them seemed too tense. Sarah said that over the past few weeks she had increasingly noticed Lisa's strange behavior. The woman seemed worried and irritated, and often left the house late at night, which was unusual for her. She also mentioned that she saw Emma crying several times, but she quickly hid in the house, not wanting to communicate. They argued often, but I thought it was just the usual disagreements that happen between mother and daughter, Sarah said, pursing her lips. But behind this seemingly ordinary explanation, there was something more. The arguments Sarah heard through the walls became increasingly intense and loud. In recent days, I began to fear for Emma. Once I was even going to call the police, but I decided that it was none of my business. And now I regret it. Detective O'Reilly listened intently, making notes on his notepad. He understood that Sarah might not know all the details, but her observations already pointed to certain problems in the relationship between Lisa and Emma. He asked the question that had been on his tongue from the very beginning. Sarah, have you ever noticed anything unusual in their relationship? Maybe something that went beyond the usual family quarrels? Sarah fell silent, her eyes darting around the room as if she wasn't sure whether to speak further. Finally, she admitted, I always thought their relationship was too weird. They were closer than the average mother and daughter. Sometimes it seemed to me that there was something more in their relationship, something wrong. This hint made O'Reilly wary. He thanked Sarah for her cooperation and released her, but her words left many questions in his mind. If the relationship between Lisa and Emma really went beyond the usual family, then this could explain many of the oddities in their behavior. Next in line was Tom Ellison, Emma's friend and classmate. Tom, a young man with a keen mind and a vivid imagination, was always close to Emma. He came to the interrogation in a state of shock and depression, but was ready to help as much as possible. He began his story by describing what Emma was like in the last months before her death. She's changed, Tom said, nervously fiddling with the edge of his sleeve. She became withdrawn and began to avoid the company of friends. Even with me, her best friend, she no longer shared her experiences. I knew something was wrong, but I didn't know how to help her. Tom also said that Emma once mentioned that her relationship with Lisa was tense. He tried to find out what exactly was bothering Emma, but she refused to talk about it. She just said she couldn't stand it anymore, but I thought she was talking about some everyday nonsense. Now I understand that I was wrong, Tom admitted bitterly. O'Reilly was sure that this matter was more complicated than it seemed at first glance. He asked Tom to remember anything else that could help in the investigation. Tom thought for a moment, and after a short pause added, One day, Emma said that she found something on Lisa's computer that really scared her. She didn't specify what exactly, but I noticed that after that, her fear of Lisa only intensified. This information turned out to be extremely important. If Emma really found something incriminating, then this could be a motive for murder. O'Reilly decided that it was necessary to thoroughly examine Lisa's computer to find possible evidence. Meanwhile, the team of investigators continued to study Lisa and Emma's house. One of the officers responsible for collecting digital evidence discovered password-protected files on Lisa's computer. It turned out to be difficult to hack them, but after several hours of work, specialists managed to gain access to these documents. They contained personal letters from Lisa to Emma, filled with strange confessions and expressions of feelings that were not typical for her mother. These letters came as a real shock to investigators. They confirmed what neighbors and friends had only guessed. The relationship between Lisa and Emma really went beyond the normal. O'Reilly, realizing the gravity of these discoveries, realized that the situation was much more complex than it first appeared. He also knew that these letters could become key evidence against Lisa, but they had to be used with the utmost care so as not to ruin the investigation already underway. The further O'Reilly delved into the case, the more he realized that behind the mask of an ordinary family, there was a dark and dangerous secret. And now his main task was to find out how and why this secret led to tragedy. Everything pointed to the fact that Lisa could be involved in the murder of her adopted daughter, but the detective knew that one should not rush to conclusions. There was still a lot of work ahead and many questions that had to be answered. The investigation was gaining momentum. Detective O'Reilly's team worked tirelessly to gather as much evidence as possible that could shed light on the tragic events of that fateful night. Given the open letters, which became serious evidence for the investigation, it was decided to carefully examine all aspects of the lives of Lisa and Emma in order to understand how their relationship could lead to murder. The police sent Lisa's computer for additional examination to extract all possible information. The focus was on Lisa's personal correspondence, emails, and online inquiries over the past few months. Investigators discovered that Lisa was in active correspondence with several psychologists and even lawyers about foster relationships, but the further they dug, the more strange her requests became. Among the many ordinary messages, some very alarming moments stood out. Lisa's search history included queries related to how to cover up a crime and how to cover your tracks. These facts clearly indicated that she was preparing for a crime, but this was not enough to finally bring charges. It was important for O'Reilly to understand how these online requests were connected to what had happened in Lisa's home in recent months. Meanwhile, forensic scientists continued to analyze physical evidence found at the crime scene. Particular attention was drawn to bloodstains found in the bathroom and on the kitchen knife. The lab confirmed it was Emma's blood, and marks on the sink indicated that someone had tried to wash the blood away after the murder. This prompted the investigation to conclude that the killer tried to hide his actions, but did not succeed completely. While examining the house, investigators also noticed one important detail: the disappearance of some of Emma's personal belongings. Clothes, books, some photographs disappeared without a trace. This could indicate an attempt to stage an escape, but the lack of logic in this version forced O'Reilly's team to look for other explanations. O'Reilly, being a systematic and scrupulous person, understood perfectly well that to solve the case, it was necessary to collect all the pieces of the puzzle. He focused his efforts on studying Lisa's financial history. By carefully reviewing her bank statements, detectives discovered that in the weeks leading up to the murder, Lisa had made several large transfers to closed accounts. These transfers looked suspicious because the amounts were atypical for her lifestyle. She had never been known to be a big spender, and such transactions seemed counterintuitive given her steady but modest income. In parallel with this analysis, detectives also took Lisa's personal belongings, including her clothes and shoes, for examination. Particularly eye-catching was a pair of sneakers that appeared to have been recently washed. Under a microscope, experts found tiny traces of blood on the soles, which were barely visible to the naked eye. This became another piece of evidence that increasingly linked Lisa with the murder. Key to the investigation was the discovery of Lisa's recent purchase of large amounts of household chemicals, including powerful cleaning products commonly used to remove biological traces. O'Reilly knew that this move was part of Lisa's attempts to cover her tracks, but the careful way she tried to do it showed that the crime was carefully thought out. Neighbors continued to provide information that gradually built a more complete picture of the relationship between Lisa and Emma. Many talked about frequent visits to Lisa by strange people whom no one could identify. Some of them claimed to have seen a young woman resembling Emma in the company of unknown men, raising the question, was there more to it than just a family quarrel? Meanwhile, Lisa remained at large because detectives did not want to act prematurely without all the necessary evidence. But O'Reilly felt the key was close. He began to focus on studying Lisa's psychological profile. It turned out that she had suffered from depression for a long time and had problems with anger control, as evidenced by her visits to psychotherapists. This could explain her actions, but did not remove the question of motives. Detectives also found out that on the day of the murder, Lisa was visiting a psychotherapist. This might have looked like part of her usual routine, if not for the fact that after the visit, she went for several hours in an unknown direction, which she did not mention during the first interrogation. This raised suspicions that Lisa might have planned her actions that day with cold prudence. The interrogations continued, and despite Lisa's efforts to remain calm and composed, her story began to fall apart. Detectives found more and more contradictions in her testimony, especially when it came to the last days of Emma's life. They learned that Lisa tried to control Emma's every move, monitoring her meetings and phone calls, which clearly indicated an unhealthy obsession. All these new discoveries gradually built up a picture of an elaborate crime, where Lisa's every action was aimed at concealing her true intentions. But now that the evidence was starting to converge, Detective O'Reilly felt he was on the right track. He had only one thing left to do: put all the fragments together and build a consistent line of accusation. When all the collected evidence began to add up to a single picture, Detective James O'Reilly decided that it was time for a deeper interrogation of Lisa Martin. He understood that with each new step, the evidence increasingly pointed to her involvement in the murder. Now it was necessary not only to confirm the suspicions, but also to find out the motive that led her to such a cruel act. Lisa Martin was summoned to the police station to provide further statements. O'Reilly, a detective she already knew well, greeted her with a calm expression on his face. He started with more general questions, gradually moving on to clarifying details, trying to win her over to frankness. Lisa looked tired, but remained outwardly calm. She recounted the events of that day as if she had memorized them in advance: the usual routine actions, the visit to the therapist, and the return home. However, as the interrogation continued, Lisa's calm began to crumble. O'Reilly's questions became increasingly specific, drawing attention to inconsistencies in her testimony. Soon, Lisa began to get nervous, fiddling with the edge of her sleeve and avoiding direct gaze. Pauses and inconsistencies began to appear in her story. When the detective confronted her with evidence collected from the crime scene, including surveillance footage that didn't match her account, her face paled. Detectives were especially drawn to the traces of blood on her shoes, as well as internet requests for ways to cover up crimes. With each new fact, Lisa became more and more withdrawn into herself. Her confidence evaporated. Her answers became confused. She fell silent more and more often, thinking about how to get out of the current situation. When the detectives presented Lisa with more significant evidence, such as confession files found on the computer, her nerves finally gave way. Lisa began to lose control of herself. Her hands began to tremble. At some point, she realized that there was no point in resisting anymore. Lisa began to tell how everything happened on that fateful evening. Emma told her that she was going to leave the house, which sent Lisa into a state of panic. During the quarrel, she grabbed a knife and in a fit of rage dealt fatal blows. Her story was confusing and emotionally charged. She admitted how she tried to cover up the crime by using purchased cleaning products and trying to fake Emma's disappearance. With each new word, her voice became quieter, until, finally, Lisa realized that she had said everything she could. The interrogation lasted several hours, after which Lisa Martin was arrested and charged with murder. Her condition was close to a nervous breakdown, but she no longer resisted. She understood that now she was awaiting trial, and all her attempts to hide the truth were in vain. For Detective O'Reilly and his team, this was an important step in the investigation. They received a confession, but there was still work ahead to complete the case, collect the remaining evidence, and prepare for the trial. Now that the main suspect has been arrested, the investigation has moved to a new stage. Following the arrest of Lisa Martin, Detective James O'Reilly and his team focused their efforts on determining the motive for the murder. Lisa's confession made it clear that the murder had occurred in a fit of rage, but detectives felt there was something deeper behind the action. They needed to understand what emotions and circumstances led to such a tragic outcome. One of the first tasks was to study Lisa's psychological state. A team of detectives contacted her therapist to gain access to medical records and counseling she had undergone in recent months. These recordings could shed light on Lisa's internal struggle, her anxieties and fears. Dr. Elizabeth Jones, Lisa's psychotherapist, provided investigators with session reports detailing her condition. The records showed that Lisa suffered from chronic depression and had serious problems controlling her emotions. She often spoke of her attachment to Emma, which over time turned into an unhealthy obsession. Lisa felt that she was losing control over Emma's life, that she was gradually moving away, and this frightened her. As Emma grew older, her desire to become independent increased, which left Lisa with feelings of betrayal and despair. Lisa increasingly expressed fear during the sessions that she might lose Emma, and this feeling became unbearable for her. One of the most disturbing parts of the report were the session notes, where Lisa mentioned thoughts of violence. She admitted that sometimes, in a fit of anger and despair, she imagined how she could harm Emma. However, she always maintained that these thoughts remained only fantasies and that she could never do such a thing in real life. However, these recordings played a key role in understanding her psychological state and how it could lead to tragedy. Detectives also examined Lisa's correspondence found on her computer. The letters she wrote to Emma reflected her emotional state and growing tension. At first, they were full of love and care, but over time they became more and more jealous and aggressive. Lisa often accused Emma of not paying enough attention to her, making new acquaintances, and becoming more independent. These letters became increasingly aggressive, even threatening to leave Emma alone if she decided to leave. An important discovery was a letter that Lisa wrote the night before the murder, but never sent. In this letter, she openly expressed her fears and pain associated with the possible loss of Emma. She wrote about her fear of being alone, how jealous she was, and how she couldn't live without Emma. This letter became a kind of dying confession, revealing the full depth of her despair and emotional instability. In parallel with the study of psychological aspects, detectives continued to study Lisa's financial activity. They discovered that a few weeks before the murder, Lisa took out a large loan, explaining that it was necessary to repair the house. However, this money was transferred to closed accounts, and its further use could not be traced. The discovery led detectives to speculate about possible other motives behind the crime, perhaps related to money or debt. O'Reilly's team also studied Lisa and Emma's social connections. It was revealed that in recent months, Emma had been increasingly communicating with new people, including one young man who showed special interest in her. Lisa, according to friends, was jealous of Emma towards all her new friends and acquaintances. Detectives interviewed this young man, and although he was not directly connected to the murder, his testimony confirmed that Emma did indeed plan to leave Lisa and start an independent life. All these facts gradually added up to a picture showing that Lisa could not come to terms with the fact that she was losing control over Emma's life. Her fear of being alone, of losing the one she considered her only close soul, brought her to the edge of an emotional abyss. The murder was a final act of desperation when Lisa realized she could no longer keep Emma by her side. The investigation also revealed that Lisa carefully planned her actions after the murder. She studied in advance ways to hide traces, bought the necessary materials, and thought through an alibi. However, her plan did not work as her emotional instability and spontaneous actions ultimately led to her exposure. The motive analysis culminated in detectives preparing a detailed report that would form the basis of the charges. This report included a psychological portrait of Lisa, her correspondence, financial transactions, and testimonies of loved ones. All of these elements indicated that the murder was the result not only of emotional instability, but also of deep-rooted fears that Lisa was unable to overcome. Now that all the basic facts had been collected and analyzed, the investigation had reached the point where it was time to prepare for trial. O'Reilly's team knew there was still a lot of work ahead, but the main puzzle was complete, and the motive for the crime became clear. The completion of the investigation was marked by the final steps aimed at confirming the investigation's version and preparing the case for transfer to court. After carefully analyzing the motive, Detective James O'Reilly and his team decided to act quickly and decisively to bring closure to the case and bring justice to Emma. First of all, investigators focused on the final collection of all evidence that could confirm Lisa Martin's guilt. It was decided to conduct a second search of her house to find additional evidence that could support the accusation. The search revealed several new details that had previously gone unnoticed. In one of the secret niches in the basement, photographs of Emma were found, taken in secret, without her knowledge. These photographs demonstrated Lisa's obsession with her adopted daughter, further supporting the investigation's version. In addition, old letters from Lisa to Emma were discovered, which she kept as trophies of their relationship. These letters, written with deep emotional anguish, revealed her thoughts and fears, which increasingly captured her consciousness. In them, Lisa openly expressed her jealousy and fear of losing Emma, which ultimately led to tragic events. In parallel with this, detectives completed an analysis of Lisa's financial activities. It was established that the money she transferred to closed accounts was used to pay for consultations with private investigators whom she hired to spy on Emma. This discovery once again confirmed how far Lisa was willing to go to maintain control over her adopted daughter's life. With new evidence obtained and Lisa's full confession, Detective O'Reilly and his team began preparations for her arrest. They understood that any wrong step could complicate the case in court, so they acted with extreme caution. Lisa remained under police surveillance to avoid a possible escape attempt. The arrest was carried out early in the morning when Lisa was at home. The police entered the house, already prepared for possible resistance, but Lisa did not offer any resistance. Her morale was on edge, and she seemed to have already accepted her fate. She was led out of the house in handcuffs and silently allowed the police to do their job. At the station, Lisa was officially charged with first-degree murder. She showed no emotion when her rights were read to her. At that moment, she already realized that her life was ruined, and only inevitable punishment awaited her ahead. Her lawyer tried to find mitigating circumstances by appealing to her psychological state, but there was too much evidence and confessions to build a successful defense. The trial began several months after the arrest, and it attracted a lot of public attention. The Lisa Martin case has become emblematic of the tragedy caused by the combination of mental instability and destructive attachments. The prosecution presented a complete dossier of evidence, including Lisa's correspondence, financial transactions, as well as her confessions made during interrogation. At the trial, letters were read in which Lisa admitted her fears and jealousy, which became the key point in the accusation. Forensic experts who examined Lisa's psychological profile confirmed that she was in a state of deep emotional crisis, which led her to irreversible actions. However, this could not justify her action in the eyes of the court. Testimony from witnesses, including friends and neighbors, also played an important role in the case. They talked about the difficult relationship between Lisa and Emma, about the frequent quarrels and suspicions that hovered around this family. This evidence confirmed that the conflict between them had been brewing for a long time and reached its peak at the time of the murder. After several weeks of hearings and deliberations, the jury returned a verdict. Lisa Martin was found guilty of premeditated murder of her adopted daughter. The judge sentenced her to life in prison without the possibility of parole. This verdict was the result of a long and complex investigation, which revealed the dark sides of the human psyche and led to fair punishment. Following the verdict, Detective O'Reilly and his team felt satisfied that justice had been achieved for Emma. However, the case left a deep imprint on their souls, reminding them of how far people can go when they are trapped by their fears and emotional attachments. The investigation has ended, but its consequences will remain in the memory of all who were involved. Lisa Martin's life was forever changed, and Emma, whose life was so tragically cut short, remains in everyone's memory as a victim of circumstances that no one could prevent. After the trial ended, life in the quiet town of Boulder, Colorado, began to slowly return to normal. However, the story of Lisa Martin and Emma Smith left a deep imprint in the memory of residents, becoming one of the most discussed tragedies in recent years. People continued to discuss the story, drawing their own conclusions and speculating about how something like this could happen in their society. Detective James O'Reilly, having completed his last major investigation, remained in the shadow of this case for a long time. Working on it turned out to be not only a professional challenge for him, but also a personal test. He often thought back to the events that led to this tragedy, analyzing every detail, every decision to understand whether this catastrophe could have been prevented. O'Reilly began to notice that the Lisa Martin case was a reminder of how important detective work is in finding the truth. He realized that despite the weight of the moral burden that he carried, he managed to achieve justice for Emma. The case made him think about the fine line between love and obsession, and how easy it is to lose control when emotions take over reason. Meanwhile, questions began to arise in the city about how similar incidents could be prevented in the future. Guardianship authorities and social services, having learned about the tragedy, initiated a review of procedures for monitoring foster families in order to avoid the recurrence of such cases. New rules and standards have been introduced to assess the psychological state of adoptive parents, especially in cases where signs of emotional instability arise. Lisa and Emma's story has also sparked widespread public debate about the importance of mental health and the need to seek help early in problems. Psychologists and psychotherapists have begun to actively discuss issues related to emotional attachment and the possible risks it can carry if not controlled. The city even organized a series of lectures and workshops for parents and caregivers to raise awareness of the possible consequences of unhealthy emotional relationships. All this time, the house where the tragedy occurred stood empty. Its dark windows and abandoned appearance became a reminder to all residents of what happened. Some neighbors said that at night they thought they heard echoes of the quarrels and screams that were heard there in the last days of Emma's life. People began to avoid the house, and some even suggested demolishing it in order to erase this painful memory from the face of the city. However, despite the gravity of this story, there was also an important message. She reminded people to be considerate of each other, especially when it comes to the emotional well-being of loved ones. Many have begun to pay more attention to their relationships, trying to notice warning signs that may indicate problems and not being afraid to seek help. Detective O'Reilly, having completed his work on the case, decided to take a vacation. He understood that he needed time to comprehend everything that had happened and regain his strength. The time spent away from work helped him find inner balance and return to normal life. But even after his vacation, the Lisa Martin case remained in his memory as one of the most difficult he had encountered in his career. Time passed, and the city of Boulder began to heal its wounds. Life went on as usual, but the story of Lisa and Emma remained in the memory as a warning about how love, which has lost its boundaries, can turn into a destructive force. This case forever changed the approach to psychological support in the city and became an important lesson for everyone who learned about it. Ultimately, this case became not just a tragic story, but also a reason for reflection on the importance of care, attention, and awareness in relationships. Boulder residents will remember this story for a long time to come, as a reminder that sometimes the darkest secrets lie behind the most ordinary facades. The city where the tragic events took place is a small and quiet town in Oregon called Clayton. With a population of just over 15,000 people, Clayton has always been known for its quiet atmosphere and low crime rate. Last year, only 2 serious crimes were reported in the city. Local residents knew each other by sight, and any incident became a topic of discussion for many weeks. However, in the fall of 2009, this peaceful town became the focus of national attention due to the brutal murder of a young woman. Emily Johnson was an ordinary girl who had lived in Clayton since childhood. Her life proceeded as usual, working in a local cafe, chatting with friends, and rare trips outside the city. Friends described her as kind and sympathetic, always ready to help and support. Her life began to change about 2 years ago when she met Michael Stewart. Michael was 5 years older than Emily and worked for a small IT company developing software for local businesses. Unlike Emily, he was not a Clayton native. He moved here from the big city in search of peace and stability. Their acquaintance seemed casual, but quickly grew into a serious relationship. Emily and Michael often spent time together, and soon they began to be considered an inseparable couple. However, in recent months, something has begun to change. Emily's friends noticed that she smiled less often and often looked thoughtful and tired. Michael, on the contrary, became more withdrawn and irritable. No one knew what was going on inside their relationship, but it was obvious that everything was not as smooth as it seemed at first glance. In an interview, Detective Laura Gibson, who led the investigation, noted that the first warning signs appeared long before the tragedy. However, as often happens, no one attached any importance to them. It is quite possible that if someone around Emily or Michael had paid attention to these signs, the tragedy could have been avoided. During the first weeks after the breakup, the relationship between Michael and Emily continued to deteriorate. Emily tried to maintain a neutral relationship, but Michael was obsessed with winning her back at any cost. He began to exhibit obsessive behavior, sending her dozens of messages and constantly trying to meet her. His jealousy grew into obsession, and this behavior soon progressed to the stalking stage. Michael installed a spy app on Emily's phone, with which he could track her movements and read messages. He began spying on her meetings and even showed up at her house late one evening, trying to see who she was back with. All this was recorded by surveillance cameras, which later became important evidence in the case. Soon, Michael stopped hiding his intentions. Emily's friends recall how he openly threatened her several times if she did not return to him. However, despite this, Emily remained firm in her decision. She understood that the relationship with Michael could no longer continue, and her only desire was to start a new life. At this point, the situation began to rapidly deteriorate. Michael, realizing that he was losing control of the situation, began planning his final meeting with Emily. He decided that if he couldn't be with her, then no one else could. This decision was the beginning of the end for Emily and the starting point for one of the most notorious criminal cases in Clayton history. Michael and Emily's separation was a turning point that radically changed their lives. At the beginning of their relationship, no one could have imagined that it would end in such a tragedy. But, as often happens, cracks in the relationship began to appear gradually until they led to a final break. Emily hesitated for a long time before making the final decision to break up with Michael. She understood that their relationship had reached a dead end, and continuation would only worsen the situation. Michael was an introverted person, and although he initially seemed attentive and caring, over time his behavior began to take on signs of obsessiveness. He controlled Emily's every move and demanded constant reports from her about where and with whom she was spending time. At first, it seemed like a sign of concern, but soon grew into real paranoia. Emily tried to discuss problems in their relationship with Michael, but each time the conversations ended in quarrels. Michael refused to admit that his behavior was inappropriate. He sincerely believed that he was doing everything for her good. Ultimately, Emily realized that the only way out was to break up. The parting occurred in the cafe where they first met. Emily chose this place, hoping that Michael would not show aggression in a public place. She had prepared words in advance to gently but firmly explain her decision. However, Michael's reaction was unexpected. He listened to her silently, without interrupting, and then, without saying a word, he got up and left. This moment was the beginning of a new life for Emily, but for Michael, it was the beginning of the end. After the breakup, Michael withdrew into himself. He practically did not leave the house, missed work, and avoided meeting with friends. Thoughts constantly swirled in his head that Emily had made a mistake, that she had to come back. These thoughts became more and more obsessive, and soon Michael decided to act. Michael's first attempts to restore relations with Emily were desperate, but still within the limits of what was permissible. He called her, sent messages, came to her house with flowers, but Emily remained adamant. She knew that it was impossible to return everything back. However, Michael did not understand this. He perceived her refusal as a personal insult, as a betrayal. His obsession with getting Emily back has become an obsession. Things started to get worse when Michael started spying on Emily. He used modern technology to monitor her movements. By installing a spy app on her phone, he could track her location, read messages, and listen to conversations. It gave him a sense of control that he was so desperate to regain. One day, Michael found out that Emily had started dating another man. This was the last straw for him. The jealousy and anger that he had suppressed for so long burst out. He felt betrayed twice, first when she left him, and then when she found someone else. This thought completely destroyed his psyche. Michael stopped hiding his obsession. He began to follow Emily and her new boyfriend, threatening them both. He sent threatening messages, called in the middle of the night, blackmailed. All these actions were recorded, but the police, unfortunately, were unable to take action in time, believing that these were ordinary threats that would not lead to real action. Meanwhile, Emily tried to improve her life. She wanted to forget the past and move on, but Michael did not give her that opportunity. Constant threats and persecution began to take a toll on her mental state. She became nervous, avoided communication, and constantly looked over her shoulder, afraid to see Michael. Her friends advised her to contact the police, but Emily hoped that everything would somehow work itself out. She didn't know that Michael had already begun to develop a plan that would end everything once and for all. At this time, Detective Laura Gibson began to receive the first signals of a possible threat. Calls from Emily's friends and acquaintances began to arrive at the local police station. They talked about Michael's strange behavior and his obsessive actions, but the police did not have sufficient grounds to arrest or even question him. Everything seemed too insignificant to interfere. However, Detective Gibson decided to take a closer look at this situation. She understood that sometimes small details could indicate a coming disaster. She began collecting information about Michael, his past, his behavior in recent months. The more she learned, the more worried she became. However, despite her suspicions, she could not act without clear evidence. This omission cost Emily her life. After the breakup, Michael Stewart began to gradually plunge into the abyss of obsessive thoughts and jealousy. He no longer saw the point in his life without Emily. Despite the attempts of friends and colleagues to get him out of this state, Michael closed himself off, completely focused on one single goal: to return Emily at any cost. However, every day his behavior became more alarming and dangerous. Michael felt like he was losing control of the situation and decided to take matters into his own hands. He began to follow Emily using every means available to him. The first step was to hack her phone to monitor her messages and calls. Michael used his IT skills to install a spy app that allowed him to not only track her movements, but also listen to her conversations. This gave him a sense of false control and a sense of power over Emily. Michael did not just follow her movements. He carefully studied every little thing, every detail of her life. He knew when and where she went, who she met, what she said to her friends. He spent hours scrolling through her social media, tagging every new friend and every new photo. He was especially infuriated when he saw that Emily began communicating with another man. This revelation started a chain reaction in his mind, finally turning him into a stalker. Michael's next step was physical observation. He often waited outside her house, sitting in a car on a nearby street. He knew her work schedule, knew when she left and when she returned. He followed her when she was meeting friends, shopping, or just walking around the city. Her life became an open book for him, and each page of this book incited more and more jealousy and anger in him. One day, late in the evening, Michael saw Emily in the company of another man. They were returning home together after dinner at a local restaurant. Michael sat in the car nearby, watching them. His hands clenched the steering wheel until his knuckles turned white. He saw how Emily smiled at this man, how they talked and laughed. For Michael, it was a knife in the heart. He realized that it was all over for Emily, that she was truly moving on. This realization brought him to the edge. For several more days, Michael watched Emily, making sure that her new man had become important to her. He saw how they met more and more often, how she began to spend more time with him. Michael felt like he was losing her forever, and the thought was driving him crazy. The inner voice in his head was telling him that he had to do something, that he couldn't just let her go. This voice became louder and more aggressive, pushing him to radical action. Meanwhile, Emily began to notice that someone was following her. She told friends about strange calls, that she often sees the same car near her house. Her friends advised her to contact the police, but Emily did not want to believe that Michael was capable of something serious. She chalked it up to paranoia and decided it was best to just ignore him. However, Michael had no intention of stopping. He began to prepare for the next step. Every step he took was carefully thought out. Every step was aimed at causing maximum damage to Emily. He continued to watch her, studying every detail of her life, waiting for the right moment. His obsession grew into something darker and more dangerous. At this time, Detective Laura Gibson began to receive more and more alarming signals. Calls from Emily's concerned friends, reports of suspicious activity near her house. She began to realize that the situation went beyond ordinary persecution, that something more serious was brewing. But despite all her efforts, she still lacked enough evidence to take action. Michael, feeling that the police were beginning to take a closer look at him, became even more careful. He knew that time was running out, that he had to act quickly. A plan had already matured in his head, which he was going to implement in the coming days. By the time Michael realized that Emily was completely gone from his life, his mental state had become extremely unstable. His obsession turned into something much darker, a feeling of overwhelming jealousy and a desire to punish Emily for betraying him. At this point, Michael no longer saw any other choice but to put an end to everything that, in his opinion, had ruined his life. Michael began careful preparation for his crime. He understood that if he failed, his life would end in prison, and therefore everything had to be planned perfectly. The first step was purchasing a weapon. He purchased the gun illegally through an acquaintance, avoiding any official procedures so that his purchase could not be traced. Michael realized that this was not just a tool, it was a symbol of his last power over the situation, his last opportunity to control the course of events. Next, he began to plan the place and time of the attack. Michael knew Emily's daily routine down to the smallest detail, and this knowledge became his main weapon. He waited for the moment when Emily would be most vulnerable, when she would be alone. A few days before the tragedy, he watched her especially closely, noting every detail of her movements. He also thought through his escape route and ways to avoid capture immediately after the attack. Michael also took steps to disguise his actions. He changed his phone number, stopped using social networks, and began driving around the city in a rented car to avoid surveillance. He completely isolated himself from the outside world, focusing only on one goal: to kill Emily. His mental state continued to deteriorate. He increasingly heard an inner voice that pushed him to action, convinced him that this was the only way out. Michael barely slept, his thoughts spinning around the same idea. If Emily couldn't be with him, she wouldn't be with anyone. This voice became more and more intrusive until it finally drowned out everything else. Meanwhile, Emily, unaware of the danger, continued her life. She had no idea that Michael had already made a decision that would change her destiny forever. She tried to forget the past, trying to start a new chapter of her life, but a constant feeling of anxiety did not leave her. She noticed strange things, like unfamiliar cars near her house, or unknown numbers from which she was called. But she could not connect these events into a single whole, and could not foresee that her life would soon be in mortal danger. Detective Laura Gibson continued to investigate complaints from Emily's friends and neighbors. Her anxiety grew stronger every day, but the lack of concrete evidence prevented her from taking more active measures. She knew the situation was dangerous, but there was nothing yet that could directly indicate an impending murder. Michael, in turn, felt that time was running out. He realized that the police were beginning to suspect something, and that his behavior had not gone unnoticed. He needed to act quickly before he was arrested, or Emily was completely out of his reach. He already had a plan in his head that he intended to implement in the coming days. One evening, when Michael was at the peak of his rage and despair, he made his final decision. He chose the day and time to strike. This moment was the culmination of all his plans, all his fears and obsessions. He knew that after this there would be no turning back. The evening that Michael chose to carry out his plan turned out to be cool and calm. Emily had no idea that this day would be her last. She returned from work a little later than usual, planning to spend the evening at home watching a movie. But suddenly the call rang. Michael on the other end of the line seemed calm and balanced, which was not at all similar to his recent behavior. Michael suggested meeting to discuss their relationship and resolve any unresolved issues. He skillfully disguised his true intentions, radiating a false sense of calm and reconciliation. Emily, although cautious, decided that perhaps this meeting would help finally put an end to their relationship and perhaps give Michael the opportunity to move on. Despite her internal doubts, she agreed to the meeting. The meeting place was not chosen by Michael by chance. A small, sparsely populated park area on the outskirts of the city, where they often walked during their relationship. Michael knew in advance that at that hour it would be deserted, and they would be able to talk calmly. He also chose this location because of its proximity to his escape route, which he had planned in advance. When Emily arrived at the park, it was already getting dark. The atmosphere was oppressive, but she did not retreat. There was a glimmer of hope inside her that everything would go smoothly and they could part ways on a peaceful note. Michael, in turn, was extremely focused. In his car, parked nearby, there was a pistol, which he had prepared in advance. When they met, Michael suggested they go for a walk like old times. Emily noticed that he was strangely calm, but didn't think much of it. The conversation began with the usual things. Michael asked about her work, about her friends, tried to seem interested. However, the conversation soon turned to the topic of their relationship. Michael again began to accuse Emily of betrayal, of destroying everything they had. His voice became more and more aggressive, and his gaze became cold and cruel. Emily sensed danger and tried to interrupt the conversation, saying that she needed to leave. But Michael didn't let her do it. He began to accuse her of finding a new man, that she quickly forgot him and continued to live as if nothing had happened. These accusations turned into threats, and the threats turned into open displays of aggression. Michael, feeling that control was slipping away, snapped. He pulled out a gun and pointed it at Emily. She tried to calm him down, but it was too late. Michael was no longer able to hear her. There was only one thought running through his head. If she couldn't be with him, she wouldn't be with anyone. The situation got out of control. He pulled the trigger. A shot broke the silence of the park. Emily fell to the ground, her life ending in the blink of an eye. Michael froze for a second, realizing what had just happened. But the feeling of satisfaction from the completed plan quickly gave way to panic. He dropped the gun and hastily left the crime scene, moving along a pre-planned route. Everything was mixed up in his head: fear, panic, guilt. But he knew there was no turning back. Meanwhile, the park remained quiet and deserted. Emily lay on the ground, and her life could no longer be saved. Local residents heard the shots, but no one dared to go outside. Only sometime later, the police received the first call about suspicious sounds and a possible crime. Detective Laura Gibson, receiving a report of shots fired, immediately went to the crime scene. She already had a picture of what had happened in her head, but she hoped that all was not lost. However, upon arrival at the scene, she saw Emily's body and realized that her worst fears were confirmed. Immediately after the shot that shattered the silence of the park, Michael Stewart rushed away from the crime scene, leaving behind only a dark stain on the ground and the memories of what had once been his life with Emily. His actions were thoughtful, but at the same time chaotic. He knew that there might be traces at the crime scene, but panic took over, and he hastily left without bothering to remove the evidence. Michael got to his apartment and immediately began destroying all traces that could link him to the murder. He threw away his clothes and burned any potential evidence, including the phone he used to call Emily. There was only one question in his head: what's next? He knew it would take time for the police to put all the pieces together, but he also knew he had limited time. His plan, which seemed so perfect, began to crumble under the weight of reality. Meanwhile, Detective Laura Gibson was already at the crime scene. A team of criminologists, investigators, and experts began to gather around the park. The crime scene, illuminated by flashing lights, presented an eerie picture. Emily's body lay on the ground, her life cut short untimely. Laura, a seasoned detective with many years of experience, immediately realized that this crime was not a random act of violence. It was personal, thoughtful, and carried out by a person who knew Emily. First of all, Laura ordered the area to be cordoned off and thoroughly inspected. Forensic scientists began gathering clues: footprints on the ground, tire tracks that might have been left by the killer, fingerprints that might have been left on the weapon, and anything else that might lead to a clue. Laura knew that every detail mattered. She also ordered CCTV cameras installed around the park to check whether Michael was caught on tape. While forensic scientists worked at the crime scene, Laura began interviewing witnesses. The first thing she did was talk to local residents who heard the shot. No one saw the murder itself, but one witness mentioned seeing a car similar to the one Michael used to drive a few minutes before the shooting. Laura also learned that Emily had arrived at the park late in the evening, which in itself seemed strange given her recent complaints of harassment. At the same time, Laura sent a team to Michael's apartment to check his alibi. However, upon arrival, police discovered that Michael had disappeared. There was nothing suspicious in his apartment, but the fact that he ran away spoke for itself. An order for his arrest was soon issued, and all nearby police posts were alerted. Meanwhile, at the crime scene, Laura discovered another important piece of evidence: Emily's phone. It contains the latest messages and calls, including those from Michael. Having restored them, Laura realized that Emily had come to the park at Michael's request, which finally connected him with the murder. This was a key point in the investigation that allowed her to focus all her efforts on finding him. Michael, realizing that he would soon be found, tried to hide. He changed several cars, avoided surveillance cameras, and drove on less busy roads. But he knew that he couldn't run away forever. A voice grew louder and louder in his head, telling him that there was no way out. At some point, he began to think about giving up, but the fear of inevitable punishment stopped him. The investigation was gaining momentum. Laura and her team worked almost around the clock, checking all possible leads and collecting evidence. They contacted Emily's family and friends to understand how her relationship with Michael developed. Each new evidence only confirmed Michael's guilt, but finding him turned out to be more difficult than expected. Soon the police found the car in which Michael left the crime scene. The car was abandoned in the forest not far from the city. Forensic scientists began to study it, and there they found traces of blood and fingerprints that clearly linked Michael to the murder. This was the critical evidence that led to a warrant being issued for his arrest on a charge of first-degree murder. When police discovered Michael's car abandoned in the woods, it marked a key turn in the investigation. The machine provided Detective Laura Gibson and her team with compelling evidence linking Michael to Emily's murder. Traces of blood on the seats, fingerprints, gunpowder residues. All the evidence pointed to one thing: Michael committed a crime in a state of passion and tried to escape, but his attempts to evade justice began to crumble under the weight of the collected evidence. Michael was still at large, but his ability to hide became increasingly limited with each passing hour. The police spread his description and information about the crime throughout the state, and soon Michael found himself trapped. His face was all over the news channels and his name was on the lips of everyone in Clayton. He understood that he could no longer hide, and any further movement would only speed up his capture. Meanwhile, Detective Laura Gibson continued to coordinate the search operation. She understood that Michael might take extreme measures, including attempting suicide or attacking someone else. Laura ordered increased patrols on all roads leading out of the city and sent additional forces to areas where Michael might try to escape. Finally, 2 days after the murder, the police received an anonymous call about a suspicious man hiding in an abandoned house on the outskirts of the city. Laura immediately sent a rapid response team there. Arriving at the scene, they surrounded the house, making sure that Michael had no chance of escape. Laura personally took charge of the operation, realizing that the situation could quickly get out of control. When the police burst into the house, Michael was ready to be arrested. He understood that there was no turning back and did not resist. Laura personally handcuffed him, and looking into his eyes, she saw in front of her a man who was being eaten up from the inside by his own jealousy and hatred. Michael was silent, his face devoid of emotion, as if he had already accepted the fact that his life was over. Michael was immediately taken to the station, where he was interrogated. For several hours he was silent, not reacting to questions and not showing any emotion. However, faced with overwhelming evidence, including fingerprints and bloodstains, he finally admitted his guilt. Michael's confession was the culmination of the investigators' work, but for Laura, it was only the first step towards justice. The trial of Michael Stewart became a high-profile event not only in Clayton, but also beyond. It attracted national attention, and every step of the process was thoroughly covered in the media. Lawyers tried to build a defense on Michael's unstable mental state, arguing that he acted under the influence of passion and did not realize the consequences of his actions. However, the prosecutor's office, armed with indisputable evidence, sought the maximum punishment. At the trial, witnesses, Emily's friends and relatives testified, describing what Michael was like before the breakup and how his behavior changed after. Detective Laura Gibson presented all the evidence collected at the crime scene, as well as CCTV footage and calls Michael made to Emily before the meeting. All this created an insurmountable wall of evidence against which defense lawyers had nothing to object. As a result, the court found Michael Stewart guilty of first-degree murder. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. This sentence was a well-deserved retribution for his crime, but could not bring Emily back to life, whose life was cruelly cut short due to someone else's jealousy and hatred. For Laura Gibson, the Michael Stewart case was an important lesson about how dangerous emotional outbursts that develop into manic obsession can be. She knew that such incidents would need to be monitored even more closely in the future to prevent similar tragedies. For a long time, the residents of Clayton could not recover from the shock that this murder caused. A city previously known for its peace and security has found itself in the spotlight because of one brutal crime. People began to reconsider their attitude towards others, towards possible signs of danger in the behavior of loved ones. However, the memory of the tragedy began to fade over time, giving way to new events and concerns. Thus ended the case of Michael Stewart, a man whose love turned into a deadly obsession, destroying not only Emily's life, but also his own. This incident became another reminder of how fragile the human psyche is, and how important it is to recognize the signs of impending trouble in time. In August 2009, in a quiet and secluded corner of Virginia, a call rang out that changed the life of a small town forever. A local hunter, John Harrison, went hunting early in the morning in a wooded area on the outskirts of the city. He expected good fortune that day, perhaps a catch in the form of a large deer. But what he found was much darker and more terrifying. Moving through the forest, John came across an abandoned barn, standing far from the road, partially hidden by dense thickets of bushes. This barn had always seemed to him a strange, gloomy place, usually avoided by local residents. However, on this day, he noticed that the barn door was slightly open, which immediately attracted his attention. As he came closer, he smelled a smell that could not be confused with anything else, the smell of decomposition. John's heart sank with foreboding. He carefully pushed the door open and looked inside. In the darkness of the barn, his eyes gradually adjusted to the faint light coming through the cracks in the walls. What he saw made him freeze in place. On the dirty floor lay two bodies, which he soon identified as brothers Anthony and James Gray, known in the city for their reticence and quiet lifestyle. The bodies were in a terrible state. Their hands were tied behind their backs. Masks of fear and pain were frozen on their faces. Signs of violent death were obvious. Bruises on the necks indicated strangulation, and signs of a struggle were visible on the floor next to the bodies. John, forgetting about the hunt, immediately rushed to the nearest telephone to call the police. The news of the discovery of the bodies quickly spread throughout the city, attracting the attention of all its residents. Anthony and James Gray were known as quiet, inconspicuous people who led rather solitary lives. No one could understand who could commit such a cruel crime and why. Local police immediately began an investigation, and soon more experienced detectives from a neighboring county became involved. Detective Mark Bennett and his partner Lyda Clark arrived at the crime scene to lead the investigation. For them, it was just another case to solve. But little did they know that they would soon be faced with one of the darkest and most complex stories of their careers. The first hours after the discovery of the bodies were filled with chaos. Police officers fenced off the crime scene. Experts began examining the barn, collecting evidence. Detectives Bennett and Clark carefully examined every inch of space, trying to understand what happened here. But from the very first minutes, their attention was attracted by details that did not fit into an ordinary double murder case. The tied hands, signs of strangulation, and the lack of visible signs of forced entry all indicated that the killer knew the victims. The only question is who could have done this and why. However, by mid-afternoon, the first hints of a possible motive began to emerge. During preliminary interviews with neighbors and acquaintances of the brothers, it turned out that Anthony and James had long had a reputation as people not like everyone else. City residents have repeatedly noticed that they behave too withdrawn, avoid communication, and live in their own world. What was especially alarming was that several local residents the detectives spoke with hinted in undertones and whispers at something that made these brothers wrong in the eyes of the conservative town. A certain neighbor, who wished to remain anonymous, even mentioned that it's better not to mess with such people because it's unnatural. Mark Bennett, hearing this, immediately knew in which direction to look for the motive. The question of the brothers' sexual orientation could be a clue. He knew that in small, conservative towns, such things rarely went unnoticed and often led to conflict. But was it true? Could this be the reason for such monstrous cruelty? Lyda Clark, meanwhile, listened carefully to the story, trying to catch the smallest details. She felt things were starting to take a more sinister turn. It was obvious that the killer knew the victims, but it remained to be seen how close he was to them and why he decided to destroy two people whose only guilt could only be their secret lives. As detectives continued to work the crime scene, news of a possible motive began to leak into the city, causing a wave of outrage and gossip. The townspeople discussed among themselves that the brothers might be not like everyone else, and this only added fuel to the fire. By the end of the first day of the investigation, detectives realized that this was not just a murder, but a hate crime. It remained to find out which of those around him could not come to terms with the truth and decided to take such a terrible step. The next day, interrogations of relatives and friends of the family began, and soon Henry Gray, the father of the murdered brothers, came to the attention of the detectives. His reactions to questions, his reluctance to talk about his son's final days, and his pronounced hatred of any thought of wrong behavior soon turned him into a prime suspect. Thus began one of the most difficult investigations in the careers of detectives Bennett and Clark, and even then they understood that this story would shake the city and make everyone think about what was hidden behind the facade of ordinary life in this seemingly quiet place. On the second day after the discovery of the bodies of the Gray brothers, the investigation gained momentum. Detectives Mark Bennett and Lyda Clark decided to start the day with a visit to Henry Gray, the father of the murdered men. In their practice, there were many cases when close relatives were involved in a crime, and Henry immediately aroused their suspicions. Henry Gray was a man of strict principles, which was evident at first glance. When detectives arrived at his home, he greeted them at the door, seemingly without much emotion. The stern face and compressed lips indicated that this man was used to keeping everything under control. When they introduced themselves and explained the purpose of the visit, Henry nodded briefly and invited them into the house. The decor in the Gray's house reflected the character of its owner, strict, no frills, with books and family photographs neatly arranged on the shelves. The whole atmosphere of the house was permeated with the spirit of discipline and order. Henry sat down in the chair opposite the detectives, looking at them expectantly. Mark Bennett began the conversation carefully, trying not to provoke unnecessary aggression in Henry. He asked standard questions about the last days of Anthony and James' lives, their relationships with their father, friends, and colleagues. But Henry's answers were dry and short. He spoke about his sons with some detachment as if they were not so close to him. This alerted the detectives. Mark then decided to move on to a more sensitive issue that could shed light on the true motives for the murder. He cautiously asked if Henry knew of any unusual relationship between his sons, to which Henry instantly tensed. His face was distorted, and his eyes filled with cold steel. He rudely interrupted the detective, saying that his sons were normal people, and that all rumors about them were nothing more than malicious gossip. Lyda Clark, carefully watching Henry's reaction, noticed how his hands clenched into fists and his voice began to sound harsher. He was a man accustomed to power and control, and any attempt to attack his moral principles caused him a storm of negative emotions. He literally seethed with anger when rumors about his son's homosexual relationships were mentioned. At some point, Henry, apparently realizing that he had given free rein to his emotions, suddenly became withdrawn. He began to answer questions even more restrainedly, and then completely stated that he needed to leave on business, interrupting the interrogation. The detectives left the house, but on the way out, Lyda told Mark that she had no doubt that Henry was hiding something. Returning to the station, Mark and Lyda discussed their observations. It was obvious that Henry did not want to talk about his sons. Moreover, His reaction to the question of a possible relationship between Anthony and James indicated a deep internal rejection and even hatred of the very idea of homosexuality. This was becoming a key point in their investigation. Meanwhile, Laura Miller, a local journalist, began her own investigation. She had already written articles about Henry Gray's conservative views and tough character. Now, having learned about the death of his sons, she decided that this case should become the basis for new material. She began looking for information about Henry, talking to his acquaintances, asking neighbors. Laura quickly discovered that Henry was known to be intolerant of any signs of deviation from the norm. He often spoke out against homosexuality and other abnormal things, in his opinion. Some neighbors recalled how Henry scolded his sons for any inappropriate actions, and those who knew him better noted that he kept them within strict limits, not allowing any liberties. Laura was especially alarmed by the words of one of the family's acquaintances, who told her that Henry once mentioned that he would rather see his sons dead than endure the shame they could bring to his family. This statement was made in a fit of rage, but his tone was so serious that Laura began to doubt whether these were really just words. Meanwhile, detectives continued their work, studying more and more details from the life of the Gray brothers. They met with friends of Anthony and James, who confirmed that they were extremely close, perhaps even more so than brothers usually are. But none of the friends dared to directly say that the brothers could be in a romantic relationship. It was a kind of secret that everyone knew, but no one discussed. During the investigation, it turned out that a few days before his death, James made large purchases in a neighboring city. He bought train tickets and rented a small apartment in another state. This suggested that the brothers were planning to leave their hometown, perhaps to start a new life away from a judgmental society and a strict father. This discovery added fuel to the fire of suspicion. Mark and Lita began to build their theory that Henry could find out about his son's plans, and this was the last straw. For a man with Henry's beliefs and values, the news that his sons had not only broken his strict rules, but were planning to run away, could have been an unbearable blow to his pride and sense of honor. Detectives began poring over Henry's finances and phone records to find out where he was in the days leading up to the murder. It turned out that Henry had been missing from home for several hours on the day the brothers were killed. His alibi turned out to be shaky. He said that he was at a meeting with friends, but none of the people mentioned could confirm his words. Now the detectives had more reason to suspect Henry, but they knew that suspicion alone was not enough. They needed to find solid evidence of his guilt. Meanwhile, Laura continued to collect material for her article, realizing that this case could become a sensation. These were difficult days for everyone involved in this matter. The town, always calm and measured, began to plunge into an atmosphere of mistrust and fear. People discussed what happened to the Gray family, how two brothers could have been killed, and who could be so cruel as to commit such a crime. At this stage, the investigation began to take the form not only of a search for the killer, but also of a deep exploration of the dark sides of human nature hidden under the masks of decency and religious fanaticism. The third day of the investigation was one of the most difficult for detectives Mark Bennett and Lida Clark. Although they already had reason to suspect Henry Gray, they still lacked hard evidence to accuse him of murdering his own sons. They knew that any careless move could derail the case, and Henry, a man with influential connections in the city, could easily hide from justice if he felt that the ground was burning under his feet. The morning began with an analysis of Henry's financial data. Lida Clark spent the night at the computer, studying the Gray family's bank accounts. She discovered several suspicious large-value transactions that occurred in the weeks leading up to the murder. This money was transferred to an account registered in the name of an unknown person in another state. This could indicate an attempt by Henry to cover his financial tracks or to prepare some kind of murder-related plan. Meanwhile, Mark Bennett decided to focus on a more traditional method, interrogating Henry's friends and acquaintances. He spent the morning talking to Henry's neighbors and colleagues, trying to gather more information about his behavior in the final weeks before the murder. Many of those interviewed described Henry as a withdrawn and strict man who rarely shared his thoughts or feelings. However, some of them noted that Henry became more nervous and irritable in the weeks before the tragedy. One such witness, an elderly neighbor of Mrs. Harper, recalled seeing Henry standing at the window of his house late in the evening, just a few days before the murder. She noticed that he looked upset and seemed to be having a tense telephone conversation with someone. Mrs. Harper didn't hear what the conversation was about, but she could have sworn that Henry was unusually excited. Meanwhile, Laura Miller, a journalist, continued her own investigation. She began to delve deeper into the Gray family's past, trying to understand how Henry's religious beliefs might have influenced his attitude towards his sons. In her research, she discovered that Henry was an active member of the local religious community, known for its conservative views and strict requirements for its members. This community often spoke out against homosexuality, considering it sinful and unacceptable. Laura decided to attend church meetings, where Henry often attended to better understand his worldview and how it could lead to such tragedy. During one of these meetings, she heard a sermon from a pastor in which he condemned sins against nature and called on his parishioners to cleanse their families from vices. This gave Laura an eerie feeling that Henry might have taken these words literally and decided to cleanse his family by killing his sons. She also found several articles written in a local newspaper where Henry actively spoke out against any manifestations of homosexuality, calling it a disgrace to the family and community. These articles provided further indirect evidence that Henry may have been motivated by his religious beliefs when he decided to deal with his sons. Meanwhile, detectives continued to study the crime scene and the evidence found there. One of the key points was the analysis of traces on the rope with which the brothers were tied. Forensic experts determined that the rope was purchased at a local hardware store just days before the murder. Mark and Lita immediately went to this store to obtain CCTV footage. Store camera footage showed the man who bought the rope was wearing a black jacket and a hat covering his face. However, when they checked footage from other cameras in the area, they were able to see that the man had gotten into a car that was registered to Henry Gray. This was the first significant evidence linking Henry to the crime. Detectives now had the basis for a more serious questioning of Henry. They returned to his home, and having presented him with the results of their findings, began to ask tougher questions. Henry, realizing that they were starting to push him against the wall, began to get nervous. He tried to make excuses, claiming that he had bought a rope for gardening, but his explanation sounded unconvincing. Lida Clark, noticing how Henry was beginning to lose control of his emotions, decided to hit where it hurt most. She asked him directly about how he felt when he found out that his sons were in a relationship with each other. Henry froze for a moment, his face turning pale, and then he suddenly stood up, declaring that the interrogation was over. The detectives left, but they knew Henry was close to a confession. They decided to take a break and think about their next steps. Meanwhile, Laura Miller continued to write her article, in which she raised the question of how society and religion can drive a person to extreme measures. She understood that her material could cause a storm of indignation in the city, but considered it her duty to reveal the truth. At this point, the investigation had reached a dead end. Detectives had plenty of circumstantial evidence, but not enough direct confession or hard physical evidence to arrest Henry. They knew they needed something else that would definitively prove his guilt. But they also knew that time was against them. Henry could disappear at any moment or take steps to cover his tracks. Thus ended the third part of the investigation, when the shadows of the past began to increasingly drag the city into its dark web, revealing more and more details about the cruelty and prejudice that led to this tragedy. On the fourth day of the investigation, detectives Mark Bennett and Lida Clark knew that the pressure on Henry Gray had to be increased to force him to make a mistake. The situation was heating up, and they knew that any delay could lead to Henry trying to evade responsibility or completely cover his tracks. The morning began with an emergency meeting at the police station. Mark and Lida discussed how they could get Henry to lose his temper and show his true colors. They decided to rely on emotional influence, using both direct and circumstantial evidence to force him to confess. To do this, they prepared a series of interrogations that were to be carried out throughout the day. While the detectives were preparing for the interrogation, Laura Miller continued to work on her article, in which she revealed more and more details from the life of Henry and his sons. She gained access to the school archives and learned that Henry was a strict and domineering father from the early years of his sons' lives. Teachers recalled how Anthony and James often complained about harsh punishments at home, and how their classmates avoided them because of their father's strict rules. These facts further convinced Laura that Henry was capable of extreme measures to maintain his power over his sons. She decided to write an article in which she directly blamed Henry for creating an atmosphere of fear and hatred, which ultimately led to the tragedy. Meanwhile, Mark and Lyda went to meet Henry. They chose a neutral place for the meeting, a cafe in the center of the city, where Henry could not easily lose his temper or become aggressive. As soon as they arrived at the place, Henry was already waiting for them, but his appearance changed dramatically. He looked tired and irritated, his face was pale, and his eyes were restless. Mark began the conversation calmly, discussing recent events with Henry and emphasizing that they understood how difficult the situation must be for him. However, he soon moved on to tougher questions, emphasizing that their investigation had led to many contradictions in Henry's testimony and alibi. They told him directly that they considered him the main suspect in the murder of their sons. Henry seemed prepared for this turn of events, but still could not hide his indignation. His voice became harsh and angry as he began to defend himself, accusing the detectives of bias and trying to find a scapegoat. But Mark persisted, citing more and more facts. Surveillance footage, testimony from neighbors who saw Henry at odd hours that night, and even evidence that Henry bought the rope that tied his sons. Henry, feeling like he was being pushed into a corner, began to lose control. Lyda Clark, seeing his nervousness, took the final step, stating that they knew how much Henry hated homosexuality and that this could be the reason for his cruel act. She mentioned that their investigation also revealed his connections with radical religious groups that preached hatred of people with gay orientation. These words were the last straw. Henry, who was sitting across from them, suddenly stood up, turning his chair over, and screamed and unleashed his fury on the detectives, accusing them of trying to defame his family. His face contorted in anger and he began shouting insults, which only confirmed his hatred and bigotry. Mark and Lyda, remaining cool, watched as Henry lost control of himself. They knew that this moment would be decisive in their case. When Henry suddenly fell silent, realizing that he had gone too far, they did not stop him. At that moment, he realized that he had revealed his true feelings and that the detectives would not leave him alone. After this meeting, Henry, returning home, began to feel that the situation was getting out of his control. He realized that detectives were already close to uncovering the truth. This left him in a state of extreme stress and panic. He realized that he had only a few days left to somehow change the situation. Meanwhile, Laura Miller was finishing work on her article, which was supposed to appear in the morning edition of the newspaper. She understood that her material could cause a storm of indignation in the city, but she was ready for it. She felt it was her duty to reveal the full truth about how prejudice and religious fanaticism could lead to such a terrible tragedy. Meanwhile, Mark and Lyda continued their work, preparing an arrest warrant for Henry Gray. They knew they had to act quickly before Henry took any drastic measures. They understood that he might try to escape, or worse, commit new crimes to cover his tracks. The fourth part of the story ended on a high note of tension. The detectives were close to catching Henry, but the situation was heating up by the minute. The city froze in anticipation, and the dark secrets of the Gray family began to surface, revealing more and more layers of tragedy that shook the entire city. The fifth day of the investigation began with the city waking up to the buzz of tension that hung in the air. In the morning, the local newspaper published an article by Laura Miller, where she revealed in vivid and uncompromising colors the details that had been discovered about the Gray family and Henry's religious beliefs. The article caused a storm of discussion and disagreement among residents. Some supported Laura for her courage. Others condemned her for the invasion of privacy and accusations that they considered too bold. Meanwhile, at the police station, detectives Mark Bennett and Lyda Clark received the long-awaited arrest warrant for Henry Gray. They knew that this was their last chance. After the publication of the article, Henry could take desperate measures to avoid punishment. Mark and Lyda prepared for arrest, realizing that Henry might resist. When they arrived at Henry's house, the situation was tense. The house seemed quiet, but something sinister was hidden behind this silence. Detectives knocked on the door, but there was no answer. They exchanged glances and decided to act. Mark knocked down the door and they burst into the house. Inside, they were greeted by chaos. Things were scattered on the floor. Signs of struggle were visible on the walls. They began to search the house, moving from room to room. When they reached Henry's bedroom, they saw him sitting on the bed. He had a gun in his hand, pointed at them. Henry looked desperate. His eyes were bloodshot. His face was covered in sweat, and his hands were shaking. He realized that his time was up. Lida carefully began to talk to him, trying to calm him down and convince him to lay down his arms. She explained to him that resistance was futile, that all the evidence against him had already been collected, and that now he must answer for his actions. But Henry didn't react. He seemed like a cornered animal who understands that there is no way out, but is not ready to give up. Mark slowly raised his hands, trying to show that they meant him no harm, and began to say that in any case, the truth would come out, and it was better to give up now than to end up even worse. Henry began to speak. His voice was quiet, but with every word it became louder, as if the inner anger that he had been holding inside for a long time had finally burst out. He began to justify his actions, claiming that he did what he had to do to save his family from shame. He talked about how he found out about his son's secret relationship, and how it was a blow to him. He felt betrayed and defiled, and saw no other choice but to destroy the sin that he believed had taken over his family. Mark and Lida listened to him, trying not to make sudden movements, so as not to provoke Henry to shoot. They understood that his confession was not just an attempt to justify himself, but also an admission of guilt that they could use against him. At some point, Henry fell silent. His hands shook even more, and he began to lower the gun. Lida took a moment to step forward and gently ask him to put the weapon on the bed. Henry finally gave in. He slowly placed the gun on the bed and raised his hands. Detectives immediately rushed to handcuff him. After his arrest, Henry was taken to the station, where a long interrogation awaited him. But already in the car on the way to the station, he spoke again, as if something inside him had broken, and he could no longer keep it to himself. He admitted that he himself tied up his sons and strangled them while they were sleeping. He believed that this was a righteous act that should save their souls and his honor. This moment became the culmination of the matter. Henry Gray's confession became key evidence of his guilt. Detectives knew the case was now over, but the cost was too high. 2 young men were killed because of hatred and misunderstanding, because of old and cruel beliefs that destroyed their lives. Meanwhile, Laura Miller was preparing to publish the second part of her article, where she was going to talk about how hatred can destroy even the strongest families. She understood that this story would be an important lesson for society, but it was a bitter lesson, full of pain and tragedy. The 5th day of the investigation has come to an end, but the shadow of this tragedy will hang over the small town for a long time. Henry Gray was arrested, but his actions left a deep scar on everyone involved. The final day of the investigation began with the city beginning to realize the scale of the tragedy that had unfolded in the Gray family. News of Henry's arrest spread quickly, and the shock of his confession fell upon everyone who knew the family. People who had once respected Henry for his religious beliefs and strictness were now shocked at how far he went in his hatred. At the police station, Henry Gray gave evidence. His confession was detailed and horrifying. He described in detail how he planned the murder of his sons, how he bought rope and prepared a barn where he brought their bodies after strangling them in their own beds. He believed that he was clearing his family of shame and saw no other choice but to destroy those who, in his opinion, had violated his religious and moral principles. Mark Bennett and Lida Clark were shocked by Henry's cold calculation. He showed no remorse, which made his crime even more horrifying. The detectives understood that before them was not just a killer, but a man who was driven to extremes by his own beliefs and fears of condemnation from society. Meanwhile, Laura Miller was finishing her article, which she had been preparing for several days. She not only told the story of the murder, but also raised the question of how prejudice and religious fanaticism can drive a person to such a degree of cruelty. She wrote about how important it is for society to rethink its values and stop judging people for their personal relationships and choices. Laura knew that her article would cause a lot of controversy, but she considered it her duty to bring the truth to people. The day after Henry's arrest, the funeral of brothers Anthony and James Gray took place in the town. Despite the tragedy, Many residents came to say goodbye to them. The atmosphere at the funeral was heavy as people stood silently, many of them wondering how such a thing could happen in their small, friendly town. Mark Bennett and Lyda Clark were also present at the funeral. They understood that this case left a deep mark not only on the families, but also on themselves. Despite the fact that they were able to solve the crime, the feeling of bitterness did not leave them. This tragedy became a reminder for them of how fragile human life is and how easy it is to destroy it. After the funeral, detectives returned to the station, where they continued to prepare the case for trial. Henry Gray's crime was so obvious that the prosecutor should not have had any difficulty with the evidence. However, this did not bring Mark and Lyda satisfaction. They knew that no trial could bring the brothers back to life, and that this case would leave an indelible mark on everyone involved. In the following weeks, the city continued to live under the shadow of this terrible event. People began to ask themselves questions about how they treated others, how their own beliefs could affect the lives of others. Many residents rethought their views, realizing that prejudice and hatred can lead to dire consequences. Laura Miller's article became an important event in the life of the city. She caused a storm of discussion. Some condemned her for criticizing religious beliefs. Others supported her for her courage and truth. However, everyone agreed that this tragedy was a lesson for everyone that should not be forgotten. Henry Gray was convicted of double murder and received life in prison without the possibility of parole. In court, he again stated that he did not regret what he had done, which only strengthened the conviction of his guilt. The trial ended with Henry being led from the courtroom without ever meeting the eyes of those who once respected and feared him. The story of the Gray family has become a symbol of what hatred and intolerance can lead to. For many, this was a bitter lesson that made them think about how they treat their loved ones and others. Mark Bennett and Lyda Clark continued their work, but this case will forever remain in their memory as one of the most difficult and painful. They knew that they had done everything possible to ensure that justice would prevail, but the feeling of bitterness and injustice still remained. The city gradually returned to its normal life, but the memory of the tragedy of the Gray family will long be a reminder of how important it is to remember humanity and tolerance in a world full of prejudice and hatred. In the small, quiet town of Redding, located in Northern California, life has always flowed smoothly and calmly. The residents knew each other by sight, and not a single event, whether joyful or sad, passed the attention of the neighbors. In this cozy, seemingly safe corner, an unexpected discovery shocked everyone to the core. One cool summer evening, as the sun was setting, Martha Green, an old neighbor, was walking her dog along a quiet street. She often passed by the White House, where 16-year-old Jenny lived with her grandfather Harold. Martha always smiled when she saw them gardening, or when they sat together on the veranda, discussing something in a quiet voice. It seemed that warmth and mutual respect reigned in their relationship, but this evening everything was different. At first, Martha noticed that the gate to the garden was slightly open, although Harold always carefully locked it. She found it strange, but she chalked it up to forgetfulness. However, Martha's dog, usually calm and obedient, suddenly began to behave restlessly. He growled and pulled the owner towards the bushes in the Whites' backyard. Martha's heart sank in alarm. She followed the dog, and what she saw changed her life forever. Among the dense bushes, only slightly covered, lay Jenny. Her body was unnaturally stiff, and her face was pale and lifeless. Next to her, in the ground, a deep mark was torn out, as if someone had tried to bury something heavy, but left the work unfinished. Martha screamed. Her scream cut through the silence, instantly attracting the attention of the neighbors. People ran out of their houses, not understanding what was happening. Ambulances and police arrived at the scene within minutes, but it was already too late. Jenny was dead. While the girl's body was carefully placed on a stretcher and carried into an ambulance, the city was plunged into shock. Residents of Redding had known each other for many years, but no one could have imagined that such a brutal crime could happen right under their noses. The police immediately began an investigation. Initially, everyone sympathized with Harold, considering him a poor old man who had lost his only loved one. But soon, Detective Alice Murray, assigned to the case, began to have questions. What could have happened in this house to lead to such a terrible outcome? And could someone who seemed so good-natured and calm hide such a dark side of his life? Alice was known for her thorough approach to investigations. She knew how to see what eluded others, and was sure that every crime, no matter how mysterious it may seem, always leaves traces, if you know where to look. From that moment on, the detective's attention was focused on Harold. Her experience and intuition suggested that not everything in this matter was as simple as it seemed at first glance. The next day, the town woke up in a heavy atmosphere of anxiety. Newspapers and local news channels immediately spread the news of Jenny's death. Reports described her as a bright, cheerful girl who could not displease anyone. Her death seemed all the more senseless and cruel. But what really bothered Alice Murray was the shadow that hung over the White House. What secrets were hidden behind its walls? And who really was this old man, whom everyone considered a respectable citizen? These questions became the starting point for her investigation, which would reveal a darker truth than anyone could have imagined. This is how this story began, with shock, horror, and doubt. Ahead of Alice and her team were difficult days and nights filled with the search for answers that could shed light on the dark side of human nature. The first days after the tragedy, Reading was plunged into an atmosphere of deep despondency and bewilderment. The city, which had always seemed calm and safe, was now gripped by fear and suspicion. The murder of a young girl shocked everyone to the core. People whispered about what happened, discussed possible versions, but no one had the slightest idea how this could happen. Meanwhile, Detective Alice Murray got to work. She knew that in investigations of this nature it was important not only to gather evidence, but also to understand how the victim lived his life. Jenny White was young, attractive, and seemed to have no enemies. However, Alice also understood that the true motives for crimes are often hidden behind a seemingly ideal picture. The first thing Alice decided to do was study in detail Jenny's relationships with the people around her. She started, of course, with Harold White. The old man seemed overcome with grief, but something in his behavior alarmed the detective. She noticed that his account of the events of that evening was full of gaps and inconsistencies. Harold claimed that he was at home at the time of the murder, but his testimony about what he was doing constantly changed. Alice decided to conduct a deeper interrogation. During the conversation, she found out that after the death of her parents, Jenny moved in with Harold about a year ago. The two of them lived in a small house on the outskirts of the city. Neighbors described their relationship as very close, but at the same time strange. No one had ever seen Jenny bring friends home or date anyone else. She was with her grandfather almost all the time, which looked unusual for a young girl of her age. Detectives began to examine the house and the area around it, hoping to find at least some clue. The search yielded unexpected results. Many photographs of Jenny were found in Harold's personal room. Some of them were overtly intimate. These findings raised suspicions among Alice and her colleagues that the relationship between grandfather and granddaughter might not be as innocent as it seemed at first glance. However, despite these discoveries, there was no direct evidence against Harold. All they had on their hands was the strange behavior of the old man and the disturbing findings in his house. Alice knew that this was not enough to press charges. She needed more evidence, more information about what was really going on in this house. Alice turned to Jenny's friends and acquaintances, hoping to learn more about her life before moving to her grandfather. In conversations with classmates and neighbors, a picture began to emerge that Jenny felt isolated. She rarely interacted with anyone outside of school, and no one knew about any of her romantic interests. Her life seemed closed and full of secrets. An important witness was Tom Harris, Jenny's classmate, who sometimes saw her outside of school. He told detectives that he once noticed how Jenny and her grandfather acted not like relatives, but like a couple. They held hands and exchanged looks that seemed too close to him for a grandfather and granddaughter. Tom also recalled that a few days before her death, he saw them quarreling in the street. Jenny looked scared and confused, and Harold was irritated and didn't seem to want anyone to see them. Alice began to put the puzzle together in her head. There was clearly something wrong with Jenny and Harold's relationship, but what could lead to murder? The detective continued to search for answers, delving into the dark sides of these people's lives. She knew that revealing the truth would be painful for everyone who knew Jenny and her grandfather, but it was necessary to bring the perpetrator to justice. Days passed, and the city continued to live in anticipation of news of the investigation. People wanted to know the truth, but at the same time they were afraid of it. Alice knew she had a long and difficult job ahead of her, but she was determined to find who was responsible for the young girl's death. After all, every murder is not just a tragedy, but also a mystery that requires resolution. As Alice Murray delved deeper into the investigation, she began to realize that the Jenny White case was much more complicated and dark than she could have imagined. The external picture, which seemed clear at first glance, hid underneath a whole network of secrets that became more and more confusing as they were revealed. After a conversation with Tom Harris, Alice realized that the key to the solution lay in the White House itself. Suspicions that the relationship between Harold and Jenny may have been more than just familial have now become the main focus of the investigation. Detectives conducted a second search of the house, this time paying special attention to Jenny's personal belongings and her diaries. In Jenny's room, they found a diary hidden in her desk drawer. The pages of the diary were filled with neat handwriting that reflected her inner experiences and emotions. As Alice read through her diary, it became increasingly clear that Jenny lived in constant fear and tension. She often wrote about how difficult it was for her to live with her grandfather, who, according to her, began to control her life down to the smallest detail. In one of the entries, she even mentioned that her grandfather sometimes acted as if she were his wife and not his granddaughter. These recordings shocked detectives. They began to suspect that Harold might have feelings for his granddaughter that went beyond normal family relationships. However, the evidence was still not enough to bring formal charges. Alice knew that if they went forward with these accusations too early, they could not only ruin Harold's reputation, but also lose the opportunity to bring the case to trial. Detectives decided to go further and delve into Harold's past. They examined his financial and medical records, looking for anything that could confirm their suspicions. It was soon discovered that Harold had consulted a psychologist several times, although he never mentioned this to the police. These records showed that Harold had suffered from depression and loneliness since the death of his wife several years earlier. He described his granddaughter as the only light in his life, but the psychologist mentioned his unusual attachments and emotional dependence, which made Alice even more worried. Meanwhile, Alice decided to talk to Harold's neighbors, trying to gather more evidence. Neighbor Martha Green, who had already experienced the shock of finding Jenny's body, said that she had always found Harold somewhat strange. She noticed that he avoided socializing with other people and rarely left the house unless he accompanied Jenny. Martha remembered the time she saw them in the park, where Jenny looked depressed and Harold constantly whispered something in her ear. These observations increased Alice's suspicions that Harold was trying to isolate Jenny from the outside world. However, the most alarming thing was that the neighbor had heard quarrels coming from their house recently. At night, a few days before the tragedy, Marta heard loud screams and the sounds of broken dishes, but did not attach any importance to this, thinking that it was just a domestic quarrel. Now she realized that she could have witnessed something much more serious. Alice also approached Jenny's school teachers to gain insight into her behavior and emotional state at school. Teachers described her as a quiet and diligent student, but noticed that recently she had become more withdrawn and often missed classes. Classmates confirmed that Jenny often came to school depressed and tired. Although she did not tell anyone about her problems at home, detectives began to piece together a picture. Jenny was locked in a psychological trap created by her grandfather. Harold, lonely and desperate, saw in his granddaughter something more than just a loved one. His feelings gradually turned into obsessive attachment, which may have led to tragedy. However, Alice understood that, despite all the evidence and testimony, it would not be easy to prove Harold's guilt. It was necessary to find concrete evidence that could convince the court of his involvement in the murder. Detectives continued to examine Jenny and Harold's belongings and collected additional evidence from anyone who might know something. Days passed and tension in the city grew. Reading residents continued to whisper and speculate, but no one could have imagined how grim the details of this case would turn out to be. Alice and her team worked almost non-stop, knowing that time was against them. If they can't find enough evidence to charge Harold, this case may go unsolved. With each new discovery, the atmosphere around the case thickened. Alice felt that she was getting closer to the truth, but she knew that it would be even darker than all the assumptions. Jenny's murder was not just a crime, but a tragedy in which love, loneliness, and madness were intertwined. And unraveling this knot was a task that required maximum concentration and patience. The investigation continued, and the tension surrounding the Jenny White case grew every day. Alice Murray and her team realized that they were on the verge of revealing a terrible truth, but they were missing the last thread that would connect all the evidence into one immutable picture. The city of Reading lived in anticipation of an answer, and in this anticipation lurked a shadow of fear. What if the truth could never be revealed? Meanwhile, a slow and painful split was beginning in the White household. Harold White, who initially seemed like a miserable old man who had lost his granddaughter, was now under the scrutiny of the police and the entire city. People who had previously treated him with respect now avoided his gaze. Even his closest friends began to distance themselves, fearing that something dark was hiding behind his appearance. During the interrogations, Alice found out that behind the facade of a friendly and caring grandfather, there was something more hidden. Harold became increasingly nervous, his statements were confused, and he often fell silent in the middle of a sentence, as if afraid to say too much. Every day he became more and more withdrawn into himself, as if realizing that his secrets were gradually becoming apparent. But the most shocking thing was a new revelation that came from Tom Harris, Jenny's classmate. During the next interrogation, Tom remembered something important. He admitted that he saw Jenny talking to someone in her backyard a few days before her death. This conversation was clearly tense, and Tom even heard snatches of phrases that made him tense. He heard Jenny say something like, "I can't do this anymore," to which her interlocutor responded in a dull and threatening manner. "You must obey." Tom did not see the interlocutor's face, but was sure that it was a man, and judging by his voice, older than her. This confession added fuel to the fire. Now Alice and her team began to realize that there was more to the relationship between Jenny and her grandfather than just obsessive affection. It has been suggested that Harold may have forced his granddaughter to submit to his will, perhaps by threatening or manipulating her. But what exactly was the reason for this pressure remained unclear. Trying to find an answer, Alice decided to turn to Martha Green, the White's neighbor again. Martha, who had been helping the investigation from the very beginning, now remembered another detail that had previously seemed insignificant. A few days before Jenny's death, she saw Harold and Jenny discussing something on the veranda. They spoke quietly, but Martha noticed how Harold's face was tense and Jenny looked scared. At the time, she thought it was just a family dispute, but now she realized it could be something much more serious. Alice began to consider a new version. Perhaps Jenny was trying to free herself from the influence of her grandfather, and he, in turn, could not come to terms with this, and tried to maintain control over her at any cost. This would explain both the tense conversations and the fear that Jenny expressed in her diary. But if this is so, then what exactly led to the tragedy? An important twist was the discovery of hidden letters that Jenny kept under her mattress. In them, she shared her experiences and fears, describing her life with her grandfather as a golden cage. She wrote that she felt locked in, that Harold constantly watched her every move, controlled her communications, and even tried to limit her exits from the house. These letters were permeated with despair and the desire to break free. Alice knew they now had the key to understanding Harold's motivation. He was obsessed with his granddaughter to the point that he perceived her as property that needed to be controlled and protected from the outside world. He may not have even realized how destructive his actions were, but it became an unbearable burden for Jenny. Now the team of detectives had a task: to prove that it was Harold who was behind Jenny's murder. They knew they couldn't simply accuse him based on suspicion and guesswork. They needed solid evidence that could convince the court of his guilt. However, Alice and her team faced a new problem. Harold, feeling that clouds were gathering around him, began to actively defend himself. He hired a lawyer who immediately stated that his client was not guilty and that the police were trying to pin the blame on him in order to close the case as quickly as possible. Harold spoke to reporters, portraying himself as an innocent victim, deprived of his granddaughter, and now also subjected to unfair accusations. Alice understood that the investigation was now moving into a new phase, the phase of confrontation. She knew that every step had to be carefully thought out so as not to give Harold and his lawyer the slightest chance of acquittal. She needed more evidence that could finally destroy the image of the respectable old man that Harold was trying to preserve. The investigation continued, and tensions around the case reached their climax. Alice Murray and her team realized that every mistake could lead to the killer remaining free. Pressure from the public and the media was mounting, and everyone expected that the case was about to be solved. But Alice understood that without irrefutable evidence, they would not be able to convince the court of Harold White's guilt. One morning, as Alice was getting ready for work, she received a call from a medical examiner who was conducting further examination of Jenny's body. He reported that he had discovered something important, a piece of tissue stuck under the girl's nails. This fragment was so small that it was not noticed upon initial inspection, but upon closer analysis it was revealed that it was part of the fabric from which the shirt was made. The expert also noted that Jenny had traces of skin tags under her fingernails, indicating that she had struggled with her attacker before she died. Alice immediately contacted the team and they began checking all of Harold's shirts. It soon became clear that one of the shirts he was wearing on the day of his granddaughter's death had a tear in the sleeve that matched the piece of fabric found. Moreover, DNA analysis of the epithelium under Jenny's fingernails confirmed that it was Harold. This was the decisive evidence that allowed all the pieces of the puzzle to fit together. Alice knew she now had enough evidence to charge Harold. But before doing this, she decided to conduct one last interrogation to try to get a confession out of him. Harold did not expect such a turn of events. He remained confident during interrogations, claiming that his granddaughter was killed by someone else, and he was the victim of an unfair accusation. But when he was presented with the DNA results and a piece of tissue, his confidence began to fade. At first, Harold tried to explain it away as an accident, claiming that the tear in his shirt could have appeared on any other day, and the DNA on Jenny's body was there because he hugged her often. However, Alice understood that this was just an attempt to delay time and confuse the investigation. She pressed Harold, asking direct questions and reminding him that there was enough evidence against him for the court to find him guilty. Under pressure from evidence and questions, Harold began to crack. His face turned pale. His hands trembled. He became more and more withdrawn into himself, and then suddenly he burst into tears. This was the moment Alice had been waiting for. She knew there was more behind those tears than just grief. Harold began to speak. At first, these were fragmentary phrases, then his words became more coherent. He admitted that things had indeed been tense between him and Jenny in recent months. He described how his feelings of loneliness and need for a loved one gradually turned into a painful attachment to his granddaughter. He wanted to protect her from the outside world which he believed could harm her. But Jenny began to pull away, to protest his control, and it was driving him crazy. On that fateful day, they quarreled again. Jenny wanted to leave home and live on her own to gain more freedom. Harold couldn't let that happen. In a fit of rage, he grabbed her, trying to force her to stay. She struggled, screamed, tried to break free, and at that moment he lost control of himself. He didn't remember how it happened, but at some point he hit her. Jenny fell and hit her head on a stone in the garden. Panic gripped him and he didn't know what to do. In desperation, he decided to hide the body, but, unable to cope with this, he left it among the bushes. Harold's confession was recorded on video, and this was the final nail in the coffin of his defense. He realized that he could no longer hide the truth. His attempt to protect his granddaughter turned into a terrible crime that took her life. Alice saw before her not just a killer, but a man who was broken by his own despair and loneliness. Following his confession, Harold was arrested and taken to prison to await trial. The city of Reading was shocked by this turn of events. People who once respected Harold now saw him as a monster who had destroyed the life of a young girl. But for Alice Murray, it was not just about punishment. It was also about finding justice for Jenny. Alice understood that this incident would stay with her for the rest of her life. He showed her how fragile human relationships are and how easily one can cross the line beyond which madness begins. However, she also knew that despite the severity of what had happened, her work had borne fruit. The truth had been revealed, and the killer had been caught. The day of judgment has arrived. Everyone involved in the Jenny White case gathered in the small Reading County Courthouse. Local residents, reporters, friends, and family acquaintances all came to hear the verdict that would put an end to this tragic story. The hall was filled to capacity, and every breath, every movement was felt as part of a large and dark drama playing out before their eyes. Harold White looked depressed and exhausted. He was no longer the confident old man his neighbors knew him to be. His face was covered with a network of wrinkles. His eyes were red and puffy from crying, and his shoulders were slumped under the weight of guilt that he could no longer deny. Harold knew that his confession was a fatal step that determined his fate, but deep down he may have felt relief. There was no more lying, hiding, and pretending. The trial was short, as Harold's confession and the evidence collected left no doubt about his guilt. The prosecutor briefly presented all the evidence to the court, from the testimony of witnesses to the results of the forensic examination. Particular attention was paid to Jenny's emotional state, which, as it turned out, was undermined due to constant pressure and control from her grandfather. The defense lawyer tried to reduce the sentence, citing Harold's advanced age, his psychological state, and the desperation in which he was. He argued that Harold was not a cold-blooded killer, but just a man broken by loneliness and suffering. He asked the court to show mercy, given the difficult circumstances that led to the tragedy. However, the court could not ignore the fact that Harold took the life of a young girl who was just beginning to live. Jenny White was an innocent victim, and her death shocked the entire city. The judge, after weighing all the arguments, rendered a verdict. Harold White was found guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. When the verdict was announced, a heavy silence hung in the courtroom. Harold simply nodded without looking up. He knew that this sentence was inevitable. His life was destroyed, as were the lives of those around him. Now he had to spend his remaining years in prison, away from the people and memories that haunted him. Alice Murray, who watched the process, felt both satisfaction and sadness. She knew that justice had been served, but that would not bring Jenny back to life. For Alice, this case became a lesson that she will remember forever. It showed her how complex human relationships are, and how easily the line between love and obsession, between caring and control, can be crossed. After the trial, life in Reading gradually began to return to normal. But the city will never be the same. The story of Jenny White and her tragic fate left an indelible mark on the hearts of its residents. Local newspapers discussed this matter for a long time, and in every home, in every family, they talked about how important it was to maintain a balance between personal freedom and family ties. It was time for Alice and her team to move on and take on new things. But they knew that this story would stay with them for a long time. Jenny White, her life and death became a symbol of how fragile human nature is, and how important it is to protect those who cannot protect themselves. This was not just another case in their practice. It was a challenge that they accepted and were able to overcome, albeit at the cost of enormous effort and emotional cost. Harold White was sent to prison, where he would spend the rest of his days reflecting on his actions. But perhaps the most severe punishment for him is the realization that he, without meaning to, caused the death of the only person close to him. The story ended, but the questions it raised remained. What motivates people to do such things? How can we prevent similar tragedies in the future? These questions will haunt the minds of those who witnessed this case for a long time. But the most important thing is that justice has prevailed, and the memory of Jenny White will live in the hearts of people as a reminder of how important it is to value life and freedom, and how easily it can all be lost. In the quiet, unremarkable town of Blackwell, Oklahoma, life moved slowly and unhurriedly. Here, among the small houses with manicured lawns and friendly neighbors, news usually traveled quickly. But one story struck like lightning at the heart of this small community. In early 2007, local residents were shocked by an unexpected announcement. 19-year-old Daniel King, a young man who had just graduated from high school and was known in town for his work on a local farm, had decided to tie the knot with 75-year-old Elizabeth Marriott. Elizabeth, a widow known to many as a quiet and dignified woman, had lived in the town for many years and was well respected by her neighbors. The news of the upcoming wedding caused a storm of discussion. Some claimed that it was true love, But most of the townspeople were puzzled and even outraged by such an unusual union. Rumors spread with incredible speed, and soon no house in Blackwell remained aloof from the discussion of this topic. Journalists from local news stations did not miss the opportunity to cover this event, and the wedding became the main headline of all news broadcasts. However, despite the negative reaction, the wedding still took place. In a small hall of the local church, surrounded by a few friends and relatives, Daniel and Elizabeth said their vows. Pastor James Williams, a man who had led services at the church for many years, did not hide his surprise when he was asked to perform the ceremony. He knew Elizabeth as a godly woman, but he never imagined that she would want to marry a young man who was young enough to be her grandson. After the ceremony, the newlyweds moved into Elizabeth's house on the outskirts of the city. The house, surrounded by a high fence, looked lonely and abandoned. Many neighbors noticed that Daniel immediately began to improve the house, putting effort into its restoration. For many, this seemed strange because the house clearly belonged to Elizabeth, and it was unclear why the young man was spending so much effort on improving it. Events unfolded gradually, but the tension in the town grew. People could not understand what could have pushed Daniel to such a step. Was it because of money? After all, everyone knew that Elizabeth was a fairly wealthy woman. Or was it love that no one could understand? These questions haunted the residents of Blackwell, and they asked themselves more and more every day. Despite the negative reception of the wedding among locals, Daniel and Elizabeth continued to live together. They rarely appeared in public, which further fueled interest in their union. Neighbors saw them only occasionally when they went grocery shopping or to church. Daniel seemed happy, if a little tense, and Elizabeth continued to lead her normal, quiet life. However, behind this calm exterior, something dark was hiding. Inside this house, behind closed doors, something was happening that would later shake the entire town. But at this stage, no one suspected that their wedding would only be the beginning of a terrible tragedy that would leave a deep mark on the history of the small town of Blackwell. The villagers continued to gossip and discuss this strange union, not knowing that they would soon face events that would forever change their understanding of love, trust, and betrayal. It was only a few weeks after the wedding when life in the small town of Blackwell changed dramatically. It all started when neighbors noticed a strange silence and quiet around Elizabeth's house. Usually Daniel, despite his secretiveness, was gardening or doing something around the house, but no one had seen him in the last few days. This fact immediately attracted the attention of a neighbor, Sam Richards, an elderly man who lived across the street and often watched what was happening in the neighboring yards. Sam was an observant and suspicious man. He noticed that for several days, neither Daniel nor Elizabeth had appeared in front of the house. It became increasingly strange that there was no sound or movement in the house, and even in the morning there was an uncollected newspaper on the porch. Sam, worried about this state of affairs, decided to check if everything was all right. In the morning, when the sun was just beginning to rise above the horizon, Sam approached the Marriott house. He knocked on the door, but no one answered. Then he tried to look through the windows, but the thick curtains did not allow him to see what was happening inside. Sam felt that something was wrong, and his anxiety grew stronger with each passing minute. Deciding he needed to take action, he called the police. The dispatcher recorded his complaint, and within minutes, officers arrived. A patrol car pulled up slowly to the house, and two officers, James Carter and Sarah Miller, got out to survey the area. Sam, who remained nearby, watched their actions, hoping his fears would prove unfounded. The officers knocked on the door several times and rang the bell, but there was no answer. After a brief discussion, they decided to enter the house. Using standard police tactics, they forced the door open and cautiously entered, prepared for anything. The house was eerily quiet. The officers first searched the living room and kitchen but found nothing out of the ordinary. However, as they climbed the stairs to the second floor, they noticed a faint odor that became increasingly distinct. It was a smell they knew all too well, unfortunately, the smell of death. They approached the bedroom, the door of which was slightly ajar. It was dark inside, barely illuminated by daylight filtering through the closed curtains. The officers cautiously entered the room, and soon a horrifying sight met their gaze. On the bed, among the rumpled sheets and pillows, lay the body of a young man. It was Daniel. His face was twisted in a painful grimace, and a robe belt was tied tightly around his neck. Everything indicated that death had occurred several days ago. The officers immediately called for backup and reported the incident to the chief of police. Detectives and forensics officers soon arrived on the scene. The house was cordoned off, and a detailed evidence collection process began. The medical examiner, Dr. Emily Stone, quickly determined that the cause of death was strangulation, but a full analysis would require an autopsy. Meanwhile, Detective Laura Gibson, who had been assigned to lead the case, began questioning neighbors and acquaintances of Daniel and Elizabeth. Sam Richards, of course, was one of the first to be questioned. He told of his suspicions and how long he had not seen Daniel. His story only confirmed the police's fears that the young man's death was not accidental. Over the next few hours, the house was thoroughly examined. Forensic experts looked for any traces that might shed light on what had happened in the last days of Daniel's life. Fingerprints were lifted, traces on the floor, in the cupboards, and even on the windows were examined. Several odd details caught their attention. An unfinished cup of tea was standing in the kitchen, dirty dishes were left in the sink, and a dusty photo album lay on a shelf. Of particular interest was Elizabeth herself. Where was she at the time? Why wasn't she home when the murder occurred? These questions remained unanswered, each one making the detective's job more difficult. As Daniel's body was moved to the morgue, Laura Gibson began to form her first theory of what had happened. However, Elizabeth's absence and the lack of clear evidence left many questions unanswered. One thing was clear: this murder could not have been the work of a random criminal. Too many coincidences indicated that it was a carefully planned action. The death of Daniel King was a puzzle for the Blackwell police to solve. However, the deeper they delved into the details of this strange couple's lives, the more questions arose. Everyone knew that they had a long and confusing road ahead, where every little detail would have to be given meaning. After the discovery of Daniel King's body in his own home, the investigation began with a thorough collection of evidence that would shed light on the mysterious circumstances of his death. The house where the tragedy occurred was temporarily closed to everyone except police officers and forensic experts, who worked non-stop to try to gather as much information as possible. When forensic scientists began examining the house, they paid particular attention to the state of the bedroom where the body was found. The first thing they noticed was the disarray on the bed. The sheets were crumpled, and the pillows appeared to have been thrown out in frustration. This immediately aroused the detective's suspicions, as such marks often indicate a struggle. But there were no traces in the room that would clearly indicate the presence of an intruder. No footprints or footprints on the floor. Dr. Emily Stone, a forensic pathologist, conducted an initial examination of the body, looking for clues that might help the investigation. The sash from the robe that had been used to strangle Daniel was tightly tied, which could indicate that the killer had been physically strong or had acted with particular determination. However, there were no signs of a struggle on the victim's body, other than the marks of strangulation. This could mean that Daniel had either been taken by surprise or trusted his killer enough not to resist. Meanwhile, Detective Laura Gibson and her team continued to search the rest of the house. In the kitchen, they found a half-finished cup of tea left on the table. Forensic scientists immediately seized the cup for analysis, hoping to find fingerprints or traces of any substances on it. The food in the refrigerator was also untouched, which could indicate that Daniel or Elizabeth had not cooked in recent days. Interestingly, there were no signs of forced entry into the house. The doors and windows were locked from the inside, and it appeared that no one had forced their way into the house. This made it even more difficult for detectives, as the killer seemed to either know how to get in or was already inside when it happened. The detectives were particularly interested in photographs and documents found in one of the cabinets. There was an old family album of Elizabeth's, which captured her early years and previous marriages. Laura Gibson, leafing through the pages of the album, noticed that the photographs abruptly ended at a certain point in Elizabeth's life. This raised questions. Why did she stop documenting her life? What happened in her past that could shed light on her current situation? Elizabeth's financial documents and will were also found. They clearly stated that all of her property was to go to Daniel in the event of her death. This fact aroused serious suspicions among detectives, since the motive of inheritance became one of the possible motives for the murder. However, in this case, the situation turned out to be even more confusing. If Daniel was to inherit the entire fortune, why kill him? And most importantly, to whom will the property go now? While searching the house, detectives began interviewing neighbors and acquaintances of Elizabeth and Daniel. Sam Richards, a neighbor across the street, said that he had not seen any suspicious people near the house for several days before the body was discovered. However, he noted that he had heard strange sounds several times during the night, but did not attach any importance to them. Julia Vance, a local journalist, also conducted her own investigation, trying to gather more information for her articles. She visited several local businesses and spoke with people who knew Daniel and Elizabeth. During her research, she learned that Daniel was a private person who was reluctant to talk about his future plans. This fact fueled interest in his motivations for marrying Elizabeth, but no one could provide concrete answers. However, the police were most interested in one of the bank managers who handled Elizabeth's accounts. He said that in the days before his death, Daniel had come to the bank and tried to access his wife's bank accounts. However, he encountered problems because he did not have the appropriate authority. This information led detectives to consider the possibility that Daniel may have been involved in some kind of financial fraud that could have led to his murder. Each new clue, each new fact made the investigation more and more complicated. Detective Laura Gibson understood that they were dealing with a very complicated case, where each step forward could lead to a new dead end. But despite this, she was determined to uncover the truth and bring the investigation to an end. While experts continued to analyze the evidence, detectives continued to try to find Elizabeth. Her disappearance became increasingly suspicious, and police began to widen the scope of the search, checking all possible places where she might be hiding. At this point, the investigation had reached a dead end. Despite the evidence found and the interviews conducted, the overall picture remained unclear. But Laura Gibson knew she had to keep looking for answers, because every new discovery could be the key that would unlock the mystery of this tangled story. As the investigation continued, detectives began to focus on potential suspects. In a small town where everyone knew everyone else, the slightest hint of unusual behavior could be a clue. However, this case was far more complex, and finding direct connections or motives was not easy. The first and most obvious suspect was Elizabeth Marriott herself. Her sudden disappearance immediately after Daniel's death was extremely suspicious. Detective Laura Gibson knew that people could run away when they felt threatened or in danger. But what if Elizabeth was hiding not out of fear but because she was involved in this crime? There were many questions, and they demanded answers immediately. To learn more about Elizabeth's past, detectives turned to archival records and documents. They found that Elizabeth Marriott had been married 3 times, and all of her previous husbands had died under strange circumstances. Although none of these cases were related to crime, the fact that she had already lost several spouses raised serious suspicions. Perhaps Daniel was the latest victim in a long chain of tragedies surrounding this woman's life. Detectives also began looking into the financial side of the case. Financial documents found in the house indicated that Elizabeth was a wealthy woman, but she did not manage her own finances. All of her assets were managed by outside advisors, which was unusual for such a detail-oriented woman. This could mean that someone else had access to her finances, and perhaps that person had a motive to eliminate Daniel in order to maintain control of her fortune. An examination of Elizabeth's accounts and banking transactions led to some surprising discoveries. In the last months of her life, there were many strange transactions in her accounts. Large transfers to accounts registered in offshore zones were recorded. This could indicate an attempt to hide money or move it to places inaccessible to investigators. However, despite these alarming signs, there was no direct evidence linking these transactions to Daniel's murder. Other suspects included the bank manager who handled Elizabeth's accounts. He was one of the few people who knew about her financial transactions and could have access to her money. When questioned, he admitted that he had financial problems and had asked Elizabeth several times to lend him a large sum of money, but she refused. This refusal could have been the motive for the crime if the manager hoped that Daniel's death and Elizabeth's disappearance would give him access to her wealth. However, it was difficult to prove his involvement in the murder, as he had an airtight alibi for the time of Daniel's death. The detectives also began to look into Daniel's past. It soon became clear that he had had some trouble with the law as a teenager. He had been on the police radar several times for minor crimes and infractions. But these offenses were in the past, and at the time of his wedding, Daniel seemed like an exemplary young man looking for a new life. However, one fact from his past haunted the detectives. Daniel had once been involved with a group of young people engaged in illegal transactions. This led the detectives to believe that perhaps his past had come back to haunt him. Perhaps one of his former acquaintances had decided to take advantage of his marriage to a wealthy woman to achieve their own goals. Also among the suspects were Elizabeth's close relatives, who may have had a grudge against her new husband. The relatives believed that the young groom may have married Elizabeth solely for her fortune. Some of them expressed dissatisfaction with the marriage even before it took place. They were sure that Daniel wanted to take advantage of the older woman's trust in order to seize her money and property. Therefore, they may have had a motive to eliminate Daniel in order to protect the interests of the family. One such relative was Elizabeth's nephew, John Marriott, a man with a difficult character and a tendency to act aggressively. He openly expressed his displeasure with his aunt's decision to marry a young man and even threatened him during one of the family gatherings. John was also Elizabeth's sole heir before her marriage to Daniel, and his position in this regard had noticeably worsened. Detectives suspected that John might have a motive for the murder, but his alibi for the time of the crime was also reliable. While detectives were investigating possible motives and connections between the suspects, they were also continuing to search for Elizabeth. Her disappearance remained a mystery. Police checked all of her known contacts and addresses, but none of them yielded any results. This caused even more concern as time went on, and hopes of finding her alive faded with each passing day. However, one night, Detective Laura Gibson received an anonymous call. The person on the other end of the line claimed to have seen an elderly woman matching Elizabeth's description on the outskirts of town. He had noticed her while driving past an abandoned warehouse and thought it odd that a woman her age was there alone. This information could prove crucial, and Laura immediately went to the scene, hoping to finally find an answer to the main question. Where did Elizabeth go, and what role did she play in this tragedy? Thus, the investigation gradually took the form of a complex mosaic, where each new fact could either reveal the truth or lead the detectives to another dead end. Laura Gibson understood that they still had a long way to go before they could solve all the mysteries surrounding the death of Daniel King and the disappearance of his mysterious wife. After an anonymous tip-off about Elizabeth's possible whereabouts, Detective Laura Gibson immediately headed to an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of Blackwell. The place had long since been abandoned, and most residents gave it a wide berth. When Laura pulled up to the warehouse, she noticed that it did indeed look abandoned. The windows were boarded up, and the front doors were rusted from age and weather. However, tracks on the dusty road leading to the warehouse indicated that someone had recently been there. Laura got out of the car and turned on her flashlight, slowly walking to the front door. She gave it a little push, and the door creaked open. It was dark inside, and cold air filled with the smell of damp and dust hit her. Laura knew the place needed to be thoroughly examined and called for backup to conduct a full search of the building. When the team arrived, detectives and forensics began to examine the warehouse. They searched every room, but most were empty, filled only with old boxes and trash. However, in one of the back rooms, they found something that immediately caught their attention: a blanket on the floor and an empty bottle of water next to it. Footprints on the floor indicated that someone had been there recently. Elizabeth seemed to have been there, but where could she have gone? Laura looked around the room, trying to find any clues. There were scratches on one of the walls, as if someone had tried to scratch something into the surface. It could have been a sign of desperation or an attempt to leave a message. Forensics took fingerprints from the bottle and the wall, hoping that they would help confirm the identity of the person who had been there. While the evidence was being analyzed in the lab, Laura returned to the station to continue her investigation. Questions remained. If Elizabeth was here, why was she hiding? Why didn't she seek help from her friends or the police? These questions forced Laura to rethink everything they knew about the case. Meanwhile, detectives continued to look into Elizabeth's financial transactions. One of the oddities was that several large sums of money were transferred to unknown accounts overseas. These transfers began immediately after her wedding to Daniel, which led detectives to suspect that someone in Elizabeth's circle might be using her to defraud them. Perhaps Daniel didn't even know he was involved in some kind of financial scam and became a victim when he tried to access the accounts. Laura also began to suspect that Elizabeth might not just be a victim, but an active participant in this game. Her past, with 3 previous husbands, all of whom died under strange circumstances, was becoming increasingly suspicious. Perhaps she was using her marriage to Daniel as a cover for something darker. Soon, the detectives received the results of the fingerprints found in the warehouse. They did indeed belong to Elizabeth Marriott, confirming that she had been in the warehouse. However, where she went next remained a mystery. There were no traces of how she could have left the place. Laura realized that someone could have helped her escape, or that she had deliberately left false traces to throw the police off. At the same time, the investigation began to focus on the bank manager and Elizabeth's relatives. The bank manager, despite his solid alibi, continued to raise suspicions. Laura decided to conduct a deeper investigation into his financial transactions and connections. It was discovered that the manager was connected to several offshore accounts that received money from different sources. This could indicate that he was involved in a larger financial scam that was exploiting Elizabeth and her wealth. As for Elizabeth's relatives, especially John Marriott, they began to show increasing signs of nervousness and anxiety. During additional questioning, John changed his story several times, which made the detectives suspicious that he was hiding something. Laura decided to request judicial permission to wiretap his phone calls and examine his financial transactions. Day after day, the investigation gained momentum, but clarity became less and less. Each new fact opened new questions, and Laura began to understand that this case was much more complicated than it seemed at first glance. But despite all the difficulties, she was determined to see it through to the end. After all, behind all these tangled tracks, there was a truth that needed to be revealed in order to restore justice and punish the guilty. The tense atmosphere surrounding the case grew stronger with each passing day. Rumors and speculations began to circulate in the small town, which only fueled interest in what was happening. Everyone understood that something important was about to happen soon, which would finally shed light on this dark and confusing case. And just when it seemed like the case was starting to hit a dead end, Laura received another unexpected call that could turn the entire investigation upside down. This call would lead her to the final, most important discovery that would reveal the true motives and hidden forces behind this horrific crime. After weeks of intense investigation and evidence gathering, Detective Laura Gibson finally found herself on the verge of solving this twisted case. The call she received came from an unknown informant who claimed to have information about Elizabeth's whereabouts and what really happened in the King home that fateful night. The informant, who declined to give his name, provided Laura with details previously unknown to investigators. He said Elizabeth had long been involved with a criminal group involved in money laundering through offshore accounts. Her 3 previous husbands had not died by accident, but were part of a carefully thought-out plan to cover up the financial fraud. He said Daniel King, unaware of Elizabeth's real motives, became her final victim when he tried to interfere in her affairs. Laura immediately relayed this information to her team, and the investigation began to branch out. Detectives soon discovered that the call was indeed corroborated by the warehouse findings and bank transactions. Wiretaps on John Marriott's phone calls revealed his involvement in financial fraud, and his connection to Elizabeth was much deeper than just a family relationship. The real breakthrough, however, was when Laura tracked down Elizabeth. She was in a small town on the Texas border, hiding under an assumed name. Laura and her team immediately went there and arrested Elizabeth. Elizabeth was much calmer during her arrest than anyone had expected. She knew the truth would come out eventually, and she seemed prepared for it. When questioned, Elizabeth partially confessed to her crimes, although she continued to claim that she did not kill Daniel. She claimed that Daniel had accidentally strangled himself with the sash of his robe, and that she had only tried to hide the fact to protect her reputation and avoid drawing attention to her financial affairs. However, forensic examination showed that Daniel's death was violent, and that he had indeed been murdered. Upon further investigation, It was discovered that John Marriott, having learned of Daniel's death, had taken advantage of the situation to cover his tracks in the financial transactions, hoping that Elizabeth would take all the blame. However, his involvement in the fraud was fully revealed, and he was also arrested. The Daniel King case became a high-profile trial in the small town of Blackwell. The trial caused a huge public outcry. Elizabeth Marriott was sentenced to life in prison for murder and financial crimes. John Marriott also received a severe punishment for his part in the scheme and attempt to cover up his actions. The aftermath of this case reverberated throughout the town. Little Blackwell, which had once been a quiet and peaceful place, now became known as the town where one of the darkest and most twisted crime stories unfolded. People who knew Elizabeth and Daniel could not believe that such dark secrets were hidden behind the facade of a calm and respectable life. Detective Laura Gibson, having completed the investigation, was recognized for her work and for being able to bring the case to an end despite all the difficulties and obstacles. This case became one of the most significant in her career, and it forever changed her attitude towards life and how difficult it can sometimes be to see the truth behind the mask that people wear. The disclosure of all the details of this case also caused a wide public resonance in the media, which led to changes in the legislation of the state of Oklahoma, aimed at strengthening control over financial transactions and protecting the elderly from possible abuse by fraudsters. Thus, the case of Daniel King and Elizabeth Marriott became not only a tragic story, but also an important lesson for society, reminding us how fragile human destinies can be and how important it is to remain vigilant, even if everything seems simple and obvious. In the quiet, peaceful town of Belfast, Maine, life flowed smoothly and serenely. Small houses with white picket fences, green lawns, and manicured gardens, all this created the illusion of an ideal American suburban existence. It would seem that there is no place for drama and tragedy, but in one of these houses, seemingly no different from the others, passions flared up that no one could have predicted. Susan Parks, a 38-year-old housewife, always seemed like the perfect wife and mother. Her husband, a manager at a local company, was almost always busy, and their son was in school. She devoted her days to taking care of the house, cooking dinners, and occasionally meeting with neighbors. But beneath the surface of this seemingly perfect life, something very different was going on. Tom Jones, the neighbor's 22-year-old son, had just returned to Belfast after graduating from college. Tall, slender, and charming, he quickly attracted the attention of the local girls, but his interest was focused on Susan. At first, it was casual glances, fleeting conversations over the fence, which gradually developed into something more. Tom often visited her, first under the pretext of helping with the housework, and then without any reason at all. Their relationship developed quickly, and soon innocent conversations turned into a passionate affair. They met when no one could see them. Secret meetings in her house when her husband was at work became something like playing with fire for them. They both understood that their relationship was dangerous and could ruin their lives, but they could not stop. For Susan, Tom was the embodiment of youth and freedom, which she so lacked in her routine. For Tom, Susan became a symbol of forbidden fruit, which beckoned him with its inaccessibility. One evening, after yet another secret tryst, Susan and Tom decided it was time to end their relationship. They knew that continuing the affair could lead to disaster. Tom was going to leave town for a while to let things settle down, and Susan was planning to return to her normal life as if nothing had happened. But fate decreed otherwise. The next morning, neighbors noticed that something was wrong in Susan's house. The police were called, and soon a man's body was found in the living room. Everything in the area froze, as if waiting for an approaching storm. Residents of Belfast, accustomed to a quiet and measured life, did not even suspect what dark secrets were hidden behind the doors of their neighbors' houses. Detective Miller, a seasoned and cool professional, arrived on the scene with Sergeant Lee. When they discovered the body, they knew it was going to be a tough case. But even before the investigation began, one thing was clear. This was a murder that would rock the city. The morning in Belfast began as usual. The early birds were out on the streets, paper boys were dropping the latest issues on doorsteps, and the air was filled with the aroma of coffee being poured onto kitchen tables. Nothing foreshadowed trouble until one of the neighbors, Mr. Harris, noticed something unusual in the house across the street. Susan's house, usually neat and tidy, looked strangely empty that day. The garden lights, which she always turned off at night, were still on, and the front door was slightly open. This alarmed Mr. Harris, who decided to go closer to make sure everything was in order. He knocked on the door, but there was no answer. A slight tug on the handle led him inside the house. The first thing that struck him was the silence. Susan's house was always filled with music or the sound of a television, but today it was deathly quiet. Harris took a few steps forward and suddenly noticed a foul odor that grew stronger as he walked deeper into the house. His heart began to beat faster as he moved down the hallway and noticed what looked like blood on the floor. With each step he took, the feeling of horror grew stronger until he entered the living room, where a horrific scene met his gaze. On the floor, surrounded by scattered things, lay the body of a man. His face was distorted in a death grimace, and his shirt was soaked in blood. He recognized the man as his neighbor, Mr. Jones. Harris, shocked by what he saw, ran out of the house and immediately called the police. Soon the entire area was cordoned off, and Belfast residents, who were accustomed to a quiet and measured life, began to take to the streets to find out what had happened. Detective Miller and Sergeant Lee were the first to arrive on the scene. They were seasoned cops who had seen a lot of terrible things over the years, but this murder gave them an immediate feeling that this was not going to be a simple case. Miller, after surveying the scene, knew immediately that this was not a simple argument that had turned into a tragedy. There was something much more complicated and confusing going on here. Mr. Jones's body lay on the living room floor in an unnatural position. It was obvious that he had tried to struggle before his death, as there were signs of a struggle on his hands and face. Scattered objects, books, vases, and photographs indicated that a violent fight had taken place in the room. But what interested Miller most was the door to another room, which was slightly open. He carefully peered inside and saw another strange detail. A woman's shoe was lying on the floor. Miller carefully picked up the shoe and examined it. It was obviously expensive, and its owner could only be one of the local residents, who did not have many such things. This was the first clue that could lead to a solution to this terrible crime. Sergeant Lee, who was checking other rooms at the time, found several odd details in Susan's bedroom. Clothes were scattered around the room, and the bed looked like someone had recently lain on it. He noticed a phone on the nightstand next to the bed, which was turned on, but no one answered the calls that had been coming in since early morning. After the initial inspection and evidence gathering, Detective Miller decided to immediately begin questioning neighbors. His first choice was to speak to Susan, but when he got to her house, she was not there. This seemed odd, since she was always home at this time of day. Questioning neighbors didn't reveal much. No one had seen anyone enter or leave Susan's house the night before. The only thing they noticed was that the lights in her house were on much longer than usual late at night. These small details only complicated the picture, leaving more questions than answers. Meanwhile, Sergeant Lee continued his search of the Jones home. In the kitchen, he found 2 glasses with wine residue on the table, one of which was dented, as if someone had squeezed it too hard. This indicated that there had been another woman in the house. All the evidence pointed to passions involved in this tragedy, which could have been sparked by jealousy or betrayal. Detective Miller knew the case was taking a new turn. Someone in this quiet town was hiding a terrible truth, and he had to find the answers. But most importantly, he had to find Susan, who he suspected knew much more than she seemed at first glance. The day after the body was found, Belfast no longer seemed as calm and peaceful as it had been before. News of the brutal murder spread like wildfire through the city, causing residents to talk about it on every corner. Small groups of people gathered in the streets and shops, discussing the latest rumors and speculations. But while the city was plunged into fear and bewilderment, Detective Miller and Sergeant Lee continued to work, gradually uncovering the details of this intricate case. Miller spent a sleepless night studying the evidence and analyzing the data he had collected. He knew that in such cases, it was important not to miss even the smallest detail. The evidence found at the crime scene already indicated that the murder was not random. It looked as if it was the result of some deep conflict. But who could have been involved in this tragedy? Early that morning, Detective Miller and Sergeant Lee went to the station to review the initial investigation report and gather more information. They began by interviewing Mr. Harris, the neighbor who had discovered the body. Harris was shaken and could not really explain what had driven him to enter Susan's house. But when asked if he had seen anything suspicious in the last few days, he merely shrugged. The only thing he remembered was hearing some rustling noises in Susan's house the night before the murder, but he did not attach any importance to it. The station also began receiving calls from other residents of the city. Some claimed to have seen Tom Jones, the victim's son, near Susan's house late at night, but no one could give an exact time. Miller realized this could be the key to solving the case and decided to question Tom immediately. When Tom arrived at the police station, he looked visibly agitated. The young man was clearly under stress, and Miller, being an experienced detective, noticed it immediately. He invited Tom into his office and asked him to sit down. A standard interrogation interview began, in which Miller tried to get Tom to give an alibi for the time of the murder. Tom said that he was at home that evening, doing his own thing and not going outside. However, Miller noticed that his hands were shaking, and his gaze was absent-minded. Tom kept turning away, avoiding direct eye contact, which further increased the detective's suspicions. Miller decided to change tactics slightly and start asking questions related to Susan. Tom visibly tensed up when he heard her name. When asked if he knew Susan and if he had been in contact with her, Tom responded evasively, stating that they were just neighbors and nothing more. However, this did not satisfy Miller, and he began to press Tom, asking him increasingly specific questions about his relationship with Susan. Tom began to get nervous. He tried to evade the question, but Miller did not give in. At some point, Tom could not stand it any longer and stood up abruptly, declaring that he had nothing more to say and wanted to leave. Miller let him go, but noted that Tom's behavior only increased his suspicions. He felt that Tom was hiding something, and this could be the key to the solution. While Sergeant Lee was looking through other evidence and reporting on the tracks he had found, Miller decided to talk to the Jones family. He went to Tom's house to interview his mother, Mrs. Jones. The woman looked exhausted and devastated, unable to believe that her husband had been murdered. Mrs. Jones said that over the past few months her husband had become increasingly suspicious and had frequent arguments with Tom. She did not know what the reason was, but she noticed that their arguments were becoming increasingly violent. Her husband complained that Tom was spending too much time away from home, but he did not provide any other specific details. When Miller began asking about Susan, Mrs. Jones's eyes filled with tears. She didn't want to believe that her son could be connected to this woman, but she admitted that they did cross paths often. For the past few months, she had noticed that Tom was coming home late and avoiding conversations with his parents. These new details began to fit together. It became clear to Miller that there had been some kind of relationship between Susan and Tom that Tom's father, Mr. Jones, might not have approved of. This could have led to the conflict that led to the murder. The detective decided that now was the time to look more closely into the connections between Susan and Tom. He went to Susan's house, hoping to find her there. However, the house was empty, and Susan seemed to have disappeared. This raised a new wave of suspicion in Miller. Susan's disappearance after the murder was too suspicious to be an accident. Miller ordered Sergeant Lee to send out requests to hospitals and nearby towns to find Susan. He also ordered a search of Tom's home to see if there were any signs or clues that could link him to the murder. Miller knew he had to act quickly, while the evidence was still fresh and Susan had not traveled too far. Thus, the first wave of suspicion began to gather around Tom and Susan. Miller felt that they were both involved in this case, and he was ready to go to the end to uncover the truth. But at the same time, he understood that this story was much more complicated than it seemed at first glance, and he still had a lot of work to do to put together all the pieces of this dark puzzle. Detective Miller and Sergeant Lee began to sift through the evidence, trying to understand what exactly happened that fateful night. Now that the prime suspects, Tom and Susan, were under close surveillance, it was time to figure out how their relationship could have led to such a horrific crime. Miller's first step was to go back to the files on Tom and Susan's phones. They requested all the call and text messages they'd made over the past few months. As they pored over the data, they began to find evidence that Tom and Susan's relationship was more than just friendly. The messages they found contained explicit confessions and arrangements for secret meetings that took place when her husband and Tom's family couldn't reach them. Miller was particularly interested in one of the last conversations, which took place just a few days before the murder. In this conversation, Tom clearly expressed concern that their secret could be revealed. He tried to persuade Susan to change something in their relationship, to stop something, or conversely to take more decisive measures. Susan responded evasively, expressing fear of possible consequences. This dialogue made the detective understand that a conflict was brewing in their relationship, which could become the impetus for tragedy. With this information in hand, Miller and Lee decided to conduct a second search of Susan's home, paying particular attention to her bedroom and workspace. During the search, the detectives found a box of letters in one of the closets that Susan and Tom had been exchanging over the past few months. The letters were passionate and full of emotion, further confirming the seriousness of their affair. Among the letters were several that mentioned a plan. This alerted Miller. He studied each line carefully and realized that it was a plan to leave town to hide from those around him, but the letters lacked specific details. This made Miller wonder. Perhaps the murder was unintentional and events were unfolding faster than they had planned. Meanwhile, Sergeant Lee continued to examine other evidence found in Tom's home. In his room, he found notes written on scraps of paper, in which Tom described his feelings and fears about his relationship with Susan. These notes were not significant in themselves, but they added context to the overall picture and showed that Tom was seriously involved in the relationship and was under a lot of emotional strain. The real discovery, however, was the diary found in Tom's desk drawer. In it, Tom detailed his encounters with Susan and how their relationship had evolved over time. In his final entries before the murder, he wrote of his despair and fear that their affair would be discovered, especially by his father. Tom described how his father became increasingly interested in his personal life and how he would increasingly find Tom when he returned from Susan's visits. The last entries were especially important. In one of them, Tom wrote about a conversation with his father that took place literally the day before the murder. In this entry, Tom mentioned that his father suspected him of something and threatened to get to the bottom of everything. Miller realized that Tom's father, Mr. Jones, probably already knew about his son's affair with Susan, which could have caused their quarrel and subsequent murder. This new information became the basis for further investigation. Miller and Lee suggested that on the night of the murder, Mr. Jones, having learned about the relationship between Tom and Susan, could have tried to confront them, which led to the tragedy. But to confirm this version, additional evidence and witness testimony were needed. Miller ordered his men to interview the neighbors again and gather all possible information about what happened on the night of the murder. Particular attention was paid to those who might have seen or heard something unusual, but did not attach any importance to it at the time. One of the neighbors, who lived in the house across the street, recalled hearing loud screams coming from Susan's house late that night. He described the screams as short but very loud, and then everything went quiet. This witness also noted that a man then came out of the house and quickly disappeared into the darkness. Although he could not describe exactly who it was, his testimony added another important element to the picture. Miller and Lee decided that they needed to try to find Susan as soon as possible. They were now sure that she was involved in this case much more deeply than they had initially thought. Susan's disappearance and her connection to Tom now looked not just suspicious, but part of a well-thought-out plan. While searching for Susan, Miller decided to question Tom again, now with new evidence in hand. He wanted to find out exactly what happened that night and what Tom's role was in the murder. The detective knew that Tom would have little chance of evading the truth when all the evidence was laid out before him. In the police office, Tom sat with his head down. This time, Miller was more stern and demanding. He immediately showed Tom the diary and letters found in Susan's house. Tom turned pale when he saw the familiar pages, and his hands began to shake again. "We know about your affair with Susan, Tom," Miller said firmly, "and we know your father found out about it. What happened that night? Why did your father end up dead?" Tom tried to say something, but his voice shook and he couldn't get the words out. Miller kept pressing him, and at some point Tom finally couldn't take it anymore. He admitted that he had actually met Susan, and that they had been planning to run away from town. He said that his father had caught them together at Susan's house that night, and that they had had a terrible fight. Tom described how his father became furious when he learned the truth. He threatened to tell his wife Susan everything and ruin their lives. At this point, an argument broke out between them, which turned into a fight. Tom eventually admitted that he had lost his temper and had hit his father when he attacked Susan. He had not realized how hard he had hit him until he saw his father lying unconscious and bleeding on the floor. After this, Tom and Susan panicked. They didn't know what to do and decided to just disappear, hoping that no one would find out what really happened. But now that all the evidence was against them, Tom could no longer hide the truth. Detective Miller, hearing Tom's confession, knew it was the culmination of a complex drama unfolding in this quiet town. But there were still questions to be answered. Where was Susan now? And could she also be involved in the murder? Tom's confession was an important step toward uncovering the truth. But to complete the investigation, Detective Miller and his team needed to gather additional evidence that could corroborate their version of events and bring those responsible to justice. The main objective at this stage was to find out the whereabouts of Susan, whose actions remained a mystery. Detective Miller and Sergeant Lee decided to expand the search for Susan. They contacted other police departments in neighboring cities and states, sending out inquiries about possible movements or incidents involving her. Wanted posters with her photo were sent to all police stations and hospitals in the area. Miller knew that Susan might try to hide, but he also knew that sooner or later she would make a mistake. Meanwhile, Sergeant Lee continued to analyze Tom's cell phone data. Among recent calls and messages, they found a number that caught their attention. The number had appeared frequently in phone records over the past few days. Miller ordered an investigation into its ownership, and it soon became clear that the number was registered to one of Susan's distant relatives, who lived in the neighboring state of New Hampshire. The detectives decided to act quickly. They arranged a visit to New Hampshire, assuming that Susan might be hiding with a relative. At the house, they were met by an elderly man who, upon learning the purpose of the visit, became visibly nervous. Miller, realizing that they were close to their goal, began asking questions. After several minutes of intense questioning, the man admitted that Susan had indeed visited him a couple of days earlier, but had only stayed a few hours. She had been worried, and as he said, out of her mind. She told him about the terrible events that had taken place in Belfast, and how she and Tom had found themselves in the middle of this nightmare. The man also mentioned that Susan had left, saying she was going to hide in a secluded spot on the coast. She left him with only one phrase that he remembered. "I can't run anymore, but I can't stay either." This made the detectives even more wary. They realized that Susan might be in a dangerous psychological state, and her actions could be unpredictable. With this information in hand, Miller and Lee continued their search, heading toward the area where they thought Susan might be. They noted several small hotels and rental cottages along the coast where she might be hiding. Checking hotel logs and asking locals yielded results. At one of the hotels, located on the very edge of the bay, a woman matching Susan's description had checked in a few days earlier under an assumed name. Miller and Lee immediately set out for the location, determined to finish the job and bring Susan back to Belfast. When they arrived, the hotel looked deserted and abandoned. The owner of the hotel reported that the woman they had inquired about had barely left her room and seemed depressed and anxious. The detectives approached the door of her room carefully. Miller knocked, but there was no answer. He tried again, this time using her name. "Susan, we know you're in there. We need to talk." After what seemed like an eternity, the door slowly opened. Susan stood there, her eyes wide with fatigue and fear. She knew she'd been found, and there was no point in running. Miller and Lee gently ushered her into the room and began asking questions. Susan paused for a long moment, as if collecting her thoughts, and then began to tell her version of events. Her story was full of contradictions, but one thing became clear. She had not planned the murder. She described how Mr. Jones had broken into her home that night and made threats, and then a fight had broken out that had gotten out of hand. Susan claimed that when Tom hit his father, she had tried to separate them, but it had all happened too quickly. As Susan told her story, Miller became increasingly convinced that she was telling the truth. Her confession revealed how scared and confused she had been that night. But there was still doubt about whether everything had really happened as she described. The detectives knew they had to check her words against the evidence they already had. When they returned to Belfast, Susan was arrested and remanded in custody for further investigation. Meanwhile, Miller and Lee continued to review all the data and evidence they had collected to finally confirm or deny her version of events. One of the key pieces of evidence was the fingerprints and blood found in Susan's home. Forensic analysis confirmed that the blood belonged to Mr. Jones, and signs of a struggle indicated that there had indeed been a fight in the room. Tom and Susan's fingerprints were everywhere, confirming their presence at the crime scene. Further investigation was also conducted into the financial transactions of Susan and Tom. It was discovered that they had withdrawn a large sum of money from their accounts a few days before the murder, which confirmed their intention to flee. This evidence further strengthened the theory that the murder was spontaneous and not pre-planned. Tom's testimony, the letters and diary he found, and Susan's testimony allowed Miller to piece together a nearly complete picture of the events. The evidence and testimony spoke for themselves. The tragedy was the result of passion, fear, and rash decisions. Now the detectives had one last task: to piece together all the evidence and prepare the case for trial. They knew their work was coming to an end, but they knew that this case would remain in the memory of Belfast residents for a long time, as an example of how secret passions can lead to irreversible consequences. With each passing day, the investigation became clearer. Detective Miller and Sergeant Lee had almost completed collecting all the evidence, but now they needed to focus on the motives that led to the tragic events. In this part of the investigation, they focused on fully understanding what exactly was the catalyst for Mr. Jones's murder. The first step was to delve deeper into the relationship between Tom and Susan. Miller carefully studied the letters they exchanged. These letters showed how complex and contradictory their relationship was. On the one hand, Tom was a young man thirsting for freedom and new experiences. He saw in Susan not only a woman, but also salvation from the boredom and monotony of provincial life. Susan, in turn, was deeply dissatisfied with her life. Her marriage, which seemed perfect on the outside, had long since lost its meaning for her. In Tom, she found what she lacked: passion, youth, attention. However, as their relationship progressed, both began to realize that they were caught in a trap with no easy way out. Tom began to realize that his relationship with Susan was becoming increasingly dangerous, especially when his father began to suspect that something was wrong. Mr. Jones, a man of strict morals and traditional values, felt that something was wrong with his family structure. He began to notice that his son was becoming distant and mysterious, which only increased his suspicions. Miller also looked into the financial aspects of Tom and Susan's lives. He discovered that Susan had been secretly transferring large sums of money into an account used by Tom. This suggested that the two were planning a future together, perhaps even an escape from Belfast. But these plans proved too dangerous, and Mr. Jones, it turned out, was a serious obstacle to them. The investigation also revealed another interesting fact. A few weeks before the murder, Mr. Jones had asked a private detective to follow his son. He wanted to find out what was really going on. The private detective's report mentioned several meetings between Tom and Susan, which they had carefully hidden. When Mr. Jones learned about them, he was furious. He felt that his family was being destroyed right before his eyes, and this forced him to act decisively. Miller knew that this motive was key. The father, having learned of his son's secret meetings with a married woman, was ready to take extreme measures to protect the honor of his family. This knowledge could push him to have a frank conversation with his son and Susan, which ultimately ended in tragedy. Meanwhile, Sergeant Lee continued to interrogate Susan. He tried to understand her motives and her role in what had happened. Susan seemed to be overcome with guilt and fear. She admitted that she had not meant to let the situation get to this point, but she did not know how to stop the disaster that was unfolding. She said that she loved Tom, but she knew their relationship was doomed. The night Mr. Jones broke into her home, she tried to stop the conflict, but things did not go as she expected. Lee also discovered that Susan had serious psychological problems related to her marriage. Her husband was cold and indifferent to her feelings, and she sought solace in her relationship with Tom. This left her vulnerable and susceptible to passion, which eventually led to irreparable consequences. In parallel with the interviews and document analysis, Miller decided to conduct another examination of the crime scene to ensure that no important details had been missed. During his second examination, he noticed a small, barely noticeable detail. There were traces of blood on the carpet in the living room where the murder had occurred, but they did not match the general picture of a fight. These traces indicated that Mr. Jones's body may have been moved after his death. This discovery got Miller thinking. Had Susan or Tom tried to hide evidence or change the crime scene to confuse the investigation? Or were they acting in a panic, unsure of what to do after what had happened? The answers to these questions might provide a final understanding of the events of that night. Miller knew that the key now was to piece together the details to understand what had driven Tom and Susan to act in the way that led to Mr. Jones's death. He also knew that the truth might be more complex than it initially appeared, and it was his job to uncover that complexity and present it in court. Having completed his analysis of all the clues and evidence, Miller prepared a final report. In it, the detective described in detail the events leading up to the murder and the motives that moved those involved. He emphasized that although the murder was spontaneous, its roots were in deep personal and emotional conflicts that led to the disaster. As the trial approached, Miller and Lee knew their work was not done. They had to present this case to the court, prove the guilt of the suspects, and seek justice for the victim. But they also knew that this case would leave an indelible mark on them as an example of how human passions can lead to tragedy, destroying the life of an entire family. The final stage of the investigation was full of tension and anticipation. Detective Miller and Sergeant Lee prepared for the final stage, the arrest and subsequent trial. All the evidence was collected, the motives were established, and now all that remained was to formally charge Tom and Susan. The next morning, they went to the station, preparing to meet with the district attorney. The prosecutor reviewed the case and agreed with Miller's findings. He gave the green light for the arrest and charges. Miller knew that this moment would be crucial not only for them, but for the entire Belfast community, which was eagerly awaiting justice. The detectives first went to Tom, who had been under police surveillance since his confession. They knew he had realized the gravity of his actions, but an arrest was inevitable. When Miller and Lee entered his home, Tom was sitting in the living room, surrounded by memories of the past. He looked lost and tired, knowing his life would never be the same. "Tom Jones, you are under arrest for the murder of your father, Mr. Jones," Miller said coldly as he handcuffed him. Tom did not resist. He hung his head silently, realizing that his confession and actions had led to this point. In that moment, he was not the defiant young man he had been before. He was a broken man, fully aware of his mistakes. After arresting Tom, the detectives went to Susan. She was in even worse shape than Tom. Susan remained in custody, awaiting her arrest. When Miller and Lee entered her cell, she was sitting on her bed, staring at a spot on the wall. The only sounds were her quiet sighs. Miller walked up to her and announced, "Susan Parks, you are under arrest for accessory after the fact to the murder of Mr. Jones." Susan, hearing this, slowly raised her head and looked at Miller. There was a mixture of despair and resignation in her eyes. She said nothing, but her look said that she was ready to take punishment for what she had done. Accompanied by detectives, she left the cell and headed for the car that was supposed to take her to prison. On the way to the station, Lee tried to understand what motivated people like Susan and Tom, what made them take such steps. He understood that this was not just a crime, but the result of complex human relationships, where passion and fear prevailed over reason. These thoughts did not give him peace. Meanwhile, in Belfast, word of the investigation and the arrests spread like wildfire. The city's residents, who had been following the case for a long time, finally had answers to their questions. But the answers brought not only satisfaction, but also bitterness. People they knew and respected had been implicated in a terrible crime, and it had shaken the community. In court, when the trial began, the prosecutor presented all the evidence he had collected to prove Tom and Susan's guilt. It showed how their passionate relationship and fear of exposure had led to tragic consequences. Letters, phone records, neighbors' testimonies. All of this became irrefutable evidence that the murder was not accidental, but the result of accumulated conflicts and tensions. Tom and Susan both pleaded guilty. Tom took primary responsibility for the murder, claiming that he had stabbed his father to death. Susan, in turn, admitted that her actions and involvement in the relationship had led to the tragedy, although she had not wanted it to happen. The judge, after hearing all the evidence, handed down a sentence that was meant to be a fair punishment for what had been done. Tom was sentenced to a long prison term for his father's murder, and Susan was sentenced to prison for her part in the crime and for attempting to cover it up. The trial was over, but for the people of Belfast, the story would be etched in their memories for years to come. A city that had always seemed peaceful and safe had become a witness to the destructive forces of human passion and despair. Detective Miller and Sergeant Lee, having completed this case, realized that their job is not only to find criminals and bring them to justice, but also to understand what drives people in their actions. This case became a lesson for them, reminding them that behind every crime there are real people with their emotions, fears, and passions. When Miller returned home after the final court hearing, he felt relief. But that relief was mixed with sadness, because he knew that this story had left a mark not only on the lives of those involved in the crime, but also on his own soul. The story of passion, fear, and murder in Belfast was over. But life in the city went on, and the detectives knew that new cases, new mysteries, and new lessons lay ahead. In suburban Dallas, Texas in 2010, life seemed calm and orderly, especially in the Johnson family home. It was a typical American suburb, with manicured lawns, white picket fences, and perfectly trimmed shrubbery. Residents knew each other by name, greeted each other at stores, and lived by decades-old rules that kept them safe and comfortable. But sometimes the calmest facades hide the darkest secrets. John Johnson was a successful real estate businessman who had earned a name and respect in the local community. His new wife, Laura, attracted attention with her youth and beauty. She seemed like the perfect housewife, well-groomed, always welcoming and caring about her home. Their life seemed like a picture-perfect magazine cover with family and well-being in the foreground. But who would have thought that right here, in this seemingly perfect house, a story would begin that would shake the entire city? Laura was John's second wife, and, as neighbors said, much younger than him. This fact raised the question for many. What kept such a young and beautiful woman married to a man old enough to be her father? But outwardly, the Johnson family was a model that did not give in to gossip or discussion. John adored his wife and his 17-year-old son from his first marriage, Eric, despite the difficulties at first, gradually got used to his new mother and accepted her as part of his life. Eric was a quiet, reserved teenager who preferred to spend time alone or with a few close friends. He did not like to attract attention to himself and avoided large groups. Laura, in turn, tried to establish contact with him, trying to become, if not a mother, then at least a friend. They went for walks together, talked in the evenings, and sometimes played board games. No one suspected that these innocent actions would eventually lead to fatal consequences. There was an atmosphere of trust in their home, or at least that was what everyone thought. Laura seemed like a happy wife who cared for her family, and John seemed like a loving husband who provided his family with a comfortable life. But no matter how hard they tried to maintain the appearance of normality, cracks gradually began to appear in their relationship, which soon led to irreversible consequences. Late one evening, John returned home from work and noticed that something was wrong in the house. Laura and Eric, usually so friendly and calm, looked tense and nervous. Their conversations stopped as soon as he entered the room, and an awkward silence fell between them. John tried not to pay attention to it, but alarm bells were already ringing in his head. This moment was the beginning of the end for what had once seemed like a perfect family life. Life has never been easy for the Johnsons, but in the coming weeks and months, everything will change beyond recognition. The secrets they have kept so carefully hidden will begin to come to light, and no one in this house will be the same. The only question is who will be the first to break this painful secret, and what will happen when it all finally comes out. When police finally arrived on the scene, the Johnson home was already a hub of chaos. Several neighbors had gathered around, drawn by the noise and sirens. Police cars filled the street, their blue lights illuminating the fronts of houses and adding an ominous edge to the otherwise quiet night. Detectives began their search, trying to figure out what had happened inside as quickly as possible. John sat in the living room, his hands shaking, his face a mask of shock and disbelief. He could barely process what was happening. Everything he saw before him was too much to take in. His wife was dead, and the son he loved and considered his hope for the future was implicated in this horror. Several emotions were battling inside him at once: anger, despair, fear, and a complete lack of understanding of what had happened. The police began to examine the crime scene. Blood on the bedroom floor and walls, overturned furniture, broken objects. Everything spoke of a violent struggle. Laura had clearly tried to defend herself, but her forces were unequal. In the center of the room lay her body, twisted and lifeless. Her hands were still clutching the tattered pieces of her nightgown, as if she were trying to protect herself from blows. Eric, who was detained by the police, was in a state of deep shock. He did not say a word, did not resist arrest, and did not even try to justify himself. His clothes were soaked in blood, and his face was frozen in a grimace of horror. As he was being led out of the house, he looked back at his father, but John could not return his gaze. This look will remain with him for the rest of his life. The detectives began searching the bedroom. Several details caught their attention: the odd placement of objects, shoe prints on the floor, and scraps of fabric that clearly did not belong to Laura. All of these things indicated that someone else might have been in the room at the time of the murder. They also noticed that the knife used to kill Laura did not have Eric's fingerprints, which raised even more questions. However, despite this, all the evidence pointed to him as the prime suspect. An important discovery was Laura's mobile phone, which was lying near her body. The last messages sent to Eric indicated that they had corresponded shortly before the tragedy. These messages were full of tenderness and passion, which raised even more questions for the detectives. Perhaps the affair between the stepmother and stepson was deeper than they assumed, and it could have been the reason for the murder. One of the detectives, Officer Harper, immediately noticed strange footprints on the floor that did not match the shoes of either Eric or Laura. He wondered if anyone else had been in the house at the time of the murder. This thought bothered him, and he decided to check all possible entrances and exits of the house, including the windows and the back door, which turned out to be open. Meanwhile, Eric was taken to the police station for questioning. He sat in a small interrogation room with the lights shining in his face, trying to collect his thoughts despite the shock. The detectives asked him questions, but his answers were short and incoherent. He couldn't explain how Laura had died, or why he was standing next to her body, bloody and shaken. Harper began to follow the threads that he hoped would lead to a solution to this tangled story. He decided to talk to his neighbors to see if they had seen anything unusual that night. One neighbor, Mr. Green, remembered seeing an unfamiliar car parked outside the Johnsons' home shortly before the incident. This could be a vital lead, and Harper immediately went to check the neighborhood's surveillance cameras. As the investigation continued, new details emerged. Mr. Green's testimony was accurate. The security footage showed a black car driving up to the Johnsons' house and then disappearing from view. The driver of the car remained unknown, but this added intrigue to the case. Who could have driven up to their home that night? And how did this relate to Laura's murder? Meanwhile, John, who had remained in the house after Eric had been taken to the police station, was trying to figure out what was happening. He walked through the empty rooms, where order and comfort had previously reigned. But now there was a spirit of chaos and fear. His thoughts were confused, and his heart was breaking with pain and rage. Doubt was beginning to arise in John's soul. Could his son have committed such a terrible crime? Or was everything much more complicated than it seemed at first glance? A real storm began to rage inside John. Unanswered questions haunted him. He remembered all the little things that had seemed insignificant, but now they came together to form a bigger picture. Laura and Eric's strange behavior, the tense atmosphere in the house, the times when they interrupted their conversations when he appeared. All of this indicated that there was a secret in their house that he did not know about. But could Eric, his son, decide to commit murder? The day after the tragedy, real rumors began to circulate in the Johnson household. The townspeople, shocked by what had happened, discussed every detail that had leaked to the press. Laura, who had always seemed so calm and level-headed, suddenly appeared in a completely different light. Eric, who had been considered quiet and withdrawn, now looked suspicious and dangerous in everyone's eyes. And John, who had been trying to keep the remnants of his family together, found himself in the center of a hurricane of emotions and doubts. The police investigation continued, and each day brought new clues and questions. Interrogations of neighbors, analysis of traces found at the crime scene, and, of course, the secret correspondence between Laura and Eric. All this came together to form a complex puzzle that did not yet provide a complete picture. But one thing was clear. This story was much deeper and darker than one could initially assume. The intrigue surrounding Laura Johnson's murder grew with each passing day, and no one knew what would happen next. Detectives continued their work, trying to understand this complex and dark story, and each step brought them closer to uncovering the secret that lurked behind the facade of a perfect family. The police investigation began immediately after Eric was arrested. Dallas, despite its size, was a place where such horrific crimes rarely occurred. People knew each other, and everyone was shocked by the news that a tragedy had occurred in one of the most prosperous homes. The police station was filled with activity. Detectives, forensic experts, and officers discussed and analyzed every detail of the incident to understand what really happened in the Johnson house. Detective Harper, a seasoned investigator with decades of experience, was assigned to the case. He knew it would be difficult, not only because of the strange circumstances, but also because the prime suspect was a teenager who had been caught in the middle of the tragedy. Harper dove right into the case, starting with another thorough examination of the crime scene. Forensic experts carefully examined the room where Laura was killed. Bloody traces on the floor and walls indicated a violent struggle. The fabric that was found in Laura's hands was sent for analysis to determine who it might have belonged to. Every element, every detail could be the key to solving this case. While the forensics team worked the crime scene, Harper decided to talk to neighbors. He knew that in small towns, people tended to notice details that might escape the police. He started with Mr. Green, who had mentioned a strange car seen outside the Johnsons' home the day before. Green described the car as a black sedan, fairly new, and said he had seen the driver get out and walk toward the house, but he had not seen the driver's face. Harper immediately requested footage from surveillance cameras in the area. The footage confirmed Green's account. A black car had indeed pulled up to the Johnsons' home around midnight. However, the driver's identity remained a mystery. The man's face was hidden, and the angle of the camera made it difficult to identify him. This moment became his first serious lead, and Harper decided to follow it. Meanwhile, during the interrogation with Eric, the detectives had new questions. Eric, despite the shock he was in, tried to explain that he did not kill Laura. He admitted that he and his stepmother were close, but insisted that the murder was not his doing. He talked about how Laura became more than just a stepmother to him, but insisted that he could never harm her. However, his words sounded unconvincing to the investigators, who saw in front of them a teenager whose testimony was full of contradictions. One of the key points that Harper made was that Eric talked about a third person who might have been in the house. He claimed to have seen someone in the shadows outside the window shortly before the fight began. However, in his state of shock, Eric was unable to accurately describe who it was. This statement only added to the mystery of the case, but detectives could not simply dismiss his words. Harper made a decision. He began looking for connections between Laura and possible suspects who might want her dead. Her phone records and computer correspondence became the next target for investigators. During the check, it was discovered that Laura had secret contacts that she hid from John and even from Eric. Several messages sent to an unknown number contained anxious and even panicky tones. This could indicate that Laura was afraid of something or someone. In addition, the autopsy revealed that Laura may have been poisoned before she was killed. Traces of an unknown substance that has not yet been identified were found in her blood. This discovery further complicated the case, casting doubt on the idea that Eric could have been the sole culprit. If Laura was poisoned, who could have done it and why? John, who was still in shock, struggled to comprehend that his family had fallen apart before his eyes. In interviews with police, he described Laura as a caring wife although he admitted that there had been tension between them recently. However, he insisted that he had never suspected her of infidelity, and certainly did not think that their son would be involved in something like this. He was certain that Eric was incapable of murder, despite all the evidence that pointed in his direction. Meanwhile, police continued to search for the black sedan seen outside the house. It took several days to check all registered cars of that type in the area, but they eventually found a car that could match the description. The owner of the car, one Michael Whitley, was detained for questioning. Whitley turned out to be a neighbor of the Johnson family who was close to Laura, although John and Eric had never heard of him. Whitley, on the other hand, claimed he had a personal motive for meeting Laura that night. He hinted at a possible romantic relationship, though he denied any involvement in the murder. More importantly, he knew about Laura and Eric's secret meetings, and claimed to have witnessed one of their trysts. This new twist left detectives with a difficult choice, whether to believe Whitley's account or to consider him the prime suspect. By this point, the investigation was becoming increasingly complicated. Detectives could not rule out either Eric or Whitley as suspects, but neither seemed entirely guilty. Perhaps they were both involved in the crime in some way, but then how? Eric's psychological state continued to deteriorate, making his testimony even less reliable. Against this backdrop, John felt increasingly isolated and crushed. It seemed to him that the world around him was collapsing, and each new fact only increased his pain. He began to doubt his own sanity, and the thought that his son could be a murderer did not give him peace. But most of all, he was tormented by the thought that he could have missed something important, failed to prevent this catastrophe. Detective Harper realized that the case was becoming more complicated with each new discovery. Eric, who had been the prime suspect from the start, now looked more like a puppet than a killer, and Michael Whitley, who could have been a key witness, now seemed like a possible accomplice. The police were stumped, and the investigation was becoming a race for clues that were slipping away at every turn. The interrogations continued, and each new detail complicated the case. Eric, although still in a state of shock, began to remember certain moments from that night. He spoke of strange sounds he heard before it all began. He remembered Laura whispering something into the phone, nervously glancing at the door. He also recalled that a few days before the tragedy, Laura received a strange message, after which her behavior changed dramatically. This message became the key to a new line of investigation for Harper. Forensic officers were able to recover deleted data from Laura's phone. Among other things, they found several threatening messages from an unknown number. The messages were short, but made it clear that Laura was in danger. "You know what will happen if you tell," one read. Someone was clearly trying to intimidate her, but who? Harper contacted the provider and soon discovered that the number belonged to a prepaid phone that had been purchased with cash at a local convenience store. This didn't provide much information, but it did confirm that Laura was in danger and knew her life was at risk. Detectives were now looking for the owner of the phone, hoping that it would lead them to a solution. Michael Whitley, the man at the center of suspicion, continued to deny any involvement in the murder. However, his testimony was full of contradictions. He claimed to have been to Laura's house that night to discuss their personal affairs, but he could not explain why Laura had not told John about his visit. Moreover, he could not give a clear answer to the question of why he left the house so quickly after arriving, leaving Laura alone. His behavior was increasingly questionable, and Harper decided to delve deeper into his past. It turned out that Michael Whitley was no ordinary neighbor. He had known Laura long before her marriage to John, and they had a history of relationships that she carefully hid. They had dated several years earlier, but broke up for unknown reasons. Whitley had been involved in several shady cases involving extortion and threats, but had never been convicted. This led Harper to speculate that their relationship might be much more complicated than it seemed at first glance. Meanwhile, John sank deeper into despair. Every new detail that came to light eroded his faith in his family and himself. He began to doubt whether he had ever really known Laura. She was an enigma that he never seemed to understand, even as her husband. Every new fact about her secret ties to Whitley, about what she had kept from him, destroyed him from the inside. One evening, Harper decided to conduct another interrogation with Eric, this time trying to find out more about his relationship with Laura and how it developed. Eric, who was on the verge of a nervous breakdown, said that their relationship began as a friendship. Laura supported him in difficult moments when he felt lonely. But over time, their friendship developed into something more, and he began to have strong feelings for her that he could not control. However, he categorically denied that he could kill her. Harper began to piece together the puzzle, but some pieces still didn't fit. His mind raced over how all these people were connected. He knew Laura was likely trapped by her own secrets and fears. The question was who had kept the trap closed, and who had ultimately led her to her death. At the same time, toxicology experts returned the results of Laura's blood test. The substance found was a rare poison that is difficult to find under normal conditions. This poison not only paralyzed the victim, but also caused heart attacks. This explained the strange marks on Laura's body, which at first seemed inconsistent with a scene of violence. However, it also meant that someone had deliberately poisoned her before the murder. It was now clear to detectives that the murder had been carefully planned. The next discovery took the case to an even bigger twist. A note was found in one of Laura's drawers, which she had apparently hidden. The note read, "If anything happens to me, give this to the police." Enclosed with the note was an old photo album containing photos of Laura and another man. One of the photos was of Whitley, while the others were of an unknown man Harper had not yet met. This discovery turned the whole case upside down. Who was this unknown person? Why did Laura keep these photos and write down this warning? Harper felt he was getting closer to solving the mystery, but each step revealed more questions. The photos and the note suggested that Laura knew something, perhaps even had a premonition of her own death. It could mean she had been drawn into a game that cost her her life. Harper began urgently checking the identity of the man in the photographs. It turned out to be Whitley's former business partner, Richard Malone, who had disappeared several years earlier under mysterious circumstances. Malone was involved in a number of criminal schemes, and his disappearance left many unanswered questions. This led Harper to speculate that Laura's death might be related to some old conflicts that had not yet been resolved. Detectives began searching for Malone, believing he might be a key player in the story. If Malone was alive, he would be a prime suspect in the murder. If he was dead, his death could be linked to what happened to Laura. But no matter where Malone was, one thing was clear. Laura knew more than she was letting on, and that knowledge was the cause of her death. John, having learned of the new discoveries, was completely broken. He understood that he had been deceived by his wife, but even more he was eaten away by the thought that he could have prevented this if he had been more attentive. Now his world had completely collapsed, and he was left alone with thoughts of what could have been different. As the investigation grew more complex, detectives continued to grapple with the mysteries Laura had left behind. What had seemed like a murder of passion now looked like a carefully planned operation with multiple participants. Harper and his team knew they had to get to the bottom of it, even if it meant discovering even more shocking things. As the investigation continued, Detective Harper felt he was getting closer to a solution. But with each new discovery came new questions that needed answers. The key figure who could shed light on this whole tangled story was Richard Malone, the man whose shadow loomed over this entire tragedy. If Harper could find him, then perhaps the whole picture would finally come together. The search for Malone began with a thorough check of all his possible connections and addresses where he could be hiding. Detectives checked his old contacts, colleagues, and acquaintances, but everything seemed futile. Malone seemed to have vanished into thin air. However, after a few days of searching, unexpected news arrived. One of Malone's former accomplices, a certain Jackson Reed, was arrested in another case in a neighboring state. Harper realized that this could be their chance, and immediately went there to interrogate Reed. Reed turned out to be a man with a dark past and a complicated history. He had been involved in criminal cases with Malone and knew him better than anyone else. When he met Harper, he initially did not want to say anything, fearing the consequences, but the detective knew how to approach him. He offered Reed a deal, information in exchange for a lighter sentence. Seeing that there was no other way out, Reed agreed to tell everything he knew. Reed began by saying that Malone was not the man he had seemed. He was manipulative and used people to achieve his goals. Several years ago, they had been involved in a major money laundering and extortion scheme together. Laura, according to Reed, had known Malone since before she was married to John. Malone had been attracted to her, but their relationship had ended when Laura realized that he had drawn her into his criminal schemes. Malone, however, was not going to let Laura go so easily. He began to blackmail her, threatening to reveal her involvement in his scams to John and her entire new family. Laura was desperate, and this is what made her hide her old connections from her husband. However, when she met Michael Whitley, who was also acquainted with Malone, the situation became even more dangerous. Whitley began to use information about Laura's past to manipulate her. They began a relationship that Laura was forced to maintain, fearing for her life and the safety of her family. Harper listened to Reed's story, and a dark puzzle began to form in his mind. Laura had been caught up in a criminal underworld she couldn't escape. Malone continued to stalk her, even after she tried to start a new life with John. Whitley, who was also involved in criminal activity, had exploited her vulnerability to control and keep her in fear. Reed also said that in the months leading up to the murder, Malone had become increasingly dangerous. He suspected that Laura might expose him and Whitley to the police and began threatening her with violence. That's when Laura received the threatening messages that had so frightened her. On the night of the murder, Reed said, Malone planned to visit Laura and silence her forever. He didn't trust Whitley, believing that he could betray him at any moment. However, Whitley learned of Malone's plans and decided to act preemptively. He arrived at Laura's earlier, trying to convince her not to meet with Malone, but their conversation turned into an argument. Laura, in desperation, began to resist, and the situation quickly got out of control. Whitley, in a state of affect, attacked her, and everything ended tragically. When Malone finally arrived, he found Laura already dead. Realizing what had happened, he quickly left the scene, leaving Whitley to deal with the aftermath. Malone knew that Whitley would now be the center of attention and that it could distract the police from his own business. However, he did not take into account one thing. Whitley was too intimidated to remain silent, and his testimony could be devastating for everyone involved. Harper, having heard Reed's story, knew that the investigation was coming to its logical conclusion. But one important question remained. Where was Malone now? Reed claimed that after Laura's murder, Malone disappeared, and none of their old acquaintances had seen him since. This could mean that he either left the country or was hiding somewhere nearby, waiting for the right moment to reappear. In light of this new information, Harper decided to re-interview Whitley. Now that they had a more complete picture of what had happened, they could press him harder. Whitley, realizing that his situation had become critical, confessed to everything, corroborating Reed's story. He explained how Malone had blackmailed Laura and how he himself had become embroiled in this deadly game. He had not intended to kill Laura that fateful night, but the situation had gotten out of control and he could not stop. Whitley also revealed that Malone was planning to leave the country after he dealt with Laura. He mentioned that Malone had several false passports and that he could use one of them to escape. There were many options for where he could be hiding, but one of them seemed most likely, an old yacht that Malone used for his business trips. The yacht was registered under a different name, and only those closest to him knew about it. Harper immediately dispatched a task force to investigate. The yacht was moored in a small port just outside the city, and the detectives hoped to catch Malone unawares. The operation was carried out quickly and quietly. When they arrived, it turned out that Malone had indeed been hiding on the yacht, preparing to leave. He was arrested without resistance and taken to the station for questioning. Malone, once in police custody, initially tried to deny it, but under the pressure of the evidence and the testimony of Whitley and Reed, he had no choice. He admitted that he was the main organizer of the crime, and that his goal was to silence Laura forever so that she would not reveal his criminal schemes. He also admitted that he had been blackmailing her for several years, threatening to ruin her new life if she did not comply with his demands. With each new confession, the picture of the tragedy became clearer. Laura was a victim of circumstances and people who used her weaknesses and fears to their advantage. She tried to start a new life, but her past caught up with her, and she could not find a way out of this deadly trap. Malone's arrest brought closure, but it didn't bring relief to John and Eric. Their lives were forever changed. John, who had doubted and blamed himself for so long, realized that Laura was not who she seemed, but that didn't ease his pain. Eric, betrayed and tragic, had to find a way to move on from what had happened. The Laura Johnson case was a lesson to all who encountered it, how the secrets of the past can destroy the brightest future, and how choices made in desperation can lead to irreparable consequences. Harper, when he closed the case, knew it was just one of many he would solve, but it would remain in his memory as one of the most complex and darkest investigations he had ever led. After Richard Malone's arrest, the Laura Johnson case became a publicity stunt. The media lapped up the details of the tragedy, revealing to the public the dirty secrets that had remained hidden for so long behind the family's facade of prosperity. John and Eric Johnson became unwitting participants in this public drama, each of whom was forced to deal with the aftermath in their own way. Malone, once in the hands of justice, realized that he could not escape punishment. Numerous pieces of evidence were collected against him, including the testimonies of Whitley and Reed, as well as his own confessions. At the trial, he tried to justify his actions, claiming that he did not want Laura to die, that everything happened by accident. However, his words could not convince either the judge or the jury. He was found guilty of the murder of Laura Johnson and sentenced to life imprisonment without parole. For Michael Whitley, who initially tried to deny his guilt, the situation turned out differently. His lawyers were able to obtain a lighter sentence by pointing out that he had been pressured and manipulated by Malone. Whitley was convicted of manslaughter and received 20 years in prison with the possibility of parole after 10 years. However, even this relatively light sentence could not absolve him of the internal guilt for what he had done. Eric, who survived the tragedy and was caught up in the horror, received psychological help. The court found him not guilty of Laura's death, and he was acquitted of all charges. However, his mental state remained difficult. He could not forget that night and the events that destroyed his life. Psychotherapists helped him cope with the feeling of guilt, although Eric understood that he had a long road to recovery ahead. John Johnson, left without a wife and with a son whose psyche was broken, felt devastated. He tried to support Eric, but he himself could not cope with his own feelings. The loss of Laura, her deception and death destroyed his faith in people and in life itself. He tried to find solace in his work, but the memories of what had happened did not leave him. Every morning he woke up with a heavy heart, realizing that everything could have been different if he had been more attentive, if he had noticed what was happening in his family. Life in the Dallas suburb began to return to normal after the trial, but the Johnsons' story lingered in the city's minds. It was a lesson for everyone, how easy it is to get trapped in your own secrets, and how difficult it is to escape once the truth begins to come to light. Many neighbors who had once admired the Johnsons' comfortable lives now saw their story as a warning about the dangers of judging people by their appearance and what they show the world. Detective Harper, who closed the case, returned to his regular work, but the story of Laura Johnson remained with him. He knew that not all the questions had been fully answered, and that some secrets of this family might never be solved. But the main thing had been done. The guilty had been punished, and the truth, no matter how dark, had come to light. However, even after the case was closed, Harper continued to ask himself questions. What if Laura had made a different choice? If she had found the strength to tell John about her past? Could this tragedy have been prevented if other people had intervened in time? These questions remained unanswered, like many others in his career. But Harper knew one thing: the truth always comes to the surface, even if it takes time and a lot of effort. Eric, a few months after the trial ended, decided to leave Dallas to start a new life. He knew it would be difficult to find peace and forget about the past here. John supported him in this decision, understanding that his son needed time and space to heal. They both knew that they had a difficult road to recovery, but they believed that they could do it, no matter how hard it was. The ending of this story leaves a sense of deep tragedy and lost opportunities. Laura Johnson's story is a story about how the past can catch up with us at the most unexpected moment, and how one wrong move can lead to irreversible consequences. It is a warning to all those who hide their secrets, thinking that they will remain in the shadows. But as this case shows, secrets always find a way to break out, and no one goes unpunished. (2008) Hazleton, Pennsylvania. Hazleton is a small town in Pennsylvania with a population of just over 25,000 people. The town is known for its quiet streets and friendly neighbors. Loud incidents rarely happen in such a place, and life flows smoothly, like in many other small American towns. At the center of this story is the Martin family. Tom Martin, 35, works as a manager for a local construction company. His wife, Elizabeth Martin, 32, is a housewife who raises their 2 children. At first glance, they are a model family, living in a cozy house on one of the quiet streets of Hazleton. However, beneath the surface of this apparent well-being lies a secret that will soon lead to tragic events. Elizabeth Martin, feeling a lack of attention from her husband, begins a secret relationship with 24-year-old Daniel Smith, the son of neighbors. Daniel, a local college student, often spends time at their home, helping with the housework and communicating with Elizabeth. At first, their relationship developed slowly. Elizabeth felt lonely and was drawn to the young, energetic Daniel. From their first meeting, there was a mutual attraction that quickly developed into something more. They began to meet secretly when Tom was at work or on business trips. These meetings took place both at the Martins' home and in secluded places outside the city. The intimate relationship between Elizabeth and Daniel lasted for several months. They carefully hid their relationship, but the tension and risk of exposure grew with each passing day. No one around them, including Tom, suspected what was happening behind closed doors. This stage of their relationship led to Elizabeth neglecting her family responsibilities. Her thoughts were increasingly occupied with Daniel, rather than her own husband and children. Gradually, her behavior began to be noticed by those around her, but no one could imagine what this would lead to. In March 2008, the quiet life in Hazleton began to take on disturbing overtones. Tom Martin, increasingly immersed in work and commitments, barely noticed the changes in his wife's behavior. Elizabeth was becoming increasingly distant and withdrawn, spending much of her time alone or, as he thought, with neighbors. In reality, her thoughts were consumed by her relationship with Daniel Smith, a young neighbor with whom she had begun a secret and passionate affair. While Tom remained in the dark, Elizabeth and Daniel continued to meet in secret. Their relationship became more intense, filled with risk and adrenaline. Every now and then, they would travel out of town, meeting in motels or secluded places where no one could see them. These moments were a real escape from reality for them, but each time the tension between them grew. They knew they couldn't continue like this forever. One evening, when Tom was kept late at work, Elizabeth invited Daniel to her home. It was another opportunity to spend time together while the children were asleep. They met in the backyard, where Elizabeth smuggled him into the house. Each time their encounters became more dangerous, and on this evening tensions reached a peak. They spent several hours together, hidden in the bedroom. It was a time when Elizabeth felt alive again, wanted and loved. However, despite all the passion, deep down she was tormented by fear and guilt. She knew that their relationship could not last forever, and the further they went, the closer disaster crept. And it was at this moment that fate played its fatal joke. Tom returned home earlier than expected. He noticed the light in the bedroom and decided to check what was going on. He went up the stairs, opened the door, and found his wife and Daniel together. It was a moment that changed their lives forever. Shock and anger overwhelmed Tom. In a fit of rage, he attacked Daniel. They began to struggle, and their emotions got the better of them. During the fight, Tom grabbed a heavy object that was on the nightstand and hit Daniel. It all happened so quickly that no one had time to process what had happened. Daniel collapsed to the floor, blood slowly spreading across the carpet. Elizabeth stood there dumbfounded, realizing what had happened. Her lover's lifeless body lay before her, and her husband, full of rage and despair, stood over him, breathing heavily. For her, this was the end of everything, the end of her secret life, her happiness, her hopes for the future. Tom, realizing what he had done, went into shock. He couldn't believe that he had killed a man, not just a stranger, but a young man who was a family friend, who was part of their lives. The situation had gotten out of control, and at that moment Tom realized that he had destroyed everything he had. Elizabeth, in a state of panic, tried to calm Tom down. She knew they had to somehow cover up what had happened, but her mind was in chaos. They couldn't go to the police. That would mean the end for both of them. Fear and despair overwhelmed them as they began to realize the extent of what had happened. Tom and Elizabeth, driven by fear of discovery, decide to hide the body. They know that time is short, and they must act quickly. That night, they hide Daniel's body in the trunk of a car, planning to dispose of it later in the woods outside of town. All the while, Elizabeth is overcome with guilt and horror at what has happened. Her heart is torn by the knowledge that she indirectly caused the death of the young man she loved. This horrible incident will be the beginning of the end for both of them. What started as an innocent connection has turned into a nightmare from which there is no escape. More fear, intrigue, and attempts to hide the truth await them ahead, but they will never be able to return to normal life. Thus begins a chain of events that will gradually lead to the final denouement, when the truth comes to the surface, and all participants in this bloody spectacle will bear their consequences. After the murder of Daniel Smith, life in Hazleton began to change. The calm that usually reigned in this small town was disturbed. Soon, residents began to notice the absence of Daniel, a young and friendly guy who was known to everyone as kind-hearted and responsible. His parents, worried that their son had not returned home and was not answering his phone, contacted the police. The investigation began with a simple missing person report. Such cases were rare for local law enforcement, so they paid special attention to the case. The case was assigned to Detective Andrew Garrison, an experienced police officer who had been in the investigations department for more than 20 years. He was known for his astute mind and ability to quickly connect seemingly disparate facts. Detective Harrison first began questioning Daniel's family and friends. The parents said that they had last seen their son in the evening when he went to help his neighbors, Martin. This was not the first time he had helped the family, as he often helped Elizabeth with household chores, and was also acquainted with Tom. For Daniel's family, the Martins seemed respectable and decent people, so they did not see anything suspicious in the fact that Daniel could be with them. However, Detective Garrison, while talking to neighbors, began to piece together a picture that showed that the relationship between Daniel and Elizabeth was closer than might have been expected. Several neighbors noted that they often saw Elizabeth and Daniel alone together, even when Tom was not home. This made Garrison suspicious that there may have been an affair between the two that led to something more serious. The detective decided to personally question Elizabeth and Tom Martin. He visited their home to talk to them and get their version of events. The meeting took place in a tense atmosphere. Tom looked agitated and nervous, and Elizabeth tried to remain calm, although her gaze constantly darted away, as if she was afraid to meet the detective's eyes. Harrison started with simple questions, trying to figure out when they had last seen Daniel and what they had been doing the day he disappeared. Elizabeth confidently replied that Daniel had been at their house helping with the cleaning, but had left shortly after finishing the job. Tom echoed her words, but the detective noticed that there was something unnatural about his story, as if he was trying to hide something. After the interrogation, Harrison noticed that Tom had a clear nervous tic. He was constantly fiddling with his fingers and avoiding direct eye contact. This could be a sign of lying or fear. Elizabeth, although she was more confident, also aroused suspicion. She was choosing her words too carefully, trying not to make a single mistake, which could also indicate that she was hiding some information. Detective Garrison decided to continue the investigation and gather more evidence. He requested data from surveillance cameras installed on neighboring houses. In one of the recordings, he noticed that the Martin family car was leaving the garage on the night Daniel disappeared, and this happened at the time when, according to Elizabeth and Tom, they should have been sleeping. This opened a new line of investigation. Harrison began to suspect that something had happened that night and that the Martin family was trying to cover it up. He requested a search warrant for Tom Martin's home and car. This step was necessary to confirm his suspicions. During the search of the house, small but important clues were found. A blood-stained cloth belonging to Daniel was found in the trunk of the car. In addition, there were signs in the house that someone had tried to clean up the evidence of violence. The carpet in the bedroom had recently been replaced, and there were fresh paint stains on the walls that had attempted to hide the blood. These findings became key pieces of evidence that confirmed Harrison's suspicions. He realized that this was more than a simple disappearance. There had been a murder, and Tom and Elizabeth Martin were the suspects. The question now was how exactly the murder had occurred, Which of them had been the instigator and what events had led to this tragic outcome? The information sent shockwaves through Hazleton. The town, which had always been quiet and safe, suddenly found itself at the center of a high-profile investigation. Residents began to speculate about what had happened in the Martin home that fateful night. Rumors spread quickly, and many began to distance themselves from the family they had once considered exemplary. Meanwhile, Detective Harrison continued his investigation, determined to bring the truth to light and bring the guilty to justice. An even more difficult job lay ahead of him: to put all the pieces of this dark puzzle together and achieve justice for Daniel Smith. By May 2008, the disappearance of Daniel Smith had become a criminal investigation. The discovery of blood and other evidence in the Martin home threatened their standing in the community and sent shockwaves through Hazleton. The entire town was in an atmosphere of suspicion and fear, as a crime of this magnitude was unprecedented in the area. Detective Andrew Garrison continued to work hard on the case, knowing that despite the evidence he had found, he still had to prove that the murder had actually taken place and that Tom and Elizabeth Martin were directly involved in this horrific crime. Each new day brought him new information, which he carefully analyzed and compared with the testimony of witnesses. Harrison decided to focus on understanding the motives that could have led to the murder. He knew that such crimes rarely occurred without a good reason, and he felt that there was something more hidden in the relationships between Tom, Elizabeth, and Daniel. The situation became more complicated with each passing day, but this only strengthened the detective's determination to see the case through to the end. Meanwhile, Tom and Elizabeth Martin found themselves under intense public scrutiny. Rumors of their involvement in Daniel's disappearance spread like wildfire throughout the town. People who had previously considered them a good family now began to avoid them, and some even openly expressed their disdain. This put a lot of pressure on Tom and Elizabeth, and their family relationship began to deteriorate rapidly. Elizabeth, feeling the growing pressure from those around her and realizing the seriousness of the situation they were in, sank deeper into depression. She was overcome with guilt and fear of the future. Her whole world had collapsed the moment Tom killed Daniel, and now she didn't know how to get out of this situation. Elizabeth understood that every day spent lying was bringing them closer to the final exposure. Tom, on the other hand, tried to remain calm and not panic. He knew he had to control his emotions and thoughts to avoid making an even bigger mistake. But the tension and guilt were eating away at him from the inside. He felt like his life was about to collapse, and he knew the consequences of his actions would be irreversible. Detective Harrison, analyzing Tom and Elizabeth's behavior, came to the conclusion that there was a lot of internal tension behind their outward calm. He decided to conduct another interrogation to try to get them to spill the beans. This time, he invited both spouses together to see how they would interact with each other under stress. During the interrogation, Harrison acted skillfully and carefully, trying to press on her weak points. He asked Elizabeth several questions about her relationship with Daniel, hinting that the police already knew about her infidelity. He also mentioned the evidence he had found, which caused Tom to become noticeably uneasy. Elizabeth began to get nervous, her voice began to tremble, and her eyes began to dart around the room. Tom, on the contrary, became even more withdrawn, answering questions briefly and dryly. Harrison noticed that there was clearly growing tension between the couple. They avoided looking at each other and clearly did not trust each other. This made the detective wonder if perhaps Elizabeth and Tom were hiding something more than just a murder. Perhaps there had been an unspoken agreement between them to remain silent. But now that agreement was beginning to crumble under the pressure of circumstances. After the interrogation, Harrison decided to conduct another investigation, focusing on the past of Tom and Elizabeth. He studied their relationship from the very beginning, trying to understand what could have led to such a tragic outcome. As a result, he learned that their marriage was never perfect. In recent years, the relationship between them became even more strained, especially after the birth of their children. Tom became increasingly immersed in his work, and Elizabeth felt lonely and forgotten. It was at this point that Daniel entered her life, filling the void that had formed in her heart. This new information only strengthened Harrison's suspicions. He realized that there were many layers to this story, each requiring careful examination. At this point, He was certain that Daniel Smith's murder was not an accident, but the result of a complex and destructive relationship that had spiraled out of control. However, to bring the case to an end, Harrison needed more evidence. He decided to seek help from forensic experts to find out what exactly happened that fateful night. The experts conducted a thorough analysis of traces of blood and other evidence found in the Martins' house and came to the conclusion that Daniel was killed as a result of a strong blow to the head. This confirmed Harrison's version of the murder that it was committed in a fit of rage. Meanwhile, the pressure on Tom and Elizabeth continued to mount. Surrounded by suspicion and fear of exposure, they became increasingly distant from each other. Elizabeth became increasingly withdrawn and avoided contact with her husband, and Tom began to show signs of aggression and irritability. The atmosphere in their home was tense and gloomy, which only increased the suspicions of those around them. Harrison knew that time was against him. He understood that if he could not prove Tom and Elizabeth's guilt soon, they might try to escape or cover their tracks. So he decided to act decisively. The detective began to watch their every move even more closely, waiting for the moment when one of them would make a mistake. And this moment did not take long to come. One evening, when Tom was at work, Elizabeth could not stand the tension and went to her close friend to tell him about everything. She could not keep this secret to herself any longer. The friend, having heard Elizabeth's confession, convinced her that she needed to go to the police and tell the truth. At that moment, Elizabeth realized that her only chance for salvation was to admit what had happened. The next day, Elizabeth went to the police station and asked to see Detective Harrison. She knew this move could ruin her life, but she no longer had a choice. Her conscience would no longer allow her to live in lies and fear. Elizabeth sat before Harrison, her hands shaking and her eyes full of tears. She began her story, beginning with how her relationship with Daniel had begun, how they had begun dating in secret, and how everything had spiraled out of control on that fateful night. She admitted that she had been guilty of adultery, but insisted that she had not intended to kill Daniel. She also revealed that Tom had been the one to deliver the fatal blow, and that together they had decided to cover up the crime. Elizabeth's confession was the key to the investigation. Harrison now had irrefutable evidence that Tom and Elizabeth were guilty of Daniel Smith's murder. He knew that their guilt would not go unpunished and that justice would prevail. In June 2008, the investigation into the murder of Daniel Smith came to a head. Elizabeth Martin's confession was the turning point that allowed Detective Andrew Garrison to finally put the pieces of this dark puzzle together. Garrison knew he now had enough evidence to arrest Tom Martin and bring the case to trial. However, before taking the plunge, he decided to conduct one more interview to get all the details and a final confession. Harrison decided to interrogate Tom Martin the same day he received Elizabeth's confession. He wanted to catch him off guard before he knew she had decided to tell the truth. The arrest took place early in the morning when Tom was getting ready for work. The police surrounded his house, and he was arrested without making any noise, which immediately caused surprise and alarm among the neighbors. Tom was taken to the police station, where Detective Harrison was waiting. The interrogation began in silence. Tom looked exhausted and lost, like a man who knows his life is falling apart. Harrison began with simple questions, gradually moving on to more difficult ones, testing Tom's reactions to various aspects of the case. He knew that Tom already understood the seriousness of his situation and was ready to press him on his weak points. During the interrogation, Harrison gradually revealed his cards, showing Tom that he knew all the details of the case. The detective mentioned Elizabeth's confession, the evidence found in the house, and the testimony of neighbors who saw Tom and Elizabeth on the night of the murder. Harrison acted skillfully, combining facts with psychological pressure, making Tom feel increasingly cornered. Eventually, Tom couldn't take the pressure anymore. His cool, reserved demeanor began to crack. He became nervous trying to justify himself, but his words sounded less and less convincing. Harrison decided to deliver the final blow, showing him key evidence, surveillance footage and evidence of bloodstains found in his car and home. After several hours of questioning, Tom broke down. He admitted that on the evening he found Elizabeth and Daniel together, he was overcome with uncontrollable anger. He felt betrayed, humiliated, and at that moment he could not contain his emotions. Tom described how in a fit of rage he grabbed a heavy object and hit Daniel on the head, without thinking about the consequences. By the time he realized what he had done, it was too late. Tom said that at that moment, Elizabeth tried to calm him down, but she was in shock herself. They realized that they could not go to the police, as it would mean the end for their family. So they decided to cover up the crime. Tom and Elizabeth agreed to get rid of Daniel's body, and that same night they took it to the woods outside the city, where they buried it. Tom said that he tried to destroy all the evidence, but as it turned out, it was not enough. Tom's confession was the final piece of the puzzle that allowed Harrison to close the case. He knew he now had irrefutable evidence of Tom and Elizabeth Martin's guilt. He filed all the necessary paperwork and handed it over to the prosecutor to prepare the charges. The arrest of Tom and Elizabeth Martin sent shockwaves through Hazleton. The townspeople who had once considered them a good family could not believe that they were capable of such a crime. Newspapers and television news quickly spread the story across the country, and Hazleton became an infamous place for the horrible tragedy that had taken place. Meanwhile, Elizabeth, under arrest, was trying to comprehend what had happened. Her life had been completely destroyed, and she knew that her actions had led to the death of a man and the destruction of a family. She was tormented by remorse, and she knew that she now faced a long road through legal proceedings and possibly imprisonment. Tom, in solitary confinement, also began to realize the depth of his mistakes. He realized that his actions had not only ruined Daniel's life, but had also destroyed everything he had built. He tried to justify his actions, but he knew that was impossible. He could only accept that justice would prevail, and he would have to answer for his actions. The trial of Tom and Elizabeth Martin began in late June 2008. The case generated a great deal of public interest, with reporters, neighbors, and ordinary Hazleton residents in the courtroom, eager to learn all the details of this grim story. The trial was long and tense, but in the end, the jury found Tom Martin guilty of premeditated murder and Elizabeth as an accessory to concealment. The verdict put an end to the case. Tom Martin was sentenced to life in prison without parole, and Elizabeth received 15 years in prison for being an accessory and concealing evidence. These sentences were fair retribution for their actions, but the pain and suffering they caused will remain with them for the rest of their lives. After the trial was over, Detective Garrison returned to his office with some relief. He knew he had done everything he could to solve the case and bring justice to Daniel Smith. But he also knew that this case would leave a mark on him, as it would on everyone involved in the tragedy. After the sentencing of Tom and Elizabeth Martin, Hazleton sank into the silence that comes with shock and realization. A town that had always prided itself on its cohesion and safety was torn apart by this horrific crime. For many in Hazleton, this was more than just a murder. It was a betrayal of everything they had stood for in their lives. After the trial ended, Daniel Smith's family was going through a difficult time. Their son, so full of life and hope, had been brutally murdered by those they considered friends. The loss was unbearable, and Daniel's parents' grief seemed endless. They tried to find solace in the fact that justice had been done, but they knew that nothing would bring their son back. Neighbors and friends who had once been close to the Martin family now avoided them. The Martin home, once a symbol of stability and prosperity, became a grim reminder of what had happened. Its windows were closed and its doors were locked. No one wanted to return to the house, which was now associated with a bloody tragedy. Elizabeth Martin, in prison, slowly realized the gravity of her actions. Her life, which she had considered empty and unfulfilling, had become a living nightmare. Her affairs, which had once seemed like an escape from boredom, now turned into the destruction of everyone she loved. She often thought back to the night it happened and was tormented by questions. What if she had acted differently? What if she had not given in to temptation and started this relationship? But now, these questions were meaningless. Her fate was sealed. Tom Martin, after spending several months in solitary confinement, also began to realize that his life was over. He had lost everything: his family, his job, the respect of others, and most importantly, his freedom. Every day in prison was torture for him because he understood that he himself was the cause of all his troubles. His actions, dictated by anger and jealousy, forever changed his fate and the fate of those who were dear to him. For Detective Andrew Garrison, this case was one of the most difficult of his career. Although he achieved justice, it did not bring him satisfaction. He knew that this murder had left deep scars not only on Hazelton, but on himself as well. Garrison continued to work, but his thoughts often returned to the case. He understood that life can sometimes be cruel and unfair, and that even the quietest and most peaceful places can hide dark secrets. Over time, life in Hazelton began to recover, but the townspeople never forgot the incident. It became part of their history, a reminder that evil can lurk anywhere, even behind the most friendly faces. People became more wary, more cautious of their neighbors, and no longer trusted as blindly as they once did. The Martins' house remained empty for a long time. They tried to sell it, but no one wanted to buy a house with such a dark history. It stood locked, its walls covered with moss over time, and its windows were covered with dust. The house gradually began to crumble, becoming a ghost, a symbol of what happened inside its walls. Several years passed, and new families began to populate Hazelton, unaware of the events that had once shaken the town. To them, it was just a quiet suburb, a place to live and raise children. But for the old-timers of Hazelton, the story of Tom and Elizabeth Martin and their victim Daniel Smith will remain etched in their memories forever. Time passed and life moved on, but the scars left by the murder remained forever. Those who remembered the story passed it on to their children and grandchildren as a warning of what jealousy, betrayal, and hidden passions could lead to. Hazelton moved on, but was forever changed by what happened in 2008. In the heart of Illinois, among endless fields and tranquil forests, there is a small town called Elmswood. At first glance, it is an ideal place for those who are tired of the bustle of the city and are looking for privacy and tranquility. In Elmswood, time seems to have stood still. Residents live according to centuries-old traditions, know each other by name, and greet their neighbors every morning on the sun-drenched streets. Crime is rare here, and local police officers are more often engaged in resolving minor domestic conflicts than anything serious. The town is surrounded by dense forests that act as a natural barrier between it and the rest of the world. These forests are shrouded in mystery and legends that have been passed down from generation to generation. Old-timers claim that the forests protect the peace of Elmswood, hiding it from the eyes of uninvited guests. However, behind this apparent idyll lies something darker, something that is about to come to the surface. The city center is a small square surrounded by old buildings with brick walls darkened by time. The main church, built in the late 19th century, rises above the other buildings, reminding us of the religious roots of the city. Here, on Sundays, all the residents gather to listen to the sermon and discuss the latest news. The local shop, the only drugstore, and a cafe that serves the best coffee in the area, all these places are imbued with the spirit of antiquity. Among the inhabitants of this quiet corner, the family of James Hunter stands out. James, a middle-aged man with a stern expression and piercing blue eyes, had lived in Elmswood since his early years. He was known as a man of strict principles, which made him respected but somewhat alienated from the rest of the community. He worked at the local sawmill, a place where many of the town's men earned their living. His co-workers knew him as a hard-working and serious man, but lately James had become withdrawn and nervous, often lost in his thoughts. His son, Alex, was the complete opposite of his father. Young, charming, and full of energy, he had recently graduated from high school and returned home after an unsuccessful attempt to enter college. Alex was a favorite of the local youth, always surrounded by friends, easily finding a common language with people. However, behind the external smile, there was deep anxiety. He disappeared from home more and more often, avoiding conversations with his father, and even his friends began to notice that something was wrong with Alex. The relationship between James and Alex had always been strained. After his divorce from Alex's mother a few years ago, their bond became even more fragile. James was strict with his son, demanding discipline and responsibility, but Alex seemed to stubbornly resist his father's every demand, which led to frequent quarrels and misunderstandings. Their strained relationship became increasingly obvious to those around them, but no one could guess what was hidden behind this visible tension. As autumn approached and fog began to blanket the streets of Elmswood in the mornings, the situation in the Hunter household became increasingly menacing. The quarrels between James and Alex grew worse, and despite their best efforts to hide them from prying eyes, rumors began to leak out. The townspeople, accustomed to peace and harmony, began to wonder what was going on in the Hunter family. But the answers to these questions, like the town itself, were shrouded in mystery. At the same time, Elmswood became the site of a tragedy that would soon unfold, one that no one could have imagined. While the town continued to live its normal life, in the shadows of houses and behind closed doors, a story unfolded, full of pain, fear, and dark secrets that would soon come to the surface. Events in the Hunter household continued to unfold unnoticed by those around them, like a smoldering fire hidden beneath ashes. At first glance, everything in the family seemed ordinary, although locals had long noticed that Alex and James were not close. However, no one in town could have imagined that there was a secret connection between them, one that even the walls of their home kept silent about. This connection was not just a family conflict, but something deeper and darker than anyone could have suspected. Alex, despite his youth and openness with his friends, became noticeably withdrawn. As a child, he always tried to please his father, but over the years their relationship developed into something more complicated. James, in turn, was always strict and cold to his son, but this severity hid other, deeper feelings that he never spoke about. Secret nighttime conversations within the walls of the house became more and more frequent. No one knew what exactly was happening between them behind closed doors, but even the neighbors began to notice that the atmosphere around their house was building up tension. Every evening, Alex returned home later than usual, often disappearing for hours without explanation. His friends noticed a change in his behavior. He began to communicate with them less often withdrawing into himself, avoiding the usual conversations and fun. Alex seemed depressed, but when someone tried to ask him what was wrong, he just waved them off, assuring them that everything was fine. But his eyes betrayed anxiety. Something was bothering him, and it was more than just family quarrels. The relationship between James and Alex had become more complex than just father and son. James was a man of strong morals, making him respected but distant from the other residents. But deep inside James were feelings and desires he could not express openly. Alex, as an adult, began to recognize this internal struggle too, and it caused them to have intense arguments. The people of Elmswood began to notice that something was going on in the Hunter household. Neighbors would notice lights going out late at night, and sometimes loud voices would be heard that would quickly fade away, as if they were trying to hide something. Rumors began to spread among the residents. They couldn't say exactly what was going on, but they sensed that something dark and dangerous was building up in the house. No one, however, could have guessed how dark the truth was. Alex left home more and more often to avoid his father. He wandered the streets around the area, avoiding places where his friends or acquaintances might be. He needed a place where he could be alone, to think and process what was happening to him. The woods around Elmswood became his refuge, a place where he went to escape reality. There, among the trees, he felt alone with himself, although even here he was haunted by a feeling of fear and uncertainty. James, in turn, was becoming more and more distant from society. In recent months, he was rarely seen in his usual places. Previously, he often went to the bar after work, chatting with colleagues at the sawmill, discussing everyday matters. But now he spent more and more evenings at home, and if he did appear on the street, his face was gloomy and tense. Many noticed that his gaze had become somehow empty, as if he was constantly immersed in his own thoughts. His colleagues at work tried not to ask unnecessary questions, although it was clear to everyone that something was bothering James. One evening, when the city was once again shrouded in thick fog, Alex returned home later than usual. There was tension in the air, and he knew his father was waiting for him. That evening, as if under the pressure of an impending thunderstorm, another quarrel broke out between them. But this time, it was different, sharper, deeper than usual. Unspoken reproaches and hidden emotions burst out. Their voices grew louder, and their conversations turned into open confrontations that even the neighbors could hear. But what exactly they said remained a mystery. James increasingly realized that his feelings for his son could no longer be hidden. Alex, too, could no longer ignore the internal conflicts that were tearing him apart. Their secret affair, which had begun as an attempt to get closer, was becoming increasingly destructive for both of them. But neither James nor Alex could find a way out of this situation. It seemed that they had reached a dead end, and any attempt to resolve this conflict only made it worse. With each passing day, the tension between them grew, and it became obvious to everyone around them. But what exactly was hidden behind it remained a mystery to everyone except themselves. With each passing day, the relationship between James and Alex became more and more tense. The hunter's home, once filled with warmth and comfort, now resembled a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at any moment. Arguments that had previously been rare and more reminiscent of normal father-son conflicts escalated into daily confrontations in which hidden emotions spilled out with terrifying force. Alex felt increasingly trapped, torn between his love for his father and his fear that their relationship could ruin their lives. He spent less time at home, and his absences became longer. Often he would simply wander the streets or disappear into the woods where he could be alone and escape reality, at least for a while. But each time he returned home, he found himself back in the middle of an emotional storm. James, in turn, also experienced unbearable pressure. His internal conflict intensified, and this was reflected in his behavior. At work, he became more irritable and distant, often snapping at colleagues, which was not typical of him before. Colleagues began to notice that James was no longer the reserved and balanced person he used to be. His stern look became even more gloomy, and his presence in society became unbearably burdensome for everyone around him. Every conversation with Alex turned into a real fight, where every word cut like a knife. They both knew that they could no longer continue to live like this, but neither of them knew how to put an end to this nightmare. Alex increasingly felt that he could no longer stay in this house. But where should he go? He understood that leaving his father would mean completely destroying everything they had. But staying meant plunging even deeper into this abyss of despair. One such evening, when clouds like harbingers of trouble hung over the city, Alex and James quarreled again. This time the quarrel began because of a seemingly trifle. Alex returned home late without warning his father. But this time the conflict grew into something more than just his father's displeasure. James, overcome with anger, began to tell his son everything that had been accumulating in his soul for a long time. Alex did not remain in debt. His answer was sharp and painful, like a blow from a whip. During this verbal altercation, feelings and thoughts that they had both been trying to suppress for a long time came to the surface. Alex began to shout, accusing James of ruining his life, of his demands and moral standards, destroying all his hopes and dreams. James, in turn, accused his son of ingratitude and misunderstanding, reminding him of the sacrifices he had made for their family. The conflict reached its climax when Alex, unable to bear the tension, left the house, slamming the door so hard that the windows shook. James was left standing in the empty room, breathing heavily, his hands clenched into fists. He felt like he was losing control of the situation, of his son, and even of himself. His thoughts raced between anger, disappointment, and fear that their bond had been broken forever. Alex, running out into the street, felt despair seize him. He didn't know where to go, what to do next. His friends began to notice that something was wrong with him, but he remained silent, unable to share what was gnawing at him. This secret that he kept became an unbearable burden for him. He felt that something was about to happen, that this tension could not last forever. But what exactly it would be, he could not even imagine. James, left alone, began to realize that their secret relationship was getting out of control. He couldn't afford to lose his son, but he didn't know how to regain his trust. That night was a turning point for both of them. The secret they had kept for so long began to slowly destroy their lives, like a toxic mold that gradually penetrates every corner of the soul. The clouds over Elmswood were growing heavier, foreshadowing the coming storm. No one in this quiet town knew what passions were boiling in the Hunter house, but soon these passions would spill out, and the town would be plunged into darkness and horror that would long remain in the memories of its inhabitants. Night fell on Elmswood, blanketing the town in a thick darkness broken only by the occasional street lamp. One by one, the lights went out and the town fell asleep. But inside the Hunter house, the silence was deceptive. Inside this seemingly ordinary home, events were taking place that would change the lives of its inhabitants forever. Alex, returning from yet another heated argument with his father, was beside himself. He felt cornered, like a wild animal, and every step he took was accompanied by a heavy feeling of hopelessness. His thoughts were scattered like shards of broken glass, and each of them hurt him. The words his father had said were spinning around in his head, but even more hurtful were the thoughts that Alex did not dare to say out loud. James in the next room was no less stressed. His heart was racing, his mind racing between guilt and anger. He felt like he was losing control not only over his son, but over himself. That night, he realized that their secret relationship had become an unbearable burden that he could no longer bear. But he saw no way out, and it drove him deeper into despair. The night was so quiet that every sound seemed deafening. When Alex re-entered his father's room, the atmosphere was charged to the max. James looked up, meeting his son's gaze. There was so much pain and hatred in their gazes at that moment that it seemed the room itself would explode from the tension. For several seconds, they stood there without speaking, but that silence said more than any words could. Then, as if on command, a storm erupted. The argument that had begun with a quiet reproach instantly escalated into a furious scream. Alex accused James of ruining his life, depriving him of the right to a normal existence. He did not mince words, openly expressing the hatred and pain that had been building up inside for a long time. James, no longer able to restrain himself, responded in kind. There was as much pain in his words as in his son's, but this time it was different. The last time their arguments ended in silence, which they could not break. But now their anger, their hatred, reached the point of no return. It was as if something inside them had broken, and the boundaries they had previously respected had disappeared. James could no longer bear this humiliation, these accusations, and his hands, shaking with tension, began to clench into fists. Alex took a step back when he saw this, but it was too late. James, overcome with rage, grabbed the object lying on the table and stabbed it in one swift motion. The flash of rage blinded his mind, and he didn't even realize what he had done until he saw Alex collapse on the floor, clutching the wound from which blood began to ooze. His eyes were wide with shock and pain, and his lips were silently whispering something that James could no longer understand. For a moment, time stood still. The room was completely silent, except for James's heavy breathing and Alex's soft groan. James slowly lowered his hand, realizing what had just happened. His face went pale, and for a moment he felt the ground shift from under his feet. This couldn't be true. What he had just done was impossible. Alex lay on the floor, blood quickly spreading across the wooden boards, leaving a dark trail behind. His gaze, once full of life, was gradually fading, turning into an empty shell. He tried to say something, but he couldn't. His strength was leaving him too quickly. At that moment, James finally realized the full horror of what he had done. He knelt down next to his son, trying to cover the wound with his hands, but the blood continued to flow, taking life with it. The scene would remain etched in James's mind for the rest of his life. He had no idea how much time had passed as he sat on the floor next to his son's body, clutching his lifeless hand, unable to believe that this was real. This wasn't just his son. This was the man he loved, despite all their differences and conflicts. But now it was all over. His world had collapsed, leaving only darkness and emptiness in its wake. The night continued, but for James, time stood still. He knew that from that moment on, his life would never be the same. Only pain, regret, and the inevitable retribution for what he had done lay ahead. He had lost everything he had that night, and this realization ate away at his soul like a slowly spreading poison. The next morning, Elmswood will wake up, but no one will yet know what happened in the Hunter house. However, soon the town will be shaken by news from which it will never recover. The morning in Elmswood began like every other, with the first rays of sunlight breaking through the fog that shrouded the streets. However, in the Hunter house, everything was different. Behind the closed curtains and locked doors, a scene was taking place that tore the quiet of the small town apart. None of the neighbors suspected what exactly had happened that night, but soon everyone would know. James sat in his chair, paralyzed by fear and shock. His hands were still shaking, and his heart was beating as if it was going to burst out of his chest. The blood stain on the floor was a silent testimony to what had happened, but James couldn't bring himself to look at it. He didn't want it to be true, but there was no escaping the reality. Alex lay motionless, and in that silence lay the full depth of the tragedy. The first to notice the strange behavior in the Hunters' house were the neighbors. James usually went to work early in the morning, and Alex, despite his frequent absences, also left the house in the morning hours. But on this day, none of them appeared on the street. The Hunters' house, which always came alive with the first rays of the sun, remained gloomy and silent. One of the neighbors, Mrs. Green, noticing this, decided to look into the house to make sure that everything was okay. She knocked on the door, but received no answer. The woman's heart sank, and worried and wary, she called the police. The local sheriff, Thomas Whitley, received the call and immediately went to the Hunters' house. Thomas was a man of experience, and nothing surprised him, or so he thought. Elmswood was a quiet town, and most of his cases involved minor offenses, such as vandalism or domestic disputes. But this time he had a bad feeling. He had known James for many years, and although he was a stern and reserved man, he had never given cause for concern. As Thomas pulled up to the house, he immediately noticed the strange silence that hung around him. Usually, mornings in this neighborhood were filled with the sounds of life, the clink of dishes, early morning conversations, the laughter of children playing in the yards. But now everything seemed strangely still, as if the very air here was frozen in anticipation of something terrible. The sheriff went to the door and knocked again, but there was only silence. He called James, but there was no answer this time. A voice inside him told him that something was wrong. After several attempts to attract attention, Thomas decided to enter the house. The door was locked, but looking out the window, the sheriff noticed that the house was in disarray. The table was overturned and things were scattered on the floor, as if there had been a heated argument in the house. Without wasting any time, Thomas ordered the door to be broken down. When it opened, the door revealed a horrific scene. The room was covered in blood, and in the center of it lay Alex's body. His face was distorted with pain, and his clothes were soaked in blood. On the floor, not far from the body, sat James, completely overcome with horror and shock. His eyes were empty, as if he did not understand what was happening around him. Thomas quickly assessed the situation and called for reinforcements and medics, but it was already clear that Alex's help was too late. The local doctor who arrived at the scene only confirmed the young man's death. The house was silent, broken only by the quiet whispers of those who dared to enter. The local police officers whom Thomas had brought with him were also stunned by what they saw. James didn't resist being arrested. He let them handcuff him without saying a word. His eyes were fixed on nothing, his face pale and lifeless. It was the face of a man who had lost everything. Thomas knew that James wasn't just a suspect. He was a father who had just lost his son. But duty demanded action, and Thomas had to follow procedure. The Hunters' home was quickly cordoned off by police, and a thorough investigation began. Every corner was searched for evidence. Police found a knife lying near the body and immediately suspected it was the murder weapon. But what led to this tragic event? How could one of Elmswood's most respected citizens have come to this? Meanwhile, the news of what had happened quickly spread throughout the city. Residents were shocked and could not believe what had happened. James had always seemed to everyone to be a decent and honest person, albeit a withdrawn one. No one could understand what could have pushed him to kill his own son. Rumors and guesses began to spread, but the real reason remained a mystery. Thomas Wheatley knew he had a long and difficult road ahead of him to unravel this mystery. He would be interrogated, evidence gathered, and attempts to understand what could have driven James to such a terrible act. Questions multiplied, but there were few answers. The only thing that was clear was that this case would shake Elmswood and leave an indelible mark on its history. Thomas took charge of the investigation, and he intended to see it through to the end, despite all the difficulties. Long days and sleepless nights awaited him, full of reflection and attempts to unravel this tangle of lies, fear, and hatred that lurked behind the walls of the Hunter's house. But he knew one thing: the truth always comes out, no matter how dark it may be. The first hours after Alex's body was discovered plunged Elmswood into chaos and confusion. Police, investigators, and forensic experts rushed to the crime scene, trying to gather as much evidence as possible that could shed light on this tragedy. However, despite the number of people working on the investigation, the answers became less clear and more questions arose. James Hunter, still in shock, was taken to the station for questioning. Thomas Whitley, aware of the sensitivity of the situation, took primary responsibility for interviewing the suspect. He knew that jumping to conclusions could lead to error, but he also understood the need to quickly understand what exactly happened that fateful night. The interrogation room was tensely silent. James sat with his eyes fixed on the floor, his hands shaking, his face pale and still. Thomas began cautiously, aware that any pressure might cause James to close his cooperation completely. Despite his best efforts, however, James barely responded, his answers terse and filled with pain that seemed to cloud his judgment. Meanwhile, Thomas's colleagues continued to gather information about the Hunters. Soon, facts began to emerge that made everyone wonder what could have led to this terrible event. Among the first suspects was the Hunter's neighbor, Tom Baxter. This man was known for his hot temper and frequent conflicts with neighbors, including James. The town had long been talking about Tom threatening the Hunters, although his threats never went beyond words. Tom was called in for questioning, and his behavior immediately attracted the attention of the investigators. Nervous and changing his testimony, he seemed extremely agitated. Despite this, Tom had an alibi. His wife confirmed that he spent the night at home, which slightly weakened the suspicions against him. Another suspect was Michael Reeves, a local boy with whom Alex had a strained relationship. Michael and Alex had had several public arguments, and a recent argument had even resulted in a fight. Despite his testimony, Michael seemed suspicious. His answers were inconsistent and confusing, which only increased suspicion. As the investigation progressed, Thomas began to realize that the case was far more complex than he had imagined. Everyone involved with the Hunters had their own secrets and motives that could have driven them to commit the crime. But who was truly guilty? Or was James, as he himself claimed, the only culprit? To complicate matters, James, despite his confession, was not giving a clear explanation for why he had killed his son. His answers were vague, and his behavior was strange, as if he were in some kind of trance. Thomas began to suspect that James was hiding something, perhaps trying to protect someone else. The investigation continued, and with each passing day, the tension in the town grew. Residents discussed what had happened, made guesses and assumptions, but the truth remained hidden in the darkest corners of this story. Elmswood was shaken to the core, and everyone waited for the truth to finally emerge. Thomas Whitley knew he was facing the most difficult case of his career, but he was determined to see it through. He knew that only a thorough and painstaking investigation would reveal the full truth about what happened in the Hunter home that fateful night. As the investigation continued, events began to take an unexpected turn. Thomas Whitley, realizing that his suspects were not as simple as they seemed at first glance, delved into their past, trying to find at least some clue that could shed light on this case. But instead of clarifying the situation, new facts only confused the case even more. The first person to come under Thomas's scrutiny was Tom Baxter. On the surface, he looked like a typical troubled neighbor. But as the investigation progressed, it became clear that there was a darker side to this image. Thomas discovered that Baxter had already had problems with the law. Several years earlier, he had been involved in a fight in which one of the participants had been seriously injured. The incident was hushed up, but Baxter's reputation suffered, and since then he had lived as a recluse, avoiding contact with other people. These facts made Thomas wonder, could this man, driven by a thirst for revenge, commit murder? As the interrogation continued, Baxter began to show his true colors. He became nervous, confused, and even aggressive when questioned about the night of the murder. But despite his behavior, his alibi seemed to be ironclad. Tom's wife insisted that he had been home all night and no evidence could be found to the contrary. However, Thomas could not rule him out entirely, as people like Baxter could hide their guilt behind a plausible alibi. Michael Reeves was next to come under scrutiny. His complicated relationship with Alex, recent fight, and suspicious behavior made him a prime suspect. Unlike Baxter, Michael was younger and much more cunning. He frequently changed his story, sometimes claiming he was with friends on the night of the murder. sometimes claiming he was at home. These inconsistencies only increased suspicion against him. During the investigation, Thomas learned that Michael had recently broken up with his girlfriend. This fact might have seemed insignificant if not for one thing. Michael's girlfriend was a close friend of Alex. After the breakup, Michael had several conflicts with Alex, accusing him of stealing his girlfriend. In this situation, jealousy could have become a powerful motive for the crime. But again, as in the case of Baxter, Michael's alibi turned out to be quite strong. He claimed that he was with another girl on the night of the murder, and she confirmed his words. However, Thomas couldn't help but notice that this alibi looked a little contrived, as if Michael and his girlfriend had agreed on their version of events in advance. As Thomas tried to untangle these contradictions, the investigation continued to deepen, and soon another potential suspect emerged: Peter West, a longtime friend of the Hunter family. At first glance, Peter seemed completely uninvolved in the case. He had no apparent motive, and his relationship with James had always been friendly. But the more Thomas looked into his personality, the more suspicions arose. Peter was an old friend of James's and had known him since school. They had grown up together in Elmswood and shared many moments of their lives. But recently, their relationship had cooled considerably. Peter had been visiting the Hunters less often, and there were rumors in town that he and James had had a serious falling out over some personal matter. These rumors made Thomas pay closer attention to Peter. Thomas had learned that Peter, despite his friendship with James, had been in love with James's wife since they were young. This fact had remained a secret for many years, but now that his relationship with James had soured, the old wound was likely to reopen. Perhaps Peter, driven by jealousy or resentment, could be involved in the crime. However, like the other suspects, Peter also had an alibi. He claimed to have been out of town on business the night of the murder, and several witnesses corroborated his account. These new revelations only complicated the case. Each suspect seemed to have secrets and hidden motives, but all had strong alibis that were hard to refute. Thomas felt that the case was reaching a dead end. Despite the huge amount of information, the real killer had still not been identified. Thomas's investigation led him to believe that there were many more people involved in the tragedy than he had originally thought. Each of the suspects could have had a role to play in what happened, but who was the one who actually committed the murder? Or was it someone else who had been sitting in the shadows all along, watching as suspicion fell on others? With each passing day, the tension in the town grew. Residents continued to discuss what had happened, speculate, and suspect each other. Elmswood, once a quiet and peaceful town, was now filled with fear and mistrust. People began to wonder, if the killer was still at large, who might be his next victim? Thomas Whitley knew time was against him. He needed to find the killer before the city descended into full panic. But to do so, he would have to delve even deeper into the darkness of this tangled story, unraveling the web of lies, intrigue, and secrets that lurked behind each suspect. The investigation continued to move forward, but each step seemed more and more uncertain to Thomas Wheatley. He had many suspects, each with their own motives and hidden secrets, but none of them seemed definitively guilty. The case had become a labyrinth, with every turn leading to new mysteries and contradictions. However, the sudden appearance of new witnesses added even more drama and surprises. Soon after Thomas began to doubt the veracity of his suspects' alibis, a man known for his habit of observation appeared on the horizon. He was an old man named Henry Carter, a lonely widower who lived on the outskirts of town. He was known for his curiosity and his unusual habit of spying on his neighbors through his old binoculars. For many years, Henry was something of a town joke, but sometimes his observations proved useful to the local police. Henry came to the police station to talk to Thomas. His face, usually expressing a slight mockery, now looked serious and worried. The old man told the sheriff that on the night of the murder, he noticed something unusual. According to him, late in the evening, he saw a black car appear at the Hunter's house, which he had not seen on the streets of the city before. The car stopped not far from the house, and a man got out of it, who quickly disappeared into the darkness. Henry couldn't see the man's face, but he noticed that he was tall and strong. He moved confidently but quickly, as if he was hiding something or in a hurry to escape. According to Henry, the man stayed near the hunter's house for no more than 5 minutes, and then quickly returned to the car and drove away. The old man emphasized that the car did not turn on its headlights, and he did not have time to remember its registration number. This information made Thomas very suspicious. If the man Henry spoke of was really there, it could mean that someone else could have been involved in the murder. This witness could shed light on the true killer, but his testimony was incomplete and insufficient to draw any definitive conclusions. However, more importantly, this new witness made Thomas doubt the alibis that the suspects had given. Shortly after Henry's testimony, another woman, Mrs. Martha Lawson, who lived near the hunter's home, came to the station. She was a widow, and since the loss of her husband, she rarely left the house, but she liked to watch the goings-on outside from her window. On the night of the murder, she too had seen something strange. Mrs. Lawson said that around midnight, she saw Alex leave the house and head toward the woods behind their house. This behavior was strange, as Alex did not usually leave the house at such a late hour. Mrs. Lawson watched him until he disappeared into the shadows of the trees. A few minutes later, she saw someone else follow him, but in the darkness she could not discern who it was. The person who followed Alex moved slowly and carefully, as if trying not to attract attention. Mrs. Lawson did not attach much importance to this at the time, but after she learned of what had happened, she realized that it might be important. This new evidence added even more confusion to the case. If Alex had indeed left the house that night, then perhaps his murder had not taken place in the house as previously believed, but somewhere in the woods or on the way there. This opened up a whole new line of investigation. Thomas began to suspect that James might not have been the direct perpetrator of the murder, but merely a participant in some more complex events that had unfolded that night. In addition, the information about the black car noticed by Henry Carter added even more questions. Who could have arrived at the hunter's house so late at night, and why? Perhaps this person was involved in some business with Alex, and his appearance was not accidental. Thomas decided to check all the cars in town that matched Henry's description. This was not easy, as black cars were quite common, but it could be a clue. He also ordered a thorough search of the area around the forest where Mrs. Lawson had said Alex was heading. Perhaps there would be additional clues that would help to understand what really happened. Meanwhile, new rumors and guesses began to emerge in the town. Residents discussed the appearance of a black car and a secret person who could be involved in the murder. In small Elmswood, where everyone knew everyone else, this mystery became the main topic of discussion. People built their theories and assumptions, and the town gradually began to fill with an atmosphere of fear and mistrust. No one knew who the killer could be, and everyone began to suspect each other. Thomas Whitley knew he had to act quickly. Each new witness gave him a chance to follow a trail that might lead to the real killer. But each new piece of evidence added more questions, and the sheriff felt that this story was moving deeper into the dark secrets hidden at the heart of Elmswood. The investigation continued, and Thomas was determined to unravel this complex web of lies and omissions. He knew that he still had a lot of work to do, and that every new day could bring an unexpected solution or another mystery that would confuse the case even more. Long days and sleepless nights lay ahead, but Thomas was ready for anything to uncover the truth and find the real killer of Alex Hunter. The investigation into Alex Hunter's murder, which once seemed like a simple case, turned into a real puzzle. With each new witness and clue, the case became more complicated, revealing new layers of secrets hidden in this small town. Thomas Whitley, still leading the investigation, felt that he was getting closer to something important. But each new step made him doubt his conclusions. After the testimonies of Henry Carter and Mrs. Lawson, Thomas decided to pay special attention to the places mentioned in their stories. First of all, he focused on the forest where, according to Mrs. Lawson, Alex went on the night of his death. The forest surrounding Elmswood was a place that had long been shrouded in mysticism and rumors. In this dense mass of trees, rarely visited by townspeople, one could easily hide, and its dark corners always caused inexplicable fear among the townspeople. Thomas and his team decided to conduct a thorough search of the forest. They combed every square meter, and soon their efforts began to bear fruit. Not far from the place described by Mrs. Lawson, signs of a struggle were found. Dug-up earth, broken branches, and bloodstains on a leaf, as if someone had dragged the body or tried to defend themselves. This discovery strengthened Thomas's suspicions that the murder may have occurred not in the house, but in the forest, after which the body was moved back. An old wooden hut was also found nearby, long abandoned and almost in ruins. It hardly attracted attention, but even more terrifying evidence was found inside. On the floor of the hut were scraps of clothing that could have belonged to Alex, and on one of the walls was a strange message written in blood. This message contained vague words that could have been signs of desperation or a plea for help, but it could also have been a warning. This cabin seemed to be the epicenter of the events that led to Alex's death. Thomas ordered a thorough study of all the evidence found in this place, but each new artifact added more and more mysteries. Who could have brought Alex to this place, and why? The answers to these questions were hidden somewhere deep in this tangled story. Meanwhile, Thomas continued to search for the black car that Henry Carter had seen outside the hunter's home. A search of all the cars in town that matched the description had yielded no results, which made Thomas wary. Perhaps the car belonged to someone who did not live in Elmswood, or who was carefully concealing their connection to the place. These thoughts led to new theories, one of which became particularly disturbing. Perhaps someone from the outside had deliberately interfered in the hunters' lives to settle a score or use them for their own purposes. The surprises didn't end there, however. One person who caught Thomas's attention was an old friend of James's, Peter West. At first, he wasn't considered a serious suspect, but as the investigation deepened, more details about his life began to emerge. Peter seemed to be a model citizen, but like many in Elmswood, he had his own secrets. Upon further investigation, it became clear that Peter and James had been arguing frequently lately. The cause of these conflicts was not only Peter's jealousy of James's wife in his youth, but also financial disagreements that began to surface. Peter, it turned out, had been borrowing significant amounts of money from James, which he had never repaid. This debt trap became the source of their conflicts, and rumors began to circulate in the city that Peter had threatened James and his family. Thomas also learned that Peter was a regular at an underground club where people with dubious reputations met. The club was known for its illegal activities, including betting on fights and selling illegal substances. At first, this seemed like a minor fact, but then it became clear that Peter could be involved in much more dangerous things than just debts. When Thomas decided to question Peter again, he noticed that Peter had become more guarded and avoided giving direct answers. Peter claimed to have been out of town the night of the murder, and his alibi was corroborated by several witnesses. However, as Thomas dug deeper into his case, he began to doubt this evidence. It was possible that Peter had used his connections to provide himself with a false alibi and was now trying to hide his true whereabouts that night. In parallel with these discoveries, Thomas continued to monitor the behavior of Michael Reeves, another suspect. Michael was becoming increasingly confused in his statements, and rumors began to circulate around town that he was trying to cover up his actions that night. One of Michael's acquaintances, who remained anonymous, told police that he had seen him near the woods late that night, although Michael claimed to have been elsewhere. This information led Thomas to question Michael's alibi and begin to monitor him more closely. More and more facts that came to the surface began to paint a picture that was far from clear. Each suspect had their own secrets and motives, but none of them fit the role of the killer 100%. Thomas realized that one of them could be involved in the murder, but who exactly remained a mystery. Elmswood, once a quiet and peaceful town, now lived in an atmosphere of fear and mistrust. Residents were increasingly uneasy, suspicious of one another, and avoiding frank conversations. Each new discovery that Thomas made only increased this feeling of anxiety. The town seemed to be plunging into darkness, with no end in sight to this nightmare. Thomas Whitley knew he was on the verge of a solution, but he also knew that new challenges and difficulties lay ahead. This story was more than just a murder. It was a web of human destinies, secrets, and intrigues that had been hidden in the shadows of this town for years. And now that these secrets were coming to light, Thomas had to be prepared for whatever surprises they might bring. Thomas Whitley knew the investigation was reaching a new level of intensity. New evidence, witness statements, and the increasingly secrets of the Elmswood residents demanded that he act decisively. With so many intricate details now emerging in the case, the sheriff knew that time was against him. He needed to quickly narrow down the suspects and try to expose the true killer. After carefully analyzing all the evidence and witness statements, Thomas decided to focus his attention on Michael Reeves. The young man had long been a source of suspicion, and his inconsistent statements were becoming increasingly alarming. In addition, new evidence and inconsistencies in Michael's alibi only increased his suspicions. Thomas knew Michael was hiding something, and he needed to find out what it was. Michael Reeves, despite his attempts to appear innocent, was becoming increasingly confused by his own words. Rumors were circulating in town that he had been seen near the woods on the night of the murder, although he had claimed to be elsewhere. This information prompted Thomas to decide to press Michael and try to get the truth out of him. To begin with, Thomas decided to conduct a second search of Michael's house, as well as question his close friends and acquaintances. During the search, things were found that had not previously attracted attention, but now, against the background of new evidence, became important evidence. In particular, the discovered clothes with barely noticeable stains that could be blood aroused Thomas's serious suspicions. The clothes were immediately sent for examination to find out who they belonged to and how they could be connected to the crime. Thomas and his team also began to look more closely at Michael's alibi. They interviewed his girlfriend, who claimed that he was with her the night of the murder. However, as they dug deeper into her testimony, it became clear that her words might have been fabricated. The girlfriend began to get confused about the details and was evasive when asked direct questions. This led Thomas to suspect that she might have lied to cover for Michael. At the same time, Thomas decided to use psychological pressure on Michael. He knew that if Michael was really involved in the murder, his nerves would not withstand the strain. Every time Michael came to the station for questioning, Thomas increased the intensity of his questions, making the young man feel more and more insecure. Michael, seeing that the investigation was starting to close in on him, began to behave more and more nervously. He constantly changed his testimony, which convinced Thomas even more of his involvement. At one point, Michael even tried to leave the city, but was stopped by the police at the county line. This act was regarded as an obvious attempt to hide, which further increased suspicions. Thomas continued to look into Michael's relationships with other residents of Elmswood. He found that Michael had been involved in several conflicts that had previously seemed minor, but which now appeared to be significant. One such conflict occurred with Alex shortly before his death. Witnesses claimed that Michael and Alex had a public argument in one of the local bars, and the argument appeared to be quite serious. Many harsh words were exchanged, and some witnesses even heard threats made against Alex. But the most shocking discovery awaited Thomas when the results of the examination came back. The blood test on the clothes found in Michael's house showed that the blood belonged to Alex. This was a serious piece of evidence that practically put an end to the investigation. Now, Thomas had not only suspicions, but also material evidence that Michael was involved in the murder. Meanwhile, Michael became more and more withdrawn, realizing that the investigation was surrounding him from all sides. He tried to come up with new versions of his alibi, but they became increasingly untenable. Under pressure from Thomas and the police, who continued to interrogate his acquaintances, Michael gradually began to lose control of the situation. Realizing he could no longer hide the truth, Michael finally broke down. He admitted that he had indeed met Alex that night in the woods. According to him, they had gotten into an argument, and during the argument, Michael lost control and punched Alex. Alex fell, hitting his head, and lost consciousness. Terrified, Michael decided to move the body back to the Hunter house to frame James. He knew his relationship with his father was strained, and he hoped the police would focus on James, leaving him out of it. However, even this confession could not remove all the questions. Thomas was still not sure that Michael acted alone. During further questioning, Michael mentioned the black car that Henry Carter had seen outside the Hunter's house. Michael claimed that he did not know who was in the car, but it could have belonged to someone who was also interested in Alex's death. This confession opened a new line of investigation, but despite this, Michael remained the prime suspect. Thomas realized that the solution to this mystery could be much more complex than it seemed at first glance. Michael could be just part of a larger scheme in which other people were involved. Now Thomas had to figure out who else might have been involved in the crime and what role the other suspects played. But one thing was clear. Michael Reeves was a key figure in the case, and his confession was an important step toward solving Alex Hunter's murder. The investigation continued, but now Thomas had a new goal: to understand who the man in the black car was and what role he played in this complicated story. Thomas was ready to go to the end to reveal the whole truth and bring the guilty to justice. The Alex Hunter murder investigation seemed to be finally unraveling, but every step forward revealed new layers of mystery and deception. Michael Reeves's confession, which was supposed to put an end to the case, turned out not to be the final solution, but just one of many puzzles hidden in the story. Thomas Whitley knew the solution was closer than ever, but he also knew he had a long way to go before the truth would emerge. After Michael's confession, Thomas felt relief, but that feeling quickly turned to anxiety. Michael might be guilty, but his confession left many unanswered questions. Who was in the black car that Henry Carter spotted? Why did Alex head into the woods that night? And most importantly, were there other people involved in the murder? Thomas knew Michael might not have acted alone. His admission of an accidental murder seemed sincere, but the fact that he moved Alex's body back to the Hunter house to frame James made Thomas question the simplicity of the case. It suggested a cold, calculating nature that didn't fit the image of the confused young man Michael was trying to portray. Thomas decided to continue his investigation, delving deeper into Michael's connections and the other suspects. First, he focused on Peter West, an old friend of James's whose role in the story was still unclear. Peter seemed to have faded into the background after Michael's confession, but Thomas couldn't ignore him. As he continued to question and investigate his connections, new details emerged that made Thomas turn his attention back to the man. Peter was involved in a much more complex matter than previously thought. It turned out that he had connections to shadowy structures involved in illegal activities in a neighboring town. These connections could be a motive for blackmail or even murder if Alex or James were somehow involved. Thomas began to suspect that Peter might be using Michael to settle scores with the Hunters. These suspicions were reinforced when one of Thomas's sources connected to the underground club reported that Peter had been seen in the company of people involved in drug and gun dealing. Peter was not an active participant in these operations, but his frequent meetings with these people indicated that he might have had some connection to them. Thomas soon learned that Alex might have accidentally witnessed one of these meetings, which caused him to conflict with Peter. Further investigations revealed that Peter may have been near the crime scene on the night of the murder. His alibi, which had seemed solid, began to fall apart as new witnesses began to recall details of that night. One witness, who had previously claimed to have seen Peter in another town, now recalled seeing his car near the woods where Alex was found. This information matched the testimony of Mrs. Lawson, who had seen someone following Alex into the woods. Thomas knew that Peter might have been involved in this story much more deeply than he had thought. If Peter had been in the woods that night, he might have been the man in the black car that Henry Carter had spotted. However, Peter remained adamant and categorically denied any involvement, claiming that he had been far from Elmswood that night. Meanwhile, Michael, feeling the pressure mounting, began to act increasingly nervous. During further questioning, he suddenly began to change his version of events. He now claimed that he had not acted of his own free will, but under pressure from Peter. Michael claimed that Peter had threatened him and his family if he did not follow his instructions. These admissions added a new twist to the case and made Thomas even more doubtful that Michael was the main culprit. At the same time, Thomas decided to revisit James's role in the story. Despite Michael's confession, James remained a figure who might be more deeply involved in the crime than he seemed. Thomas began to look into James's relationship with Peter, as well as his financial situation. It turned out that James was in debt and could be under the influence of Peter, who may have used these debts to manipulate him. As the investigation deepened, new details began to emerge, pointing to the possibility that the whole story was part of a larger, more complex scheme. Thomas began to suspect that Alex's murder was just the tip of the iceberg, and that there were forces behind it that no one had suspected. Thomas also began to consider the possibility that the black car might not have belonged to Peter, but to someone else with shady connections. If so, Alex might have been the victim of someone's revenge or calculation that had no direct connection to his personal life, but was tied to something much darker and more dangerous. Thomas felt that the truth was out there, but it remained hidden under layers of lies and deception. Every new fact he uncovered only added to the mystery, and the case began to seem endless. However, he was not about to give up. Now that he was so close to solving the mystery, he needed to find that key piece that would tie all these disparate pieces of the puzzle together. Elmswood was falling into darkness, and the townspeople were beginning to lose hope that the case would ever be solved. But Thomas knew the end was near. He felt that the truth was about to come to the surface, and it would not just be a solution to a murder, but the revelation of secrets that had been hidden in the shadows of this small town for years. Elmswood was covered by deep autumn, and in its cold embrace, the city seemed to freeze in anticipation of the final chord of this tragic story. Thomas Wheatley knew that the solution was close, and every new step could be decisive. However, in this foggy and tangled web of deception and lies, it remained to find one missing thread that would tie all the events together. After carefully analyzing all the evidence and testimony, Thomas decided it was time to act decisively. He gathered all the key suspects in one place, the police station, where the atmosphere was filled with tension and fear. Each of them understood that this meeting would not be a regular interrogation. The first was Michael Reeves, who had already confessed to Alex's murder, but his testimony remained incomplete and contradictory. Michael, despite his confession, continued to be confused about the details, and his behavior suggested that he was hiding something. Thomas suspected that Michael might be just a pawn in a more complex game, and that someone was behind him, directing his actions. Peter West, an old friend of James, was next, whose role in this story was not entirely clear. His connections to shadowy structures and involvement in underground affairs made him a strong suspect, but his involvement in Alex's murder had not yet been proven. Peter sat, feigning calm, but his eyes betrayed an inner tension, as if he knew the end was near. James Hunter, Alex's father, had been in a state of profound shock since the murder. His silent admission of guilt and subsequent testimony had not convinced Thomas that James was the real killer. However, James was involved in the story much more deeply than it might seem at first glance. Thomas began his speech by laying out the piecemeal picture of events before everyone assembled. He began with the facts that were indisputable: Alex's death, his movements on the night of the murder, and Michael's involvement in these events. Michael was nervous, his eyes darting around the room as if he were searching for a way out, but there was no way out. Thomas then turned to Peter. He laid out all the evidence pointing to his connections to the criminal underworld, his possible motives, and his involvement in planning the murder. Thomas hinted that Peter might have been using Michael as a tool to achieve his own ends, blackmailing him into committing the crime. Peter sat silently, his face impassive, but there was a tension in the depths of his eyes. But the most unexpected thing was the new evidence that Thomas presented at the very end. During further investigation, financial documents related to James and Peter were discovered. It turned out that James had taken out a large loan using his house and business as collateral to pay off his debts to Peter. This money was used not only to pay off the debt, but also for some dubious operations related to Peter's underground business. James was forced to get involved in these affairs in order to save his family and avoid ruin. However, when Alex learned of these deals, he tried to stand in Peter's way. Alex was young and determined to protect his father, but his good intentions got him killed. Peter, realizing that Alex could be a threat to his business, decided to get rid of him. That's when he devised a plan to use Michael to eliminate Alex and frame James, knowing that he would not be able to withstand the pressure. Michael, under pressure from Peter, and in fear for his life, agreed to participate in the crime. He met Alex in the woods where the tragedy occurred. After the murder, Michael moved Alex's body back to the Hunter house to make it look like it was James. However, the whole scheme began to fall apart when evidence began to point to Peter's involvement and manipulation. Peter, realizing that all the evidence was stacked against him, began to lose his temper. He tried to find a way to escape responsibility, but the evidence was overwhelming. Thomas presented new evidence, including phone records and text messages that pointed to a connection between Peter and Michael. This was the final nail in the coffin of this complex and confusing story. Realizing that he could not escape punishment, Peter finally admitted his guilt. He tried to explain his actions as forced measures dictated by circumstances, but Thomas knew that he was facing a man who would stop at nothing to maintain his power and influence. Michael, completely broken, began to cry, realizing that he had become a toy in Peter's hands and that he would now have to answer for his actions. James sat in complete silence, his eyes fixed on the floor. He understood that his son had become a victim of someone else's ambitions and that he himself, although not directly involved, bears part of the blame for what had happened. Thomas Whitley was finally able to bring this complex and multi-layered investigation to a close. He knew that there were no winners in this story, only victims. Elmswood would forever remember this tragic incident that exposed the darkest side of human nature. However, now that the truth had been revealed, the town could begin its slow recovery. The conclusion of this story was an important lesson for Thomas and his team. They saw how deeply human ambitions and fears can be hidden, and how easily they can lead to catastrophic consequences. But despite this, Thomas knew that he had done everything he could to achieve justice and expose the truth, no matter how hard it was. Elmswood has returned to its normal life, but the shadow of these events will hang over the city for a long time. A reminder that even the quietest places can hide dark secrets. Weeks have passed since the death of Alex Hunter was solved. Elmswood, a small town that once lived a quiet and measured life, has been forever changed by the events that took place. The residents of the town, accustomed to silence and routine, now looked at each other with distrust, as if they saw in each other a possible participant in those terrible events. Peter West was arrested and convicted of orchestrating Alex's murder and attempting to frame James Hunter. His powerful connections and shady dealings over the years finally came to light, destroying his reputation and his life. The trial became a sensation in Elmswood, with local news coverage every day. Peter received his sentence, but no amount of punishment could bring Alex back to life or restore peace to the town. Michael Reeves, who had fallen victim to Peter's manipulations, was also sentenced for his part in the crime. His fate caused mixed feelings among the townspeople. Many pitied the young man, considering him more a victim of circumstances than a real criminal. However, the law was unforgiving. Michael was found guilty of accessory to murder, and he was to serve a long prison term. His parents, unable to bear the shame, sold their house and left Elmswood, leaving behind everything that was once dear to them. James Hunter, who had lost his son and found himself in the middle of this horror, was left alone. His life was ruined, and he felt guilty for not being able to protect Alex. The house where he had lived for so many years was now just a place of pain and memories that he could not forget. James decided to leave Elmswood, hoping to find somewhere else some opportunity to start anew. Before leaving, he visited his son's grave, where he said goodbye to him, promising himself to never again let the shadow of the past define his future. Thomas Whitley, the sheriff who solved the case, returned to his regular job. But the investigation had left an indelible mark on him. He replayed the events in his mind, thinking about how each of the participants in this tragedy had been caught up in a web of lies and manipulation. Thomas realized that the truth does not always bring relief, but he also realized that the police have a duty to uncover even the darkest secrets in order to restore justice. Elmswood slowly began to recover from the shock. The town moved on with its life, but the wound in the hearts of its residents would not be easily healed. In schools, on the streets, and in local cafes, the case was discussed for a long time, trying to understand how such events could have happened in their quiet and peaceful town. The city decided to erect a memorial in memory of Alexei Hunter, to remind everyone how easily lives can be destroyed when lies and lust for power come into play. The memorial was simple, a small slab of black granite engraved with Alex's name and the words, "In memory of lost innocence and hope for the future." This modest monument became a place where people could stop and reflect on the fragility of human life and the importance of maintaining integrity and dignity. Even in the face of the most difficult challenges, life in Elmswood went on, but the lessons of this tragic incident remained with everyone. The town that had once been a symbol of tranquility was now a reminder that behind the facade of any life, even the most perfect, there can be deep wounds and unsolved secrets. In a quiet and cozy town, located in a picturesque corner of the state, a tragedy occurs that shakes the entire local community. The beginning of the story draws attention to the Walker family, apparently idyllic at first glance, but hiding dark secrets behind closed doors. Elizabeth Walker, a middle-aged woman known for her charity work and active participation in public life, is at the center of this story. Her husband, Richard Walker, a successful businessman, seems to be a model family man. Their adopted son, Daniel, a student at a local college, is loved and respected by everyone. But not everything is as simple as it seems. The investigation begins on the morning of October 23rd, when Richard Walker's body was found in his own home. Death was caused by multiple blows with a heavy object. Police officer John Hardy arrives at the crime scene to begin collecting evidence. From the first minutes, he encounters mysteries. There are no visible signs of forced entry. The house is in perfect order, except for one room, Richard's office. Officer Hardy conducts a preliminary examination of the crime scene, noting every detail that may indicate the events of that night. There are traces of blood on the floor and upside-down photographs of the family on the table, which may indicate a struggle or altercation before Richard's death. The Walker family's neighbors, Sarah Green and Michael Jones, share their observations. Sarah claims to have noticed tension between Richard and Elizabeth recently, while Michael adds that he heard loud noises and screams coming from the Walker house the night before the murder. Elizabeth and Daniel show shock and grief at the loss of Richard, but John Hardy senses that each of them may be hiding something important. He decides to take a closer look at their alibis, as well as analyze their personal belongings, which may provide clues to solving the case. After an initial examination of the crime scene, Officer John Hardy begins to delve deeper into the Walker family life to understand who Elizabeth, Daniel, and Richard are, and what could have led to the tragic outcome. Elizabeth Walker was always in the public eye. She was known as a devoted wife and mother, active in charities and the social life of the town. Locals admired her energy and selflessness. Elizabeth came from a modest family, but her marriage to Richard brought her to a more privileged position. Her life seemed perfect, but those who knew her better noticed her restlessness and fatigue. Elizabeth often retreated into seclusion, and although she continued to smile and maintain her usual image, one could see the shadow of an unspeakable burden in her eyes. Richard Walker was a goal-oriented and successful man. His building materials company was making a significant profit, and he was a respected man in the town. However, his business acumen and ambition often alienated him from his family. Richard was strict and demanding both in business and at home. His relationship with Elizabeth had become strained in recent years, which did not go unnoticed by his closest friends and neighbors. The family increasingly had quarrels, which could be caused by both domestic problems and something more serious. Behind the outward mask of a successful entrepreneur was a man who may have felt insecure and lonely in his own family. Daniel Walker, an adopted son, was adopted into the Walker family when he was 5 years old. His biological parents died in a car accident, and Richard and Elizabeth, having no children of their own, decided to adopt the boy. From childhood, Daniel was quiet and withdrawn, but at the same time showed an extraordinary ability to learn. He was the child that everyone loved, but no one really understood. At school, Daniel stood out for his intellectual maturity and quiet but confident demeanor. However, despite his outward well-being, a feeling of alienation and inferiority lurked inside him, which intensified during his teenage years. His relationship with Richard was complicated. Daniel saw him as both a strict mentor and a person who did not understand him. Over the years, as Daniel grew older, his affection for Elizabeth grew. She was his comfort and support in difficult times, but over time their relationship became more than just maternal care. Elizabeth, feeling lonely and misunderstood in her marriage to Richard, began to see Daniel not only as a son, but as a man to whom she was drawn. Their interactions became increasingly emotional, and their mutual support evolved into something more intimate. Sarah Green and Michael Jones, the Walkers' closest neighbors, had known the family for many years. Sarah and Elizabeth communicated frequently, although their friendship was never very close. Sarah intuitively sensed that Elizabeth was hiding something, but did not attach much importance to it. Michael, on the other hand, was more neutral and more interested in Richard, with whom he sometimes discussed business and current events. They both noticed changes in Richard and Elizabeth's behavior, but could not imagine that it would lead to such a terrible outcome. Officer Hardy, studying the personal files of the Walker family, begins to piece together a picture of their lives. It becomes clear to him that the family was not as prosperous as they seemed. Carefully examining photographs, letters, and other personal items, he notes the growing tension and rift between Richard and Elizabeth, as well as the noticeable closeness between Elizabeth and Daniel. He begins to suspect that there are deeper feelings and ulterior motives at work in this case. As Officer John Hardy delves deeper into the details of the Walker family's lives, he begins to see not just the surface cracks, but the deep, hidden fractures that were slowly destroying the family from the inside. More and more evidence and testimony point to something more serious going on inside the home than just family squabbles. Richard Walker, according to his neighbors, had changed noticeably in recent months. Michael Jones, who often met him on his morning jogs, noticed that Richard was becoming increasingly withdrawn and irritable. He began to avoid socializing, often skipping out on dates with friends, and even stopped going to his favorite golf club. Michael remembers Richard once admitting that something was wrong in his family, but refusing to go into detail. Hardy records this testimony, realizing that Richard was on the verge of doing something or learning something that would change everything. Elizabeth, meanwhile, appeared to be stable on the outside, but her behavior had also changed. Sarah Green recalls how a few weeks ago, Elizabeth suddenly stopped organizing the charity events that had always been important to her. She stopped socializing with her neighbors and left the house less and less, preferring to spend time alone or in Daniel's company. Sarah even tried to find out what was going on, but Elizabeth only dryly replied that she was simply too busy. Meanwhile, Daniel was also showing signs of anxiety. Hardy noted that his school records showed a decline in grades and attendance in recent months. Some of his friends said he was becoming increasingly withdrawn and avoiding talking about his family. Daniel stopped attending his usual clubs and sports, instead spending time on the computer or outside the home, sometimes even late into the night. He was increasingly alone with his thoughts, and no one could figure out what was bothering him. As Officer Hardy pieces together these details, he begins to form a clearer picture of what is happening. He comes to the conclusion that the Walker family was beset by tensions caused not only by external problems, but also by internal conflicts. One of the key pieces of evidence is the CCTV footage from the cameras around the Walker home. Hardy notices that in the weeks leading up to the murder, Richard repeatedly checked the footage, focusing on footage of Daniel and Elizabeth together. He watched these videos alone, in the quiet of his office. In one of the videos, Hardy sees a moment where Richard accidentally bumps into Daniel in the hallway of their home. The interaction between them was tense. Richard looked at Daniel with suspicion, while Daniel averted his eyes as if hiding something. In addition, the same recordings show Richard leaving home for several hours on the day of the murder, shortly before the tragedy. Hardy realizes that this time could be critical to clarifying the circumstances of the case. He begins to investigate where Richard was and who he may have been in contact with. But the results are still unclear. Elizabeth and Daniel, according to their friends and acquaintances, tried to maintain a semblance of normality, but they were getting worse and worse at it. Some witnesses recall seeing them together in unexpected places, where mother and son should not have been together. The glances they exchanged were too long and too deep for a normal family relationship. Sarah Green remembers one particular incident. Late one night, about a week before the murders, she saw Daniel and Elizabeth in a car near their home. They sat in silence, and then Elizabeth suddenly leaned toward Daniel, and they talked for a long time. It was too intimate a moment for a normal mother-son conversation. Sarah was hesitant to tell anyone about it, but now looking back on it, she realizes there was an ominous tension to it. Officer Hardy, analyzing all these events, comes to the conclusion that the relationships in the Walker family were much more complex and disturbing than anyone could have imagined. He begins to understand that Richard was not just a strict father and husband, but a man who could feel a threat to his position in the family. Hardy suspects that Richard began to realize that something terrible was happening, but was unable to prevent the tragedy. This part of the script lays the groundwork for what will happen next, opening the viewer's eyes to hidden aspects of the Walkers' lives. With each new piece of evidence and each new revelation, Officer Hardy is further immersed in the dark truth that lies at the heart of this family, gradually realizing that he must unravel a complex web of lies, passion, and betrayal. After discovering the first signs of a secret relationship between Elizabeth and Daniel, Officer John Hardy begins to actively investigate what exactly was happening in the Walker family in the last months before the tragedy. His initial suspicions are confirmed by new evidence and testimony that brings deeply hidden secrets to the surface. Hardy's first step is a detailed analysis of the surveillance footage captured in and around the Walker home. Despite initial hesitation, the officer decides to pay close attention to the small details that may seem insignificant at first glance. He watches hundreds of hours of video, trying to capture the subtleties of interactions between the family members. He pays particular attention to the nights when Richard is away and Daniel and Elizabeth are alone. The footage shows Elizabeth and Daniel sitting together in the living room for hours, talking or simply staring at each other in silence. Hardy notes the moments when their conversations turn more intimate, their bodies come closer, and the tension between them becomes palpable. These images become key clues in the investigation. They show that the relationship between Elizabeth and Daniel has long since gone beyond the ordinary family. However, this is not enough to draw definitive conclusions, and Hardy realizes that he needs more information to connect the dots and understand how this relationship led to Richard's death. Officer Hardy now begins interviewing witnesses in more depth. He interviews Sarah Green and Michael Jones again, but this time he asks more specific questions. Sarah, who had previously tried to avoid giving detailed descriptions of what she had seen, now begins to open up. She describes seeing Daniel and Elizabeth in more than friendly embraces on several occasions, which she found strange and inappropriate. She recalls how one evening, while out walking the dog, she spotted the two of them in the garden, standing too close to each other. As if oblivious to the possibility of being seen, they looked as if nothing else mattered. Michael Jones, in turn, talks about a conversation he had with Richard a few days before his death. Richard was clearly agitated and tense, and mentioned that he suspected something was wrong in his home, but he didn't want to go into details. Michael didn't pay any attention to it at the time, thinking that Richard was simply overworked. Now, recalling those words, he understands that his friend was on the verge of discovering something terrible. Hardy begins to realize that Richard may have already known, or at least suspected, what was going on between his wife and adopted son. This suspicion is only reinforced when Hardy finds searches on Richard's computer for how to spot a cheater and articles on recognizing the signs of infidelity. This discovery leads Hardy to believe that Richard has begun his own investigation within his family, trying to understand what is going on behind his back. But what could have prompted Richard to think like this? Hardy decides to check Richard's personal belongings, especially his phone. After receiving permission to access his data, Hardy discovers that in the last weeks of his life, Richard was actively corresponding with a private investigator he hired to monitor his family. In one of his final messages, Richard tells the detective that he has received confirmation of my worst fears, and that he now needs to decide what to do with this information. These messages become a key element in revealing the motive for the murder. Richard was ready to expose the secret affair between Elizabeth and Daniel, but did not have time to do so. His death was the culmination of pent-up tension and fear of inevitable exposure. Meanwhile, Hardy continues to probe the relationship between Elizabeth and Daniel. He calls them in for a second interrogation, this time asking more direct questions. Daniel, initially cool, begins to show signs of nervousness. He gives confused answers to questions, and his version of events does not match the testimony of other witnesses. Hardy uses this moment to put psychological pressure on him, confronting him with facts that are difficult to refute. Daniel tries to deny his relationship with Elizabeth, but as Hardy uncovers more evidence, his defense weakens. Elizabeth, in turn, behaves more reservedly. She tries to remain calm, but her eyes betray an internal struggle. Hardy senses that she is on the verge of an emotional breakdown and tries to use this to his advantage. He mentions the letters, photographs, and videos he found that testify to her relationship with Daniel. Elizabeth, realizing that her secrets can no longer remain hidden, begins to show signs of despair. At the end of this part of the investigation, Hardy obtains the crucial piece of evidence. He discovers Richard's personal diary, in which he details his observations of Elizabeth and Daniel's behavior. The diary also contains Richard's plans for divorce and for Elizabeth to lose all rights to her property and custody of Daniel. In the final entry, Richard writes of his intention to speak to Elizabeth on the very evening he was killed. This discovery confirms the motive for the murder. Elizabeth and Daniel, realizing that their relationship will be exposed and that they could lose everything, decide to get rid of Richard before he can put his plans into action. Hardy is now confident in his findings, but understands that he still has a lot of work to do to bring the case to an end and bring the perpetrators to justice. With all the key evidence and testimony gathered, Officer John Hardy begins to feel like he is getting closer to solving this dark and twisted story. But to fully understand how the tragedy happened, he must reconstruct the events of that fateful night. This task requires his utmost concentration and meticulous attention to detail, because this is where the truth lies that has been hidden for so long. The night of the murder began, like so many others, with apparent calm in the Walker household. But that evening, emotions were raging inside each member of the family. Richard, now fully convinced that his wife and son had cheated, was determined to end the situation once and for all. Hardy finds CCTV footage of Richard entering his office at 8:45 p.m. and then emerging minutes later with what appeared to be divorce papers and evidence of Elizabeth's infidelity. He decides that this night will be the end of their relationship. Elizabeth, meanwhile, is sitting in the living room, trying to concentrate on her book, but her mind is elsewhere. She knows that Richard has found out, and she senses that he is about to be exposed. She is mentally preparing herself for a conversation that she suspects could turn into something terrible. Daniel, sitting in his room, also senses the tension in the house. He knows that he and Elizabeth have gone too far, and now it could all end in disaster. Richard leaves his office and heads into the living room where Elizabeth is sitting. He has a folder of documents in his hands, and his eyes are determined. He stands in front of her, throws the folder on the table, and demands an explanation. The moment is captured on video, their faces full of anger and disappointment. Richard opens the folder and begins to list everything he has learned: the secret meetings, Elizabeth's reluctance to spend time with him, their frequent disagreements. He places photographs and documents on the table that confirm his suspicions and says that all of this will be used against her in court. Elizabeth begins to defend herself, her voice shaking with fear and anger. She tries to justify herself, saying that Richard himself is to blame for the failure of their marriage, that he was never truly there for her. But Richard is adamant. He intends to get his way: full custody of Daniel and depriving Elizabeth of all rights to the property. In their conversation, the tension mounts to the limit, and soon the argument escalates into a heated quarrel. At this point, Daniel, hearing the screams, comes out of his room. He sees Richard and Elizabeth standing opposite each other, almost touching, their faces distorted with anger. He tries to intervene, to separate them, but this only makes the situation worse. Richard turns sharply to him and accuses him of betrayal, calling him not a son, but an outsider who destroyed their family. These words awaken in Daniel a surge of emotions that he has long suppressed. Remembering all his years of loneliness and feelings of inadequacy, he begins to shout at Richard, accusing him of never being a real father. The argument turns physical. Richard, blinded by anger, tries to hit Daniel, who dodges and pushes him away. Elizabeth watches in panic, her heart torn between her love for her son and her sense of responsibility to her husband. At that moment, she realizes that if Richard survives, their lives will be ruined. Overwhelmed by emotion, she suddenly grabs the nearest heavy object, a figurine on the mantelpiece, and hits Richard on the head. He falls to the floor, unconscious. Daniel, seeing this, is shocked by what has happened, but at the same time he realizes that there is no way back. Richard cannot stay alive, otherwise they will face prison and endless condemnation. In panic and despair, he decides to finish what he started. He takes the same statue and strikes several more times, which become fatal. Richard's blood spills on the floor, and his body remains motionless. Elizabeth and Daniel stand over the body, their breath hitched, their minds filled with the horror of what they have done. They realize that they have just done something irreparable. The world around them is crumbling, and the future is murky and frightening. At this point, Elizabeth, still in shock, makes a decision. She tells Daniel that they must do everything they can to cover up the crime and avoid punishment. Together, they begin frantically cleaning up the evidence, wiping away the blood, hiding the weapon, thinking about how they can explain Richard's disappearance. All this happens under the cover of night, and their every step is dictated by fear and desperation. Meanwhile, as Elizabeth and Daniel try to cover up their crime, Hardy's investigation begins to reveal more and more that the family's conflict ran much deeper than just marital discord. Each new witness and piece of evidence points to something darker and more dangerous at work than anyone could have imagined. Hardy begins to suspect that the tragedy was not a random outburst of anger, but the result of a long-standing and deeply hidden conflict that eventually exploded with devastating force. The situation becomes even more complicated when Hardy learns that Daniel, contrary to his initial testimony, was actually at home on the night of the murder. His alibi begins to crumble, and Hardy realizes that the key to solving this crime lies in the dynamics between Elizabeth and Daniel. This moment becomes the culmination of the entire investigation. Hardy feels that he is getting closer to the solution, but he needs to put together the last pieces of the puzzle to understand what exactly happened that fateful night. He knows that difficult decisions and possibly dangerous consequences lie ahead, but he is ready to see it through to the end, despite all the difficulties. The murder of Richard Walker becomes the central topic in a small town, and locals anxiously follow every step of the investigation. Officer John Hardy, having collected a lot of evidence and testimony, understands that he is faced with the most difficult stage: to put together all the fragments of this tangled story and prove who is really behind this crime. Hardy begins by re-interviewing all the key witnesses. He takes particular care in interviewing Elizabeth and Daniel. Despite her best efforts, Elizabeth appears increasingly vulnerable. Her outward reserve begins to crack under the weight of the evidence and Hardy's questions. She repeatedly claims to know nothing about what happened, but her answers become increasingly confused, and her attempts to justify herself seem unconvincing. Daniel, in turn, shows signs of extreme stress. The young man, who was once confident in his abilities, now appears depressed and confused. Hardy notices that his answers to questions increasingly diverge from his initial testimony. In particular, Daniel begins to get confused about where he was on the night of the murder and who else was in the house at that time. The officer decides it is time to use more aggressive interrogation techniques. He begins asking direct questions about the nature of Elizabeth and Daniel's relationship, hinting that he knows about their secret affair. Elizabeth tries to remain calm, but Hardy sees her hands begin to shake and her eyes fill with fear. Daniel, hearing these questions, reacts sharply. His voice becomes tense and he tries to change the subject, which only confirms Hardy's suspicions. At the same time, Hardy continues to collect additional evidence. He conducts a detailed inspection of the Walker house, in particular, Richard's office. There he finds important clues that had previously gone unnoticed. In one of the desk drawers, he discovers a hidden flash drive containing audio files, Richard's personal diary entries. In these entries, Richard details his suspicions, how he began to notice strange changes in Elizabeth and Daniel's behavior. He describes how he tried to follow them, check their phone calls and correspondence. In one of the audio files, Richard speaks of his intention to meet with a private detective to discuss further steps. These recordings become decisive evidence that Richard really intended to expose his wife and adopted son, and that his murder could have been planned precisely with the purpose of concealing this secret affair. At the same time, Hardy receives the results of a forensic examination that analyzed traces of blood found at the crime scene. The experts confirm that the murder weapon, a statuette, contains the fingerprints of both Elizabeth and Daniel. This discovery finally destroys their alibi and shows that both were involved in this crime. Meanwhile, Hardy continues to search for witnesses who might shed light on the events of that night. He finds Sarah Green, who recalls another important moment. On the night of the murder, she was out for a walk with her dog as usual. As she passed the Walker house, she noticed a faint light coming from Richard's study. She thought she heard muffled voices, but at the time she didn't pay attention to it. Now, realizing the importance of this detail, she shares it with Hardy. This information allows Hardy to reconstruct the events of that night with even greater precision. He realizes that before the murder, Richard was in his study, perhaps preparing to speak with Elizabeth and Daniel. When they began arguing, the light in the study was still on, and their voices could have been heard outside the house. After the murder, the light was turned off to avoid attracting attention, confirming an intent to conceal the crime. Hardy decides it's time to take decisive action. He calls Elizabeth and Daniel in for a final interrogation, using all the evidence he's collected to confront them with the undeniable truth. He shows them the fingerprints, Richard's audio recordings, and tells them about Sarah Green's testimony. He openly states that their affair is no longer a secret, and that all the information he's collected points to their guilt. Elizabeth, at her wit's end, realizes there is no point in denying the obvious any longer. She tries to explain her actions by saying that she was driven to despair, that Richard was a tyrant who was ruining their lives. But Hardy makes it clear that this does not justify murder, and that they must now answer for their actions. Daniel, seeing his mother begin to crack under the weight of the evidence, also gives in. He confesses that he and Elizabeth planned the murder to avoid detection and preserve their secret. He tells how they tried to cover their tracks, how they planned every detail, hoping that the police would consider it an accidental murder or self-defense. But they did not take into account one thing: the persistence of Officer Hardy, who managed to unravel their plan. After the confession, Hardy arrests Elizabeth and Daniel. This becomes an important step in closing the case, but the investigation is not over yet. Hardy understands that he has to prepare for the trial, where he will have to present all the evidence he has collected to achieve a fair punishment for the perpetrators. Meanwhile, the town continues to discuss this tragedy. Locals are shocked by what happened. No one could imagine that such dark secrets were hidden behind the facade of a prosperous family. Sarah Green and Michael Jones, as the closest friends of the Walker family, feel betrayed and confused. They have to come to terms with the fact that they did not notice the true state of affairs in their friend's house for so long. Hardy, having completed this stage of the investigation, understands that this case will become one of the most difficult and significant in his career. He realizes that even the most prosperous families at first glance can hide terrible secrets, and that his task is not only to solve crimes, but also to be attentive to details that may seem insignificant at first glance. This part of the script emphasizes the complexity and intricacy of the case, showing how the investigation, step by step, brings Hardy closer to the truth. At the same time, it demonstrates the emotional tension and psychological pressure experienced by all participants in this tragedy, and leads the viewer to the inevitable trial, which will be the final point in this story. After the interrogations that led to the confessions, Officer John Hardy realizes that the real work has just begun. Although he has obtained confessions from Elizabeth and Daniel, he must legally establish their guilt and prepare a case for trial. This requires careful preparation, as defense attorneys may attempt to challenge both the confession itself and the evidence collected at the crime scene. Elizabeth and Daniel are arrested without resistance, but the town is thrown into shock and dismay. News that a mother and adopted son are involved in the murder of the head of the family spreads quickly, and public reaction becomes polarized. Some sympathize with Elizabeth, seeing her as a victim of domestic tyranny, while others condemn her and Daniel, calling them criminals unworthy of forgiveness. The local news coverage of the events begins to become increasingly emotional, adding fuel to the fire of public opinion. John Hardy, realizing that a difficult trial lies ahead, begins to prepare the case materials. He carefully studies all the collected evidence, records the testimony of witnesses, and conducts additional consultations with experts. His main task is to create an irrefutable indictment that will convince the court of the guilt of the accused. Hardy understands that the confession, although a key moment in the case, can be challenged by defense lawyers who will try to invalidate it due to psychological pressure or other factors. Meanwhile, Elizabeth and Daniel find themselves in isolation, each locked in a separate cell awaiting trial. They enter a new, dark phase of their lives, where fear and uncertainty become their constant companions. Elizabeth, realizing that her actions led to the death of her husband and the destruction of her entire life, begins to sink into a deep depression. She often spends time alone, replaying the events of that fateful night in her head. Guilt and justification battle within her, and she increasingly thinks about what will happen next. Daniel, in turn, is also going through a difficult time. His whole life, his future, all of it is destroyed in one moment. He realizes that his relationship with Elizabeth was not only morally unacceptable, but also led to a tragedy that destroyed everything he knew and loved. He has to face the feeling of guilt that completely overwhelms him. In moments of despair, he tries to find justification for his actions, but each time he returns to the same thought: nothing can change what happened. Waiting for trial is also a torturous process for Hardy, who knows his actions will be scrutinized in the courtroom. He works day and night, preparing all the necessary documents and conducting additional witness interviews to strengthen his case. He also works with prosecutors to ensure that the case against Elizabeth and Daniel is presented as strongly as possible. Sarah Green and Michael Jones, the Walker family's closest neighbors, are also drawn into the process. They are called to testify in court. Sarah, feeling part of this tragedy as she was the one who noticed the change in Elizabeth's behavior, is experiencing an internal conflict. Her testimony could have a significant impact on the outcome of the case, and she realizes that her words could forever change the lives of those she once considered friends. Michael, for his part, also feels the pressure, but tries to remain calm, convincing himself that justice must prevail. When the case finally goes to trial, complex legal battles begin. Defense lawyers attempt to portray Elizabeth as a victim of domestic violence, arguing that she acted in a fit of passion to protect herself and her son from Richard's tyranny. They raise questions about how much the pressure Elizabeth was under may have affected her ability to make rational decisions. Daniel is also portrayed as a young man caught between two fires, who was forced to act under pressure from his mother. Defense lawyers focus on his young age and psycho-emotional state, arguing that he could not fully understand the consequences of his actions. But Hardy and the prosecutors have prepared a powerful case. They present surveillance footage, audio files found on a flash drive, and other compelling evidence that proves Elizabeth and Daniel's actions were premeditated. The confession elicited during interrogation also plays a major role in the case, although the defense has sought to cast doubt on it. The trial becomes a real test for all participants. Each hearing is attended by representatives of the press and the public, who closely follow the developments. Journalists publish articles analyzing every aspect of the case, which further fuels interest and polarizes opinions in society. Some believe that Elizabeth and Daniel deserve severe punishment, while others see them as victims of circumstances. As the trial continues, Hardy faces personal doubts. Although he is firmly convinced of his position, he is forced to confront moral dilemmas. He reflects on what led to such a terrible outcome and realizes that the situation is much more complex than it seems at first glance. He sees how a family that seemed prosperous and happy collapsed under the pressure of hidden passions and conflicts that no one noticed until the tragedy. This part of the script focuses on the legal and moral side of the case, showing how the investigation and trial process affects not only the accused, but everyone involved in the tragedy. Officer Hardy continues to pursue his line, determined to achieve justice, but he also faces internal questions that force him to rethink the nature of justice and human relationships. As the trial finally reaches its climax, the tension in the courtroom is unbearable. Each participant understands that this day will determine their fate and leave an indelible mark on their lives. Elizabeth and Daniel sit in the dock, their faces expressing a mixture of fear, despair, and resignation. For them, this is the moment of truth, when their entire past and future comes down to the verdict that the court will render. The prosecutor begins his closing argument by presenting all the evidence he has collected into a single unbreakable thread. He paints Richard Walker as the victim of a cruel plot, initiated and carried out by his own wife and adopted son. The prosecutor emphasizes that Richard, although strict and demanding, did not deserve this outcome, and his murder was an act of deliberate violence aimed at covering up a criminal affair. He focuses on the motives of Elizabeth and Daniel, their attempts to deceive justice, and the destruction of the family they were supposed to protect. The prosecutor presents audio recordings, CCTV footage, and confessions from the defendants as irrefutable evidence of their guilt. He leaves no room for doubt that Richard's murder was carefully planned, and committed with a clear understanding of the consequences. The prosecutor demands the maximum punishment to show that such crimes cannot go unpunished. Defense attorneys try to garner sympathy from the jury by highlighting the complex circumstances that led Elizabeth and Daniel to their tragic decision. They portray Elizabeth as a woman who was stymied by years of emotional and psychological abuse at the hands of Richard, and who they believe acted in a fit of passion. They portray Daniel as a young man who was influenced by his mother and unable to cope with the pressures of the situation. The defense emphasizes that the killing was not premeditated, but the result of an escalating conflict that could perhaps have been prevented had the family situation been different. The defense is focusing on Daniel's mental state, arguing that his youth and emotional instability played a key role in his actions. They bring in experts who say his depression was caused by long-term stress and strained family relationships. The defense is trying to convince the jury that Daniel does not deserve a harsh sentence and that he needs help, not jail time. Elizabeth's testimony becomes the emotional climax of the trial. She decides to take the stand in court to try to explain her actions. Elizabeth, with tears in her eyes, recounts how her marriage to Richard gradually fell apart, how she felt alone and misunderstood. She admits that her relationship with Daniel was a mistake, that they were both confused in their feelings and unable to cope with the situation. Elizabeth tries to justify her actions, but also expresses remorse for what happened. She asks for leniency, claiming that she never wanted things to end this way. Daniel also gives his final statement. His voice trembles as he expresses his guilt and remorse for what he has done. He admits that he failed to confront his emotions and feelings for Elizabeth, and that their relationship led to the destruction of his family. Daniel apologizes to everyone he has let down, especially his father, whose life he took. He asks the jury to consider his youth and difficult emotional state when they reach their verdict. Once both sides have concluded their arguments, the judge addresses the jury, instructing them that their job is to evaluate the evidence presented and decide whether the defendants are guilty of murdering Richard Walker. He reminds them that they must act impartially, based solely on the facts, and not be influenced by any emotions that may have arisen during the trial. The jury retires to consider its verdict, and the courtroom falls silent and expectant. Officer Hardy, sitting in the courtroom, has mixed feelings. On the one hand, he is confident that the evidence gathered leaves no doubt as to Elizabeth and Daniel's guilt. On the other hand, he knows that this case has ruined the lives of everyone involved, and that no verdict can bring back what has been lost. Finally, the jury returns to the courtroom. The foreman rises and announces the verdict. Elizabeth and Daniel are found guilty of the murder of Richard Walker. The judge announces the sentences, determining prison terms for each defendant. Elizabeth receives life in prison without the possibility of parole, given her leading role in the crime and the premeditation of her actions. Daniel, given his young age and emotional state, receives 25 years in prison, with the possibility of parole after 15 years. The reaction in the courtroom is mixed. There is some sympathy for Daniel, especially from his friends and acquaintances, who believe he was guided by his feelings and his mother. Others, especially those who knew Richard, believe the verdict is fair and are satisfied that justice has been done. Journalists and the public continue to debate the case, publishing articles and reports expressing different opinions on the fairness of the verdict. For Hardy, this conclusion to the case is a difficult moment. Although he has achieved his goal of punishing the guilty, there is no sense of satisfaction. He realizes that there were no winners in this case, and that the broken Walker family will remain in the city's memory as a tragic reminder of how hidden passions and conflicts can lead to disaster. Elizabeth and Daniel, each in their own way, begin their lives anew in prison, realizing that they have a long road ahead of them to atone for their actions. Elizabeth, left alone in a prison cell, understands that she will now have to live with the burden of guilt for the rest of her days. Daniel, realizing his youth and the opportunity to start all over again after many years, decides to try to find the strength in himself to fix his life, despite the difficult conditions of imprisonment. The town where the tragedy occurred is gradually returning to normal life, but the memory of the Walker family remains forever. People discuss the case as an example of how destructive forces can hide behind external well-being, and how important it is to notice the signs of impending disaster in time. With the Walker convictions, life in the town is beginning to return to normal, but the echoes of the tragedy continue to resonate in the hearts and minds of people. Although the perpetrators were brought to justice, for many, the case remains a painful reminder of how easily even the most seemingly strong family can crumble. Elizabeth Walker, serving her life sentence, finds herself in a state of deep depression. Every day in her prison cell reminds her of that fateful night when she did something irreparable. Elizabeth immerses herself in her thoughts, pondering every action, every moment that led to Richard's death. Psychologists visit her periodically, but their help is not enough to rid her of the oppressive feeling of guilt. Her letter, written several months after the start of her term, in which she asks for forgiveness from Richard's family and her son, remains unanswered. With each passing day, Elizabeth becomes more and more distant from reality, immersed in endless thoughts about what could have been if she had made different decisions. Daniel Walker, although he received a lesser sentence, also feels the weight of his crime. In prison, he faces harsh realities that only increase his feelings of isolation and despair. Unlike his mother, Daniel tries to find a way to cope with what happened. He begins attending prison classes, participating in support groups where he shares his story and listens to the stories of other prisoners. For him, this becomes a way to find redemption and perhaps find meaning in a life that is far from over. He writes letters to Elizabeth, but receives no answers, which only intensifies his internal struggle. Over time, Daniel decides to dedicate himself to self-improvement, realizing that despite his crime, he can still try to fix his life. The town where the tragedy took place is also changing. People who knew the Walkers are beginning to realize how little they really knew about what was going on behind closed doors. Articles appear in the local press, analyzing how such events can happen in a community that considers itself prosperous. Social services are beginning to work more actively with the families to prevent similar tragedies in the future. Teachers in schools are paying more attention to the emotional state of their students, and neighbors are becoming more attentive to each other, trying to prevent a repeat of this. Officer John Hardy returns to his regular job, but the Walker case leaves a deep mark on him. He finds the investigation to be one of the most challenging of his career, not only because of the complexities of the facts, but because of the moral dilemmas he faced. Hardy often thinks back to the family, wondering if the tragedy could have been prevented if someone had recognized the signs of crisis sooner. He becomes more involved in local domestic violence prevention programs, using his experience to help other officers and residents better understand how to recognize and prevent similar situations. Sarah Green and Michael Jones, the Walkers' next-door neighbors, also suffer the consequences of the incident. Sarah, realizing that she could have seen the signs of trouble earlier, and that her silence contributed greatly to the tragedy, begins volunteering with a local organization that helps families in crisis. She hopes that by doing so, she can atone for her guilt and prevent similar incidents in the future. Michael, for his part, becomes more withdrawn, realizing how close he was to the tragedy and how little he could have done to prevent it. For him, the incident becomes a lesson in how sometimes you need to be more attentive to those around you. A memorial to Richard Walker is erected in a local church. It becomes a place where people come to pray and remember not only Richard, but all the shattered lives that were touched by this tragedy. The memorial is engraved with the words, "In memory of the importance of loving and protecting each other so that we do not lose what is most precious." Years have passed, and this incident has become part of the city's history. People continue to live, but the memories of the Walker family remain forever in their hearts. This story has become not only a tragedy, but also an important lesson for the entire community, reminding us how important it is to be attentive and caring towards our loved ones, not allowing hidden passions and conflicts to ruin lives. Hardy, having completed this case, understands that his job is not only to solve crimes, but also to prevent them. He continues his service, but each time he encounters similar situations, he remembers the Walker family and that nothing in this life can be taken for granted. Life in the suburbs of Sacramento, California, was usually slow. Residents of this quiet neighborhood valued privacy and the predictability of their surroundings. One house on the street always caught my eye for its well-kept, family-like appearance. It was home to David Miller, his 18-year-old son Brandon, and David's second wife, Sarah. On the surface, they were an ordinary American family, but deep cracks hid behind the facade. Brandon was a difficult teenager. The loss of his mother at an early age left an indelible mark on him. When his father remarried, Brandon felt like his world was falling apart. He couldn't accept the new woman in his father's life, seeing her not just as a stepmother, but as a threat to his place in the family. His relationship with Sarah was strained, and the strain only grew with each passing day. David, a successful engineer, tried his best to keep peace in the family. He loved his son, but he also became genuinely attached to Sarah, hoping that time would heal the wounds and they could become a real family. However, his attempts seemed futile because Brandon became increasingly withdrawn, and his jealousy grew into open hostility. Sarah, realizing that she would never replace Brandon's mother, tried to be patient and considerate. But even her best efforts were met with coldness and rejection from the young man. The internal conflict gradually destroyed the family, but no one could have imagined that it would lead to tragedy. The morning that Nancy Olson, the Miller's neighbor, stepped out onto her porch, she had no idea that she was about to witness one of the most shocking events of her life. She often noticed Brandon leaving the house early in the morning to go for a run. This day was no exception. However, there was something in the air that made her pause at the window and take a closer look. The Miller family, outwardly prosperous and wealthy, hid many secrets that none of the neighbors suspected. In this house, which seemed a model of calm and order, a crisis was brewing that would soon develop into a tragedy that shook the entire suburb. On a typical morning in Sacramento, life went on as usual. Nancy Olson, the Miller's neighbor, was making her morning coffee as usual, enjoying the peace and quiet of her home. Her window overlooked the Miller's backyard, and although she wasn't one to spy on her neighbors, something caught her eye that day. Nancy barely glanced out the window when she noticed something strange in her neighbor's backyard. At first glance, she thought it was just a fallen piece of patio furniture or an abandoned item, but then she realized it was a motionless body. Her heart began to beat faster and she knew something was wrong. Nancy put down her coffee and hurried to the window, trying to see what exactly had happened. As she got closer, she realized that Sarah Miller, Brandon's stepmother, was lying on the ground. Sarah was not moving, and her body was twisted strangely. Nancy, without waiting for her to fully process what she had seen, grabbed the phone and called the police. Her voice shook as she explained to the dispatcher that there was a woman lying in the neighbor's backyard and that she appeared to be dead. When the police arrived, the street was already starting to come alive. Several neighbors, noticing the commotion, came out onto their porches, trying to figure out what had happened. The police cordoned off the area, not allowing anyone to approach the scene. An ambulance soon arrived, but the medical team only confirmed Sarah's death. That was the moment when it became clear. Something terrible had happened. Detective Linda Hart arrived on the scene to a street already full of curious neighbors. Linda was an experienced investigator, and she was immediately drawn to details that could point to the cause of the incident. First, she noticed the position of Sarah's body. It was clearly not the result of an accident. The injuries found on the body indicated violent death, which immediately moved the case to the category of homicide. Brandon and David were inside the house when the detective entered. David was clearly shaken, his face pale and his eyes full of terror. Brandon, on the other hand, seemed calm, but his gaze was empty and distant. Linda noticed this, but decided not to rush things for now, concentrating on collecting evidence and interviewing possible witnesses. The house was thoroughly searched. There was no evidence of forced entry, ruling out robbery. Linda knew that the killer was likely someone close to her, someone who had access to the house and knew how to avoid suspicion. She began by questioning David, trying to understand if he or his wife had any enemies or ill-wishers. David could barely speak. He claimed that their family was quite ordinary, without any serious conflicts with anyone in their environment. However, when Linda moved on to Brandon, she noticed that the young man was too calm for a man who had just lost his stepmother. He answered questions in monosyllables, avoiding eye contact. This alerted the detective, but she decided not to press the young man. realizing that there was still a lot of work ahead to establish all the details. Nancy, who called the police, reported her observations. She recalled seeing Brandon out for a run that morning as usual, but something about his behavior seemed odd to her. She couldn't quite put her finger on it, but she was alarmed by his cold expression and the fact that he returned home earlier than usual. The evidence collected by the police, including footprints on the ground and the condition of Sarah's body, began to form a coherent picture. But for Linda and her team, this was only the beginning of a complex investigation that involved not only finding the killer, but also understanding what led to such a terrible ending. The family that seemed perfect suddenly found itself at the center of tragedy, and each of its members could be involved in this tragedy. The investigation into Sarah Miller's murder took a new turn. Detective Linda Hart and her team began methodically collecting and analyzing evidence, trying to build a chronology of events and understand what could have led to this tragedy. The first day after the body was discovered was a flurry. The Millers' home was constantly occupied by police, forensics experts, and detectives, trying to find anything that might shed light on the crime. Every object, every little detail was examined under a microscope. Attention was focused on anything that might indicate the nature of the family's relationships, especially between Brandon and his stepmother. By the evening of the same day, Linda Hart began more in-depth questioning. First in line was David Miller. He was in a state of shock and could hardly comprehend what had happened. The detective carefully asked him about his family life, about his relationship with his son and with Sarah. David tried to explain that his marriage to Sarah was a happy one, although he admitted that Brandon did not immediately accept his new wife. According to David, Brandon became very withdrawn after his mother's death. He dealt with the loss in his own way, withdrawing into himself and having little contact with his father. When David began dating Sarah, Brandon reacted negatively, but over time, he seemed to come to terms with their relationship. However, Detective Hart sensed something was wrong. She watched David's reactions closely, noting how his voice shook when he mentioned his son and how he avoided the topic of how Brandon was really feeling. The next step was to question the neighbors. Nancy Olson, who first discovered the body, provided important information. She said that she had seen Brandon jogging the day of the murder and that he had returned home earlier than usual. Nancy also mentioned that Brandon had seemed more depressed and distant in recent weeks, and that he and Sarah had often argued. These words led Linda to believe that the family relationships were much more strained than David was letting on. Linda decided to delve deeper into Brandon's past, studying his school records and talking to his teachers and friends. She discovered that Brandon was withdrawn and prone to depression, but had never been violent. However, in recent months, his behavior had become more erratic. One of Brandon's friends, whom Linda found through social media, said that Brandon often complained about his stepmother. He believed that Sarah was taking away his father's attention and trying to control his life. These conversations, according to the friend, were full of negativity and bitterness, but no one took them seriously. This information spurred Linda to reinterrogate Brandon. This time, she decided to talk to him without his father present. Brandon sat across from her, seemed calm, but his gaze was cold and distant. Linda began with neutral questions, gradually leading him to the topic of his relationship with his stepmother. Brandon admitted that he did not love Sarah and could not accept her as part of his family. He spoke about this calmly, without unnecessary emotion, which made the detective even more wary. When asked where he was at the time of Sarah's death, Brandon answered that he was jogging, but his answers were too vague and the details were vague. Linda understood that she was dealing with a guy who was clearly hiding something, but there was no evidence to prove his involvement in the murder. Time passed, and the investigation required more and more effort. Meanwhile, the forensics team continued their work. They found microscopic traces on Brandon's clothing that could be linked to the crime scene, but it wasn't enough to make an arrest. The situation was heating up, and the pressure was mounting on the detective. She knew Brandon was the key to the solution, but she still didn't have enough evidence to definitively connect him to the murder. While going through Sarah's personal belongings, Linda came across her diary. In it, she described her feelings about Brandon and their relationship. Sarah knew that Brandon would never accept her, and this worried her greatly. She wrote about constant conflicts and how she felt like an outsider in her own home. These entries only strengthened Linda's suspicions. Now the detective was sure that the solution to the tragedy was hidden in the relationships within the family. Brandon was on the edge. His jealousy and alienation could push him to a terrible act. But to prove it, Linda needed more evidence, more testimony. She knew that the real work was just beginning, and that every little thing could be decisive in this confusing and dark case. The investigation continued, and each new day brought more questions than answers. Brandon Miller had become the prime suspect in the murder of his stepmother, but there was still a lack of evidence that could firmly connect him to the crime. Detective Linda Hart knew that in order to solve the case, she needed to understand what was going on in the young man's mind and what emotions could have driven him to such a terrible act. Linda's focus was on Brandon's psychology. He was a young man who had faced great adversity from an early age. The loss of his mother, whose place in his heart no one could fill, had profoundly affected his perception of the world. Her death had left a deep wound that would not heal, but only deepened over the years. When his father, David, began dating Sarah, Brandon felt betrayed by his family, that his father was trying to replace someone who could not be replaced. Brandon's emotional reaction seemed understandable, but over time it began to take on darker forms. Sarah, in Brandon's view, was not simply trying to take his mother's place, but was trying to change his life entirely. The young man perceived her as a threat, as an outsider who had invaded his home and taken away his father's attention. Detective Linda Hart decided to seek help from a psychologist who specializes in adolescent psychology. Together, they began to create a psychological profile of Brandon, trying to understand what could have pushed him to commit murder. Brandon grew up as a withdrawn and uncommunicative child. After the death of his mother, he became even more detached. At school, he was known as a quiet and uncommunicative teenager who avoided companies and rarely participated in school life. School teachers and psychologists noted that Brandon often appeared depressed, but his behavior was never out of line. However, as the school psychologist's notes showed, in the months leading up to the murder, his mood worsened significantly. He became irritable, began skipping classes, and avoided socializing with even the few friends he had. One of Brandon's teachers, Mr. Jenkins, recalled Brandon coming to class one day looking stressed. When asked what was wrong, he shrugged and said he was tired of it all. No one thought much of it at the time, but now it seemed more meaningful. Linda Hart also decided to talk to Brandon's neighbors and friends to get a sense of what he was like outside the home. Nancy Olson, the neighbor who first discovered Sarah's body, recalled that Brandon often went for morning jogs. She noted that he seemed more tense than usual lately and was avoiding socializing even with people he had known all his life. Her words were confirmed by her neighbor across the street, Mr. Smith, who noticed that Brandon had become more aggressive in his manner and sometimes had no control over his emotions. Brandon's closest friend, Michael, said they hadn't spoken much in recent months, but when they did, Brandon would often complain about Sarah. He said he felt unwanted in his own home and that Sarah had ruined everything. Michael admitted that Brandon had once even said that she should have been gone. Those words may have been spoken in the heat of the moment, but now they sounded like a harbinger of tragedy. Brandon's psychological profile began to emerge. A young man who lost his mother at an early age, unable to cope with the grief and withdrawn. He perceived any attempt by his father to arrange his personal life as a betrayal. His hatred for Sarah gradually grew into an obsession, which may have been the catalyst for his horrific act. Meanwhile, Linda Hart continued to analyze the evidence. She knew that proving Brandon's involvement in the murder would be difficult, especially given the lack of clear physical evidence. But the young man's emotional state, his aggression and isolation, his alienation from the world around him, all of this was an important background that the detective could not ignore. At the same time, Linda was searching for possible motives that could finally connect Brandon to the crime. She wondered, what could have been the final straw? Had Sarah done something to further increase Brandon's hatred? Or had her very presence in the house, her attempts to replace his mother, become too much for him to bear? These questions remained unanswered, but Linda knew they would lead her to the truth. The detective began to study the family's financial records, emails, and diaries that could shed light on the last months of Sarah and Brandon's lives. Every fact, every detail she found, added up to a picture that was becoming increasingly dark. The entire story, which at first seemed like a simple family drama, was now revealed to be deeply tragic and psychologically complex. Brandon, despite his outward calm, was gripped by an internal conflict, which, in Linda's opinion, led him to his fatal step. She knew that at this stage of the investigation, the most important thing was not to miss a single detail, not a single hint that could shed light on the young man's true motives and actions on that fateful day. As the investigation continued, Detective Linda Hart found herself delving deeper into the murky waters of the Miller family drama. The evidence collected at the crime scene was beginning to come together, but the key piece of evidence linking Brandon to his stepmother's murder remained elusive. Linda knew that to close the case, she needed to find something that would finally confirm her suspicions. The forensic scientists continued to analyze the footprints left at the crime scene. Of particular interest were the shoe prints found near Sarah's body. These prints led to the backyard where Brandon often spent time. Linda asked the experts to compare them with Brandon's shoes, which they found in his room. The results of the analysis showed that the prints were a match, but the forensic scientists were unable to determine the exact time when these prints were left, which created certain difficulties in establishing that Brandon was present at the crime scene at the time of the murder. In addition, microscopic traces of blood were found on Brandon's clothing. These traces were so small that they could have been easily missed if not for the careful work of forensic scientists. Analysis showed that the blood was Sarah's, but the amount was too small to conclude that Brandon was directly involved in the murder. This could mean either accidental blood spillage on the clothing or deliberate concealment of evidence. Linda Hart knew that this was not enough to convict. But these clues, although circumstantial, still supported her suspicions. The detective decided to turn again to witnesses, especially neighbors who might have seen or heard something on the day of the murder. Nancy Olson, the neighbor who first discovered the body, recalled hearing something strange that morning. Her account was confirmed by another neighbor, Mr. Smith. They both heard muffled screams but dismissed them, thinking it might just be another family argument. Mr. Smith, however, added that he had seen Brandon returning home from a jog a few minutes earlier. He seemed more gloomy than usual and did not respond to his greeting. This fact became an important link in the chain of events. If Brandon was indeed home when the screams were heard, it could mean that he had been involved in an argument that had resulted in the murder. Linda began to wonder. Perhaps the murder had not been a premeditated act, but the result of a fit of rage caused by yet another argument? Meanwhile, forensic experts completed their analysis of the diaries and emails they found in the Millers' home. Sarah had written about the last few weeks being particularly tense. She wrote about constant conflicts with Brandon and how he was becoming increasingly withdrawn and aggressive. She even mentioned that one day Brandon yelled at her, saying that she had ruined his life. These entries became important evidence that the relationship between them was much worse than it seemed at first glance. Linda Hart also discovered that Brandon had been searching the internet for information related to violence and self-defense in the days before the murder. His searches were related to how to respond to an attack and how to avoid responsibility for his actions. These searches could have been random, but Linda was certain they were related to his growing tension and inner conflict. The evidence was beginning to fit together. Brandon had a deep hatred for Sarah that was slowly becoming an obsession. Perhaps there had been another argument on the day of the murder that had caused Brandon to lose control. But Linda knew there was still a crucial piece missing that would tie all of these facts together. The detective decided to interrogate Brandon again. She knew he wouldn't confess to the crime, but she wanted to see how he would react to the new information. During the interrogation, Linda tried to ask questions that would cause Brandon to become emotional. She talked about the tracks she found, about Sarah's notes, about what the neighbors knew. Brandon remained outwardly calm, but Linda noticed his hands shaking when she mentioned the screams the neighbors had heard. Brandon continued to deny his involvement in the murder, but his answers became less and less confident. Linda sensed that he was hiding something, that his inner tension was growing. Perhaps his calm was just a mask, hiding deep guilt. Meanwhile, an analysis of Sarah's emails revealed that the day before the murder, she had written to a friend about how difficult it was for her to live with Brandon. In one of the messages, She mentioned that she feared for her life. These words became a significant confirmation that Sarah felt a real threat from her stepson. Linda Hart knew she had to quickly piece together the missing pieces. Time was ticking, and the pressure from the public and her colleagues was mounting. But the detective was confident that the truth would soon come out. Her job was to see the investigation through to the end and bring justice to Sarah Miller, whose life had ended so tragically and so unexpectedly. After weeks of intense investigation, Detective Linda Hart felt she was close to solving the mystery of Sarah Miller's murder. The case was complex and confusing, but now key pieces of evidence were beginning to surface that could finally shed light on what happened. The initial clues, seemingly insignificant, began to take on new meaning when they were put together with other evidence. Linda asked forensic scientists to conduct additional analysis of Brandon's cell phone. Deleted messages and search queries were found on his smartphone, which initially did not attract much attention. After recovering the deleted data, it turned out that Brandon had been actively communicating with an unknown user on one of the social networks a few days before the murder. The correspondence was strange and disturbing. Brandon discussed his feelings of hatred and jealousy, but most importantly, he asked for advice on how to solve the problem with his stepmother. Linda realized that Brandon may have been seeking support from an outsider, trying to justify his inner impulses. This was the first serious lead that could connect him to the intent to commit a crime. Detectives also found drafts of messages on his phone that were never sent. In them, Brandon described his despair and hatred for Sarah, expressing thoughts that her death might bring him relief. These drafts provided important psychological evidence that Brandon had deliberately plotted the murder. But the most important discovery was a surveillance video from a camera a few blocks away from the Millers' home. On the day of the murder, the camera captured a figure that closely resembled Brandon walking toward the house, holding what appeared to be a bag. The time on the video matched the presumed time of Sarah's death. This footage became a key piece of evidence confirming that Brandon was at the crime scene when the murder occurred. Forensic scientists also found Brandon's fingerprints on knives in Sarah's kitchen. The knife used in the murder had been in the dishwasher, but forensic scientists were able to recover the fingerprints left before the knife was thoroughly washed. This supported the theory that Brandon had tried to cover his tracks after the murder, hoping that the police would not find anything suspicious. Linda decided to question Brandon again. She knew she now had enough evidence to put pressure on him. Brandon was called to the police station, and this time, he was in for a very different conversation. Detective Linda Hart calmly but confidently began to reveal to him the evidence she had found: the video, the messages, the marks on the knives. She explained in detail how they were connected to the murder and how they proved his involvement. Brandon was silent at first, his face expressionless, but gradually the detective saw his confidence begin to crack. Linda pressed on his weakest points: his jealousy, hatred, and sense of betrayal. She described how Sarah had been afraid of him, how she had written about her anxiety to a friend. She knew these words could break his emotional barrier. At one point, Brandon couldn't take it anymore. He jumped up from his chair and started screaming that he didn't want this, that he just couldn't take it anymore. These words became a major confession that Linda and her team carefully recorded. Brandon tried to justify himself by claiming that Sarah had always bullied him, that she had taken away everything that was dear to him. He claimed that his father no longer noticed him, that Sarah had become the boss of the house, and that he felt ostracized from his own life. This emotional outburst became the culmination of the investigation. Brandon admitted that on the day of the murder, he returned home earlier than usual after another argument with Sarah. He said that he did not want to kill her, but when she began insulting him again, he lost it. Brandon grabbed a knife and stabbed her several times, not realizing at the time what he was doing. When he realized what he had done, panic overtook him, and he tried to cover his tracks. Brandon's confession was shocking, but Linda knew she now had everything she needed to close the case. The crime had been solved, and all the pieces of the puzzle had come together. The evidence had been collected, the motive had been established, and Brandon was now officially charged with murder. Still, Linda couldn't shake the bitterness. Her work had led to the solution of a crime, but she knew there were no winners in this tragedy. Brandon was a broken young man who had failed to cope with grief and hatred, and his life was now in ruins. Sarah, whose life had been cut so cruelly short, did not deserve such a fate. The case was a reminder of how deeply buried emotions can lead to the most terrible consequences. The investigation was over, but for Linda Hart, it was another hard lesson about human nature and how the dark side of the soul can push a person to commit irreparable acts. The investigation into Sarah Miller's murder was nearing its conclusion, and Detective Linda Hart knew that the key was to get Brandon to confess in order to close the case and prepare the necessary materials for trial. Brandon's confession during interrogation, while emotionally charged, was not the formal admission needed to close the case. After his outburst during the previous interrogation, Linda decided to give him time to calm down. Brandon was placed in a separate cell and spent several hours alone, without contact with the outside world. This was done intentionally, to give him a chance to reflect on his actions and understand that there was no turning back. Linda knew she had to tread carefully to get a formal confession. She had to show Brandon that resistance was futile, and that the only way forward was to accept responsibility for what he had done. She brought in the psychologist who had previously helped her create Brandon's psychological profile. Together, they developed a strategy that would lead Brandon to a final confession. The next day, Linda walked into the interrogation room to find Brandon waiting for her. He looked exhausted, his eyes empty, his shoulders slumped. The detective could tell he was on the verge of a nervous breakdown, and she knew this was the moment to be gentle, not pushy. She began the conversation by expressing her understanding and sympathy. Linda talked about how hard it must have been for him all these years, how the pain of losing his mother and feeling alone could have led him to such a terrible act. She acknowledged that his life had been full of suffering, and that perhaps he felt trapped. The psychologist who was present at the interrogation added that Brandon probably experienced a lot of internal pressure and could not find a way to cope with these emotions. He talked to Brandon about his childhood, about how he grew up without a mother, how difficult it was for him to accept his father's new wife. All these topics were not chosen by chance. Linda and the psychologist wanted to create an atmosphere in which Brandon would feel understood and not judged. Gradually, the conversation turned to the day Sarah was killed. Linda didn't press Brandon for an immediate confession, but instead asked him to talk about how he felt when the conflict between him and Sarah erupted. Brandon was silent at first, but then, as if opening up, he began to talk. He said he was particularly depressed that day. He felt like his life was spinning completely out of control and that he couldn't find his place in the world. When he got home from his run, he was ready to do anything to stop the chaos that was raging inside him. Sarah was home, and they immediately started fighting. Brandon said that Sarah's words, her tone, her facial expression, all of it hit him in the right places. "She just couldn't shut up," Brandon said, his voice shaking. "She always knew how to make me feel like a loser." Linda listened carefully, letting him talk. Brandon admitted that he hadn't planned to kill her, but at some point his rage got the better of him. He grabbed a knife that was lying on the kitchen table and, in a fit of rage, stabbed her several times. He didn't remember how many times he stabbed her or how Sarah fell. All he remembered was the empty feeling when it was all over. Linda realized that Brandon wasn't making excuses. He was simply telling the story. It was a confession, and although it was framed in emotional turmoil, its essence was clear. Brandon had admitted that he had killed Sarah, and now that confession needed to be documented. Linda asked him to tell it all again, this time more calmly, so that everything he said would be recorded. Brandon seemed to have resigned himself to the inevitable. He repeated his story, this time more subdued, detailing every step, every action, every emotion. The recording was made, and now the detective had an official confession that could be presented in court. Linda then left Brandon alone with the psychologist, who continued the conversation, helping him understand the consequences of his actions and prepare for what lay ahead. Brandon himself was clearly exhausted, both physically and emotionally, and while his confession brought some relief, he still had a long road ahead of him, a road to understanding what he had done. Detective Linda Hart knew her mission was accomplished. She had found the truth, and now it was up to the justice system to bring the case to an end. But for Linda, this case was more than just another investigation. It was a reminder of the importance of understanding people's motives, their internal conflicts, and the struggles that sometimes lead to tragic consequences. Linda knew that the court would likely give Brandon a harsh sentence and that his life would be ruined forever. But she also knew that the tragedy of this family could have been prevented if help had been provided in time, if Brandon had not been left alone with his demons. It was a bitter realization, but for Linda, it became an important lesson that she will take with her into her future work. After Brandon Miller officially confessed to the murder of his stepmother, Sarah, the case moved to a new stage preparation for trial. For Detective Linda Hart, this was not just the end of another investigation. This case left a deep mark on her professional life and her views on the nature of human relationships. The trial became the center of attention not only for the local community, but also for the general public. The story of how a young man, consumed by jealousy and hatred, killed his stepmother caused a wide resonance. The media covered every detail, which only increased the pressure on all involved. When Brandon first appeared in court, his face was emotionless. He looked dejected and lost, like a man who no longer saw any meaning in his life. His father, David Miller, and several of his immediate family members were present in the courtroom. David was devastated, never able to recover from the tragedy that had torn his family apart. The prosecution presented all the evidence that Detective Hart and her team had collected: the crime scene evidence, the surveillance footage, Brandon's psychological profile, his confession. This material built a continuous chain of evidence linking Brandon to the murder. But even though his guilt was obvious, the defense attorney tried to paint the case in a different light, arguing that Brandon had acted under extreme emotional stress and was not fully aware of his actions. Psychologists called to the trial as experts testified that Brandon suffered from chronic depression and post-traumatic stress disorder following the death of his mother. These factors, according to the defense, may have played a key role in his actions. The defense argued that Brandon did not need prison time, but psychiatric help that could help him recover and understand his mistakes. However, the prosecutor insisted that Brandon had made a conscious decision to kill Sarah, that his actions were the result of pent-up hatred and jealousy. The prosecutor also reminded the court of Brandon's attempts to cover up the crime, which showed that he was aware of his actions and was trying to avoid responsibility. David Miller gave some of the most difficult testimony of the trial. He described how his relationship with his son had deteriorated over time, how he had tried to connect with Brandon, but had always been met with estrangement and hatred. David spoke of how much he loved Sarah and how he had hoped that his son would eventually accept her as part of their family. However, those hopes were dashed overnight when he learned that his son had killed the woman he loved. The trial also heard testimony from Brandon's friends and neighbors. They described him as a withdrawn, distant young man who rarely shared his feelings. Some friends recalled that Brandon had repeatedly expressed his hatred for Sarah, but no one took his words seriously. Now those words seemed like harbingers of a tragedy that no one could prevent. At the end of the trial, the judge handed down the verdict. Brandon Miller was found guilty of second-degree murder and sentenced to a lengthy prison term with the possibility of parole in several decades. The judge noted that although Brandon acted under the influence of strong emotional distress, his actions were premeditated and he must be held accountable for them. After the verdict was announced, Brandon remained impassive. He accepted his punishment in silence, knowing that his life was now completely destroyed. His father, David, walked out of the courtroom a broken man. He had lost not only his wife but also his son, and the realization was unbearable for him. In the eyes of the public, he was a victim of tragedy, but for him, it was the end of everything he believed in and had built over many years. For Linda Hart, the case was yet another reminder of how fragile human relationships are and how seemingly insignificant conflicts can escalate into something terrible. She knew she had done everything she could to solve the case and get justice for Sarah, but she still felt bitter. She had seen this family crumble from the inside, how unresolved conflicts and suppressed emotions had led to a tragedy that could have been prevented. After the trial ended, Linda decided to take a short vacation. She needed time to process what had happened, to recuperate, and to find the strength to continue her work. She knew that new cases, new investigations lay ahead, but this case would stay with her forever, as a reminder of how important it is not to lose sight of the human side of every crime. Society moved on with its life, oblivious to the tragedy that had shaken it for only a moment. But for those involved, the consequences would remain forever. Brandon Miller's life was now confined to prison walls, his future uncertain and bleak. David Miller was left alone with his grief, and there was no longer any room for hope or joy in his life. This story became a warning to everyone. Even the most prosperous families can hide dark secrets that will one day break out and destroy everything that is dear to them. And although justice was restored, none of the participants in this tragedy was able to emerge victorious. In June 2009, police in a small town in New Jersey were confronted with what at first seemed like a family tragedy, but over time turned into a shocking investigation. 3 people were at the center of attention: Elizabeth, her husband Robert, and George, the husband of her cousin Maria. All 3 lived quiet lives, and no one could have predicted how their relationships would lead to murder. Elizabeth had been married to Robert for over 10 years. He was a respected lawyer at a local firm, and she took care of the house and raised their 3 children. People around them knew them as a typical American middle-class family: a house with a neat garden, friendly neighbors, regular family picnics. But all this was only an external appearance. Problems began to accumulate imperceptibly. Dissatisfaction with Robert, a feeling of loneliness and disappointment gradually pushed Elizabeth to another man. George, her cousin Maria's husband, was a frequent guest at their home. He and Maria lived nearby, and because of the family ties between the women, their families spent a lot of time together. George was the complete opposite of Robert: more emotional, open, and sociable. In conversations at common dinners, he always knew how to keep up the conversation, give a compliment, and interest those around him with his stories. Elizabeth soon felt herself drawn to him more and more. The beginning of their affair was accidental. One day, after dinner together at Elizabeth and Robert's, Maria suddenly left on business, and George was left to finish his coffee in the living room. That evening, their conversation went beyond the ordinary. Elizabeth felt a wave of emotion that she had long lacked, and soon a connection began between them that they carefully concealed. Their meetings were rare and cautious at first: a few minutes alone after family gatherings, a few words, a few light touches. But over time, their connection grew stronger. They began to meet secretly, in remote places where no one could find them. Several months of secret meetings passed without suspicion, but then their caution began to weaken. George was not always as careful as he should have been, and once left his phone in plain sight in the car. Maria, having sensed changes in her husband's behavior, accidentally stumbled upon the phone and noticed messages from Elizabeth. She couldn't believe her eyes. Explicit, even intimate texts that seemed so incredible to her that at first she decided it was just a mistake. But soon, everything fell into place. She decided not to make a scandal, but to start collecting evidence. First of all, Maria installed a tracking application on her husband's phone and then hired a private detective. Within weeks, Maria had photos of her husband's secret meetings with Elizabeth, recordings of their phone conversations, and even the social media messages they exchanged. It was a real blow to her, but she decided to take her time and wait for the right moment to expose them. Meanwhile, Elizabeth and George felt their relationship was becoming more dangerous. Both knew their affair could soon be discovered, but neither could stop. Gradually, the fear of being discovered grew into tension, which began to mount with each meeting. They began to get nervous, afraid of being caught, and eventually this pressure led to tragedy. After Maria began collecting evidence of George and Elizabeth's infidelity, she hesitated to act. Her initial reaction was shock. The realization that her own cousin, whom she trusted, was having an affair with her husband literally knocked the wind out of her sails. However, instead of throwing an emotional tantrum, Maria pulled herself together. She knew that with her evidence she could take it to a lawyer or even straight to the police if things got more serious. But at this point, her only motive was to find out the whole truth. She continued to observe their secret meetings, and as she gathered information, she began to notice that George and Elizabeth were becoming more carefree. They were no longer as cautious as they had been at first. The furtive glances and light touches that had previously been a discreet part of their interactions were now becoming more overt. Elizabeth was no longer playing it safe, and she began meeting George in places that were familiar to their mutual friends and even family. The private investigator hired by Maria began to investigate more deeply, gathering more facts. His reports included photographs, conversation recordings, and video surveillance. One of the meetings, which the detective captured on video, took place in a secluded wooded area near the town. George and Elizabeth met there several times, each time hiding from prying eyes. One of the recordings showed them sitting in a car and talking in raised tones, indicating that tension was growing in their relationship as well. At this point, Maria felt completely betrayed. She continued to communicate with Elizabeth as if nothing had happened, inviting her to family dinners and picnics, pretending not to suspect anything. But inside, anger was flaring. Maria began to think about talking to George directly, but she was afraid that this would ruin everything. Her plan was to gather as much evidence as possible and then use it in court during the divorce. She knew that rushing would only ruin everything. Meanwhile, tensions between George and Elizabeth continued to grow. They realized that their affair could no longer remain a secret forever. Both began to suspect that Maria knew something, but neither of them wanted to be the one to speak up first. Arguments and misunderstandings began to appear in their relationship. George increasingly refused to meet for fear of being exposed, while Elizabeth, on the contrary, insisted on continuing the affair. For her, this relationship was not only a physical connection, but also an emotional support that she had so lacked in her marriage to Robert. Robert, unsuspecting, continued his daily routine. He noticed changes in Elizabeth's behavior, but attributed them to stress and family concerns. He tried to spend more time with her, suggesting weekend trips or even vacations to restore their former closeness. But all his efforts were in vain. Elizabeth was becoming more and more immersed in her affair with George, and any attempts by Robert to get closer only pushed her away. Over time, Maria had gathered enough evidence to show her hand. She decided to tread carefully and planned to strike at the most opportune moment. One such moment was a birthday party for a mutual friend, to which both George and Elizabeth were invited. Maria made sure that their affair would be more obvious to the others present at the party. She wanted everyone to start noticing the same things she saw: suspicious glances, laughter at inappropriate moments, light touches that went beyond friendship. The party ended, and all the guests went home, but the impressions left behind were not lost. A few days later, Robert received an anonymous letter with photographs and recordings of conversations confirming his wife's affair with George. This was the beginning of the end for their marriage. Robert was shocked. At first, he could not believe his eyes and accused Maria of forgery, but when Maria showed him all the evidence, his anger turned to deep disappointment. Robert decided to discuss this directly with Elizabeth. At this point, chaos began to brew in their relationship. Elizabeth realized that her affair with George had become known not only to Maria, but also to her own husband. The situation was heating up, and each of the participants in the story felt that something much more dangerous was brewing. After Robert received an anonymous letter with evidence of Elizabeth's infidelity, his life changed completely. For a long time, he could not believe what was happening. For him, his wife had always been faithful and devoted, and this news seemed absurd to him. But the evidence he had collected was undeniable. Photographs, conversation records, and messages spoke for themselves. This was the moment when Robert was confronted with the harsh truth that was slowly destroying him from the inside. Deciding not to rush to conclusions, Robert tried to talk to Elizabeth calmly. He invited her to dinner at a restaurant, hoping that in a more neutral setting they would be able to sort out the situation. But already during dinner, Robert could not contain his emotions. Watching his wife, he constantly thought about what she was hiding from him. His questions became more and more direct, and soon Elizabeth began to suspect that Robert knew something. In response to his reproaches, she tried to defend herself, saying that it was all just gossip. But her words did not sound convincing. Internal tension grew, and this dinner became the beginning of the end of their marriage. Robert soon decided to temporarily separate from Elizabeth to consider his next steps. He moved into the apartment of a friend, a family lawyer, who offered him legal assistance. Robert began the process of filing for divorce, but did not tell Elizabeth right away. He wanted to clarify all the details before starting the formal proceedings. Meanwhile, the relationship between Elizabeth and George began to deteriorate. They both felt pressure from their spouses. Elizabeth was worried about Robert. and suspected that he might have started following her. George was in an even more difficult situation. Maria openly told him that she knew about his affair with Elizabeth. This confession came as a shock to George. He did not expect his wife to be so careful and collect so much evidence. Maria made a scene, threatening to reveal their affair to the public and file for divorce with a full division of property in her favor. George was cornered. He knew his career and reputation could suffer if Maria carried out her threats. But instead of breaking off relations with Elizabeth, he suggested she be even more careful. They met less often, chose more hidden places, deleted all traces of their communication on social networks and instant messengers. But even these precautions could not relieve the growing tension. Meetings that used to bring them joy now became a source of stress and fear. Soon, Elizabeth and George began to quarrel more and more often. George believed that Elizabeth was not being careful enough, and this could cost him everything. Elizabeth, in turn, felt that George was beginning to distance himself from her. He became increasingly cold and withdrawn, which made her jealous and suspicious. She began to think that George might have started another affair or decided to end their relationship altogether in order to save his marriage to Maria. Maria, however, continued to play her game. Her goal was to punish Elizabeth, but she was in no hurry to take the final steps. Instead, she continued to accumulate evidence and watch her relationship with George slowly disintegrate. She wanted her husband to feel the full weight of the consequences of his actions, and she intended to make it as painful as possible. At this point, Elizabeth found herself in a difficult situation. Her affair with George no longer brought her the emotions that had initially made her cheat on him. Instead of passion and love, she felt fear and despair. She felt trapped, and the only way out of this situation seemed to be to solve the problem with Robert. She needed to do something, but she didn't know what to do. Robert, despite his deep disappointment, continued to love Elizabeth. He did not want to destroy his family, especially for the sake of his children. He offered Elizabeth couples therapy, hoping that they could save their marriage. But Elizabeth refused. She could not return to her former life with Robert, realizing that her affair with George had already destroyed their relationship forever. This refusal finally broke Robert's heart, who still hoped for reconciliation. However, Elizabeth began to think about how to get out of this situation with minimal losses for herself. She understood that if her affair with George became public knowledge, her life would be destroyed. The relationship with Robert was doomed, and she began to look for an opportunity to leave the marriage with the maximum benefit for herself. Elizabeth turned to a lawyer to prepare a divorce in which she would keep the house and most of the property. She hoped to be able to start a new life, but she did not realize how deep her situation had gone. Meanwhile, rumors began to circulate in their town. Several neighbors, noticing Elizabeth and George's strange behavior, began to suspect an affair. Their secret affair no longer seemed as hidden as before. Gossip began to circulate about George's frequent visits to Elizabeth's house in Robert's absence, and people began to talk about it behind their backs. Observing this situation, Maria decided that it was time to act decisively. As rumors began to spread in the small town, Maria realized that her plan was nearing its climax. George and Elizabeth's secret affair would soon become public knowledge, and she was ready to use this moment to her advantage. But before acting openly, Maria decided to put pressure on George personally to force him to confess and perhaps prevent an even greater disaster. One evening, when George came home from work, Maria sat across from him at the kitchen table. There was no longer any confusion or fear in her eyes, only determination and anger. Without further ado, she laid out on the table the photographs and printouts of the messages she had spent so long collecting. George was astounded. He had not expected Maria to go so far and be so knowledgeable about all their meetings and conversations. His face turned pale and his hands began to shake as he realized he could no longer deny his guilt. Maria did not make a scene, did not shout, and did not openly accuse him. She laid out her plan, coldly and methodically. She was going to file for divorce and demand most of the property, including the house, and keep the children. She warned George that if he tried to resist, she would make the whole story public, including evidence of his infidelity and the testimony of friends and neighbors. There was a steely determination in Maria's eyes, and George knew she was not bluffing. George was trapped. He didn't know how to get out of this situation. Divorce could ruin his career and reputation. He became less cautious and more nervous. All this led to him avoiding meetings with Elizabeth, which only increased her suspicions. Elizabeth felt that their affair was slowly falling apart. She expected George to offer her something concrete, perhaps leaving Maria or starting a new life together, but he retreated. This further agitated Elizabeth, who now saw George not so much as a lover, but as a source of danger and a threat to her future. Robert continued to watch the events unfold from the sidelines. He did not take any active steps, although he increasingly realized that the situation was getting out of control. His friends and colleagues, having learned about his family problems, began to offer help. However, Robert felt that in order to sort out this chaos, he needed to take a step back and let the events unfold on their own. He understood that any active step on his part could only make the situation worse. But the anger that had been building up inside him all this time was ready to burst out. One evening, Maria decided to take a new step. She decided to arrange a chance meeting with Elizabeth at a local charity event, to which they were both invited. This evening was to be a turning point in their relationship. Maria intended to meet Elizabeth face-to-face and find out how she would react to the fact that her affair with George had become known not only to her, but to everyone around her. At the charity event, Maria was cold and reserved. She approached Elizabeth, started a casual conversation with her, but soon the conversation moved on to a more intense topic. "Do you know that everyone is already talking about you and George?" Maria said quietly but firmly. Elizabeth was stunned. She did not expect Maria to be so open and direct. At that moment, Elizabeth felt that her life was falling apart. She could not find the words to justify herself. Maria continued to look at her coldly, waiting for a reaction. After this conversation, Elizabeth realized that the situation was out of control. She had lost not only her husband, but also the only person with whom she felt an emotional connection, George. He was becoming increasingly distant, avoiding meetings and conversations, and now Maria was on the verge of being exposed. Elizabeth was at an impasse. Her feelings for George were mixed with a sense of fear and uncertainty. George, after his conversation with Maria, became nervous and irritable. He tried to maintain a semblance of normality, but the tension in his relationship with Elizabeth was growing. He knew that if Maria carried out her threats, his life would be ruined. He could not afford to lose his home, property, and social status. But breaking off relations with Elizabeth was too difficult for him. Maria continued to watch the events unfold, watching her husband sink into despair and Elizabeth become increasingly unstable. She knew that the destruction of their relationship was going exactly as she had planned. However, her plan had unexpected consequences. The tension between George and Elizabeth began to go beyond emotional quarrels and could soon escalate into something much more dangerous. Elizabeth, having lost control of the situation, began to think about drastic measures. She was afraid that the truth about her affair would become known to the general public, which would destroy her life and reputation. The fear of exposure and the loss of everything she had gradually pushed her to a decision that could be a way out of this situation, but with terrible consequences. All the tension that had built up over the months had finally come to a fatal conclusion. Maria, despite her threats and her game of silent revenge, was in no hurry to go to court. She took some satisfaction in the progress of her plan to destroy George and Elizabeth's relationship. However, it was not enough for her to simply see them suffer. She wanted to do more. Meanwhile, Robert remained on the sidelines, not interfering, but mentally preparing for the outcome. The fateful night arrived. Elizabeth, on the verge of a nervous breakdown, decided to talk to George. She realized that the situation had worsened so much that she could no longer continue to hide her relationship with him. Her fear of exposure and the consequences was increasingly heating up her condition, and she began to look for a way out, which seemed to her the only possible one, to resolve the situation in a radical way. Elizabeth called George late that night and suggested meeting him at his house while Maria was away. George didn't want to meet. He knew their relationship had reached a dead end, and now everything they did was just pain and stress. However, he agreed because he was afraid that refusing could make things worse. He didn't know where it would lead, but he felt that the meeting didn't bode well. When Elizabeth arrived at George's, the atmosphere was already tense. George was nervous and wanted the conversation to be quick. Elizabeth, on the contrary, tried to play out an emotional scene, declaring that she could not live without him. She demanded that he leave Maria and go to her. However, George was in a different mood. He no longer saw Elizabeth as the source of passion and support that he had once been. For him, she was now nothing more than a problem that needed to be solved, and he was no longer prepared to make sacrifices for her. The conversation quickly became heated. Elizabeth accused George of abandoning her in her time of need, of using her. George, irritated by her accusations, began to respond more sharply than usual. Their emotional conversation turned aggressive. Elizabeth began to lose control. She felt betrayed and cornered, and George offered her no support or plans for the future. At one point, when the tension reached its limit, Elizabeth could not control herself. She picked up the nearest heavy object, a metal statuette that stood on the mantelpiece, and in a rage hit George on the head. It happened instantly, and George did not have time to defend himself. The blow knocked him off balance and he fell to the floor, hitting his head on the corner of the table. Elizabeth froze in place as she realized what had happened. George lay motionless, a bleeding wound visible on his forehead. His breathing became ragged, and after a few seconds it stopped altogether. Elizabeth could not believe that she had just killed the man she loved. Fear and panic overwhelmed her. She began to pace the room, unsure of what to do next. Realizing that something terrible had happened, Elizabeth tried to bring George back to life, but it was too late. Blood continued to ooze from his wound, and he no longer showed signs of life. Realizing that the situation was catastrophic, Elizabeth began to devise a plan to cover up what had happened. She removed the statuette, wiped the blood from the floor, and tried to remove any evidence that might point to her presence in the house. However, her actions were hasty and chaotic. She could not hide everything. Her fingerprints were left at the crime scene, as well as traces of a struggle. In a panic, she ran out of the house and returned to her room, hoping that she could avoid responsibility for what happened. But after a few hours, she realized that it was impossible to hide the murder. The next morning, George's body was found by Maria, who had returned home after leaving. She was shocked by what she saw and immediately called the police. Detectives who arrived on the scene quickly determined that George's death was not an accident. Evidence pointed to him being killed in a sudden attack. The investigation soon focused on Elizabeth, as her fingerprints and footprints were found in the house. Detectives also discovered her recent relationship with George, which further confirmed their suspicions. Elizabeth was detained for questioning, and under the pressure of the evidence, she was forced to confess to the crime. This night became a tragic ending to a long and intense romance. It showed how passion, jealousy, and fear can lead to terrible consequences, destroying the lives of several people. When the police arrived at the crime scene, George's house looked like a typical tragedy scene, but details soon began to emerge that pointed to obvious violence. Traces of blood on the floor and a blow to the victim's head indicated that George had been killed in a brutal manner. The police began their investigation, carefully examining the crime scene. The first theory was that it was a robbery, but the lack of forced entry and any traces of someone else's presence led them to quickly rule out this possibility. The investigation focused on George's inner circle. Maria, his wife, who returned home to find the body, was shocked, but quickly pointed out the problems in their marriage. She spoke of George's affair with Elizabeth, which she had long suspected and had been collecting evidence to support. In a conversation with the police, Maria explained that she had evidence of infidelity and that an affair between her husband and Elizabeth could lead to conflict. The police immediately began searching for Elizabeth. Maria's memories and the materials she collected became a key element in forming a version of the motives for the crime. Further investigative actions focused on checking Elizabeth's alibi for the night of the murder. From surveillance cameras, they found that her car was captured near George's house on the day of the murder, which left little doubt about her involvement. Elizabeth was called in for questioning immediately after this. At first, she tried to remain calm, claiming that she had last seen George a few days earlier, but soon the investigators began asking questions to which she had no convincing answers. They began laying out evidence in front of her, one after another: surveillance footage, fingerprints found in George's house, and evidence of her connection to the victim, as revealed by Maria. The interrogation lasted for several hours, and under the pressure of the facts, Elizabeth began to break down. Her story became increasingly confused, and soon she could not withstand the psychological pressure. In a fit of despair, she confessed what happened that night. However, according to her version, everything was an accident. She claimed that it was an accident and that she did not plan to kill George. Elizabeth told investigators that she went to George's house that night to talk. They argued for a long time, and at some point, losing control of her emotions, she hit him over the head with a statue. By the time she realized what she had done, it was too late. George lay motionless, and she, not knowing what to do, panicked and tried to hide the evidence and run away. The police, however, did not believe the accidental version. The fact that Elizabeth left the scene of the crime and tried to cover her tracks indicated her intention to avoid responsibility. The prosecutor charged her with premeditated murder, despite her attempts to claim that everything happened as a result of an argument and an emotional outburst. Maria, at this point, came into the spotlight as a key witness. Her collection of evidence about George's affair with Elizabeth helped the police not only establish a motive for the murder, but also show that Elizabeth had acted with some degree of intent. Although her direct involvement in the investigation ended at the evidence handover stage, she continued to be an important figure in the case. Elizabeth's arrest caused a stir in the small town. Newspapers and television soon began covering the case as one of the biggest stories in the local crime tracts. People discussed how passion and jealousy can lead to terrible consequences when family ties are destroyed and secret relationships become deadly. For Elizabeth's husband, Robert, the arrest marked the end of months of torment and suspicion. He had long known of his wife's infidelity, but now he was faced with the fact that she was implicated in murder. He could not believe that the woman he had been married to for so many years was capable of such an act. Despite all the pain and disappointment, Robert felt a deep sense of alienation and emptiness. For him, this was the end not only of their marriage, but of the life they had built together. Elizabeth's trial began a few months after her arrest. The case attracted enormous public and media interest. A high-profile murder in a quiet provincial town involving a love triangle attracted the attention of not only local residents, but also journalists from other cities. The courtroom was almost completely full, and people gathered outside the building to follow every turn of the case. Prosecutors quickly built their case. They argued that Elizabeth had acted with the deliberate intent to kill George. They presented evidence that they had collected: Elizabeth's fingerprints, her DNA found on the figurine, and surveillance footage that showed her presence in George's home on the night of the murder. In addition, witnesses, including Maria, testified about the complicated relationship between Elizabeth and George and the jealousy and tension that had arisen in their relationship. Maria's testimony was especially important. She gave a detailed account of how she had gathered evidence of the affair and presented it to the court. The judge and jury listened with interest to her story, especially the parts related to how she had planned to expose Elizabeth and George. Maria's testimony helped the prosecution prove that the strained relationship between George and Elizabeth could have led to violence. Elizabeth, in turn, stuck to her version of the accident. At the trial, she claimed that she had not planned the murder and that it had all happened in a fit of emotion. Her lawyer tried to build a defense on the fact that Elizabeth had acted in a state of passion and that her quarrel with George had gotten out of control. The defense also emphasized that Elizabeth had no premeditated plan and that the blow was committed in a state of panic. However, prosecutors insisted that Elizabeth had ample time to act after she stabbed George. They pointed out that she tried to cover her tracks by wiping away blood and removing the murder weapon, which they said showed she was conscious and intended to avoid responsibility. The jury deliberated for several days, analyzing the evidence and testimony presented. The main question was whether the murder was committed intentionally or accidentally, the result of an argument. An important factor in making their decision was the nature of Elizabeth's actions after the crime. Her attempts to cover her tracks and flee the scene reinforced suspicions that she acted with some degree of deliberation. In the end, the jury returned a verdict. Elizabeth was found guilty of manslaughter. They found that the crime had been committed in a fit of emotion, but her subsequent actions showed that she had tried to hide the truth, which aggravated her guilt. The judge, taking into account all the circumstances of the case, sentenced Elizabeth to 20 years in prison without parole. Maria, after the verdict was announced, left the courtroom feeling relieved. She had achieved her goal of ruining Elizabeth and George's lives, although the process had been painful for her as well. Now she had to start a new life, but with the constant memory of what had happened. Robert, who had been watching the process from the sidelines, finally realized that his life had been destroyed too. He was devastated that his wife, with whom he had shared years of his life, was capable of murder. Divorce was inevitable, and a new life full of bitterness and regrets lay ahead of him. For the townspeople, the case was a reminder of how passion, jealousy, and deception can lead to irreparable consequences. As time went on, the case gradually faded into the past, but for those involved, the experience remained unforgettable.